Woo woo woo. The sound of crying pierced through the darkness. I snapped my eyes open, ready to unleash my anger. But then I froze completely. Posters of celebrities were taped on the walls, their smiles frozen on the yellowed paper. A mud brick house, the smell of kerosene lamps, and that damn musty odor. Was this 1991? A crowd had gathered around me, their stares as sharp as knives. In the corner of the room, a girl wrapped in a bedsheet sobbed visibly, her face streaked with tears. Joan. Memories surged back like a flood. 30 years ago, we got drunk, and then, this can't be real. My eyes widened in shock. Smack. A heavy slap landed across my face. You ungrateful brat, my father roared, his voice shaking the walls. The stinging pain on my cheek told me this wasn't a dream. I had really traveled back 30 years, back to the night that ruined all our lives. Dad, you're alive, I exclaimed, grabbing my father's hands in pure disbelief. Yukong froze, too shocked to respond. But behind him, murmurs from the gathering crowd crashed down like tidal waves. Zhou Daido's only daughter. She's a university student. And this punk ruined her future. Exactly. Zhou Wan was set to get a stable government job. Bah, Yunyan has no skills for studying, but he sure knows how to trick girls. Zhou Wan. My chest tightened, as if someone was squeezing my heart. She was my childhood friend, the girl I secretly loved my whole youth. In my last life, after that night, she ended her own life in the university lake. My father, pushed to the brink by endless harassment from the Zhou family, had a mental breakdown and was ultimately killed in a truck accident. I paid for that one disastrous night with a lifetime of solitude. You punk. Still daring to look around. My father didn't hesitate. He grabbed a wooden staff by the doorway and began beating me ruthlessly. I didn't dodge because I deserved it. 3 days later, I could finally get out of bed. By then, the entire Zhanghe district knew what had happened. The Zhou family's doorstep was worn down by visitors. Everyone was there to enjoy the spectacle. My father squatted at the house entrance, smoking a cigarette, his brows furrowed so tightly they could catch flies. Have you figured out what to do yet? His hand hovered toward that wooden staff again. Let Xiao Nian marry her, my mother said, stepping protectively in front of me. Marry her, my father sneered. With what? Zhou Wan is a university student, a top scholar at Zhongnan University of Economics and Law. What does he have? He's a nobody. Dad, Mom. I inhaled deeply. I'll go to the Zhou family. I'll handle it myself. At the Zhou family courtyard, Zhou Fu's face darkened to a terrifying shade the moment he saw us walk in as a family of 3. Bang! His fist slammed into my face. I stumbled and fell hard onto the ground. I know I was wrong, I said, kneeling down. And I want to make things right. I want to marry Wanner. Zhou Fu froze for a moment, before his rage flared up again. He kicked me hard, sending me sprawling. You're dreaming. Let him come in, said Zhou Wan's second aunt, stepping out from inside the house. Wanner wants to see him. Inside the dim room, Zhou Wan sat on the edge of the bed, her eyes swollen and red. I'm sorry, I mumbled. You want to marry me? She interrupted coldly. Yes, I nodded firmly. If you'll marry me, I swear. What do you even have? Tears welled up in her eyes again. You don't have a job. Everyone says you're just a useless loafer. How could you possibly give me a future? I'll get into Zhongnan University of Economics and Law, I said, staring into her eyes with unwavering resolve. I'll go to the same college as you. She was stunned for a moment, before letting out a mocking laugh. Are you joking? 2 months from now is the adult college entrance exam. Zhongnan University has 2 open slots, I said with quiet, unshakable determination. I'll pass. If I don't, you can report me to the police, and I'll take responsibility in jail. In my previous life, after Zhou Wan's death, I picked up my textbooks again. A year later, I got into Zhongnan University of Economics and Law. Over the next 30 years, I became a star tutor at countless exam prep institutions. I knew every type of test question backward and forward. More importantly, I happened to remember a study guide called Trumpet Blast, a book that would accurately predict half of this year's exam questions for the adult college entrance test. Fine. Zhou Wan's gaze pinned me down. You have 2 months. The news spread, and Zhanghe district erupted with laughter. Yunyan wants to get into Zhongnan University? Haha. If he makes it, I'll dig up my ancestors' graves. Poor Zhou Daitu. His daughter's life is ruined, and now in 2 months, he'll have to report this punk to the police. Sarcasm followed me wherever I went. In our courtyard, my father sat on a stool, stroking the wooden staff he'd used for 2 decades. His expression was conflicted. Do you really think you can pull this off? I knelt in front of Zhou Daitu, right in front of all the neighbors watching. My knees hit the ground with a loud thud. In that moment, I didn't care about my pride. I only wanted him to delay pressing charges. He agreed, on one condition. I had to get into Zhongnan University of Economics and Law. Great. Now I'd gone ahead and staked prison as my wager. If I failed, Zhou Daitu would absolutely turn me in for the sake of saving face. Yu Kang's fists clenched audibly at his sides. You unfilial brat. Have you completely lost your mind? I nodded, with a determination as hard as steel. The adult college entrance exams of the 90s weren't the farcical certificate purchasing schemes they became 20 years later. Back then, it was a battlefield of real brains and grit. But I had the confidence to face it. In my previous life, I had become a star multi-subject teacher at top training institutions. Most importantly, I knew the exact moment when fate would change. The Fenghao Question Book, a practice workbook on the verge of being forgotten, barely selling any copies. Yet this year, it managed to predict more than half of the college entrance exam questions. The question types were nearly identical. Overnight, it became a hit. Every student was scrambling to get a copy. I must get into Zhongnan University of Economics and Law, so that I can walk hand in hand with Zhou Wan through the campus, so that I can stop my father's car accident from happening, so that I'm no longer stuck in a soul-crushing 9-to-9 job, but become a true winner. Given this second chance at life, I have 2 goals: make up for my regrets and make a lot of money. As I watched my father's hunched back, years of carrying heavy loads had bent his spine. My mother's hands, rough and covered in calluses, still mending clothes for our neighbors. My eyes brimmed with tears. Mom, Dad, you've worked so hard. I pulled them into a hug. Yukong shoved me away abruptly. Cut that out. Are you trying to butter us up to borrow money and run away? My mom looked equally suspicious. I felt 3 metaphorical black lines appear over my head. Mom, Dad, I mean it. Just wait. 2 months from now, I'll see you at Zhongnan University. If you can actually get in, your mom and I will die laughing. Yukong glared at me. Oh, by the way, Zhouwan left for school earlier this morning. If you want results, start studying. My heart sank. The timeline hadn't changed. Zhouwan had still gone off to Zhongnan University. And in 3 months, she'd attempt to drown herself in a lake. If I don't get into that college, I can't stop this tragedy. She'll come back during summer break, only to endure relentless mockery. It's this ridicule that'll drive her to take her life a week after her sophomore year begins. I have no choice. I must get into Zhongnan University. After walking 2 miles, I arrived at Xinhua Bookstore. In a dusty corner, a pile of neglected Fenghao question books lay untouched. Kid, this book's useless, said the bookstore owner kindly. It hasn't sold well in years. Are you sure you want it? I'm sure. Why not go for something like compilation of real exam questions or 3-year simulations, 5-year college entrance exams? They're always bestsellers. I smiled and shook my head. I only want this one. The shopkeeper thought to himself, this kid thinks he can get into Zhongnan University? What a pipe dream. Well, if it isn't Yun Yan. I turned around to see Zhao Tun and Guan Lin, classmates a year behind me. Since they failed this year's exams, they were here preparing for the adult college entrance exam. Fancy meeting you here, I said coolly. Didn't expect you to really take this seriously. Zhao Tun sneered, glancing at the Fenghao book in my hands. You bought that? A book no one even cares to touch? Did you lose your mind or what? I've never even heard of this book. Guan Lin tilted his head back in laughter. If you actually manage to get into Zhongnan University, I'll eat crap on the spot. How about a bet? I smirked. A bet on what? Their eyes lit up, typical gamblers. Forget the eating crap thing. Let's say $200 each. 200. Zhao Tun's eyes widened. You must really be desperate for money, says the guy who's lost countless 200s. I rolled my eyes. You think I'm bound to lose, so why not bet big? Deal. The two of them exchanged a knowing grin. It was free money. There was no way I'd win. Don't forget to have the cash ready. I waved and walked off. If he actually gets in, I'll wash my hair upside down. Zhao Tun's voice rang from behind. Guan Lin chimed in. A toad lusting after a swan. How ridiculous. When I got home, I immediately opened the Fenghao question book. Decades of accumulated knowledge from my past life flooded my brain. From then on, my days revolved around solving problems in the workbook and combing through the questions etched in my memory. Yukong and my mom, Yang watched in shock as their son buried himself in studying. Every day, they left meals at my door without a word. Rumors spread among the neighbors. Did Yunyan run away or something? Even Zhouwan's dad came to check. Huffing and puffing, he left with a glare. Deep down, though, everyone hoped I'd pull off a miracle. If and only if it fixed the situation somehow. 2 months flew by in the blink of an eye. The sun cast its golden light over my window ledge. My door creaked open. Tomorrow's the big day. Why don't you take a walk? For the first time in 2 months, Yukong stepped into my room. Staying cooped up all day isn't good for you. What he truly wanted me to know was this. Zhouwan was right next door. She hadn't stepped out since coming home for break. He hoped I'd go see her to find some motivation. Over the past 2 months, he'd noticed a change in me. All I seemed to do was study, sparing the occasional glance out the window as the evening sun painted shadows on my face. Zhouwan's back. I finally asked. She's been home for over a month. Never left once. Yukong sighed. Such a good girl. It's my fault. Guilt gnawed at me like a blade carving into flesh. Standing up, I left the room. My neighbors gawked as I walked straight into Zhouwan's yard. There I stopped. My prepared words caught in my throat. Taking a deep breath, I finally said, "Tomorrow, I'm taking the exam. Whether you believe it or not, I'll get into Zhongnan University." For a long time, there was no response. Inside, Zhouwan had already noticed my presence. Through her father, she'd heard of my recent changes, but the mocking remarks from those around her still stung like needles. The ridicule had even reached the school. Everywhere she went, fingers pointed and whispers followed. Even her advisor had called her in for comforting chats, but the condescending look in their eyes only deepened her despair. So many times, standing by the lake, she almost wanted to leap in and end her painful life. And the person who had caused all of this was me, standing in the yard. Through the window, I saw her tears flow uncontrollably again. I stood in the yard for over an hour. "Warner, wait for me. I promise I'll marry you." I knew she could hear me. Tomorrow is the exam, and I'm fully prepared. All the crucial topics I reviewed hit the mark. This is my greatest advantage from being reborn. Walking down the street, I took my time responding patiently to each neighbor's concern. No one believed I could pass. After all, college students in this era are so rare. Getting in is like a carp leaping over the dragon's gate, achieving the impossible. No one thought I had it in me. The next day, in the exam hall, Zhao Tun and Guan Lin threw ridicule-filled glances my way. When I saw the test paper, though, a smile crept onto my lips. Bullseye. Every question matched the review materials I had prepared. 2 days later, the exam was over. Yukong and Yang didn't dare to ask how I did, worried the answer might push me over the edge. Yang even hid the kitchen knives, just in case. My fair-weather buddy Zhao Dong poked his head over the yard wall and whistled. "If you can get into Zhongnan University of Economics and Law, I'll get into Renmin University of China." I simply smiled without replying and continued using my custom symbols to jot down things that would happen in the future. In my past life, Zhao Dong had tricked me into owing a 5,000 yuan debt. My father had to sell this old house to pay it off. And this house? Well, it was valued at 5 million yuan when it was demolished for redevelopment 20 years later. Every time I think about it, I feel like bashing my head against a wall. But in this life, I have my second chance. The day the results were released, I glanced deeply at the Zhou family courtyard before sprinting to see the scores. On my way, I bumped into Zhao Tun and Guan Lin. "Why are you even going to check the scores?" "That's a joke." Zhao Tun sneered with a disdainful smirk. "Got your money ready?" I raised an eyebrow. "Don't come up short. If you pass, I'll hand over the cash. No hesitation. And if I can't pay, I'll call myself your grandson." Zhao Tun scoffed. "But if you fail, you gotta crawl under our legs." In front of everyone, Guan Lin burst into laughter. "Deal," I said with a nod. I thought to myself, you two will be crying in just a bit. Half an hour later, in front of the posted results, when Zhao Tun and Guan Lin found my name, they froze in utter disbelief. Chinese, 138. Math, 140. English, 143. Composite score, 719. And then there it was, standing out in bold red font. National first place. I smiled, brilliantly as a sunflower in full bloom. Zhao Tun and Guan Lin's jaws literally dropped. First in the whole country. Zhao Tun pressed his face to the results, nearly popping his eyes out of his skull. This can't be real. There's no way this is fake. Guan Lin stammered, visibly shaking. Chills shot from their feet up to their heads. Ahem. I cleared my throat. Shouldn't you check your own names? When their eyes scanned to the bottom of the list, they were stunned again. One scored 365, the other 377. Shit. Zhao Tun's face turned as pale as a ghost. Guan Lin's legs went weak, almost causing him to collapse. They thought the adult college entrance exam would be simple. Turns out, it was even harder than the traditional university entrance exam. Did you hear? That trumpet call answer book basically predicted the majority of the questions. Teachers next to us began discussing. Exactly. That trumpet call name's tacky, but the hit rate on the questions is incredible. Zhao Tun and Guan Lin looked as if they'd been struck by lightning. They stared at me with eyes full of regret. The exam's over. Regret won't change anything now. I shrugged, stretching out my hand. 200 yuan each. Pay up. Don't try to weasel out. I paused, then added, oh, don't worry. I'll waive the whole eating dirt, standing on your head, and crawling underpants part. Both of their faces turned beet red. We'll get you the money, Zhao Tun gritted through clenched teeth. But how did you know the hit rate for the trumpet call book? Secret. I flashed them a mysterious smile before turning away. National first place. This year, Zhongnan University of Economics and Law only had 2 spots for their adult program. With this score, I was a shoo-in. Thinking of Zhou Wanner still waiting for news, I raced home. Just as I reached the Zhou family's door, I heard my father's voice behind me. The Zhou family girl? She was sent off to a relative's place this morning. She left. My chest tightened suddenly. The person I most wanted to share this joy with wasn't even here anymore. I slumped down onto the stone steps at the door, disheartened. Didn't do well, did you? Yukong took a drag of his cigarette, tapping the ashes off onto the stone. I knew it. You're no good at studying. If you could do well, pigs might as well start climbing trees. He sighed, his hunched back looking even frilier. Forget it. Come sell sugar figurines with me. Just drop the idea of getting with that Zhou girl. I said nothing, quietly standing and walking away. Half an hour later, community officials came knocking. What did you say? National first place. The pipe in Yukong's hand dropped to the ground. Say that again. After triple confirming the news, Yukong threw his head back in laughter. Ha ha, my boys made it. The Yu family ancestors must be smiling from the grave. The news spread like wildfire. Jianghe district erupted in celebration. Jiang City was stunned. To place first in the grueling gauntlet of the National College entrance exams. Imagine that. Even though it was the adult exam, in this era, it was still prestigious. The late 80s and early 90s. The adult college entrance examination is an important pathway for the country to recruit talented individuals and contribute to the nation's development. As the sun set, the evening glow cast its warm light on my face. I looked out the window, and my mind focused on only one thought. In this lifetime, I must save Zhou Wan. Knock, knock, knock. The front yard gate rattled with knocks. I opened the door to find Zhao Dong standing there with an insincere grin. In my previous life, this bastard ruined my family and left me penniless. Now in this life, he dares show up again. Looks like he needs a proper lesson, one well-deserved for my second chance at life. What do you want? I feigned ignorance. Word is you got into college. Congrats. Zhao Dong threw an arm around my shoulder. Come on, let's go celebrate tonight. Plus, there's a little gathering I want you to join. Guaranteed you'll make enough to cover your tuition. A gathering? I feigned interest. How big are we playing? Just some penny-ante stuff. Nice and friendly, he replied with a sly chuckle. Internally, I smirked coldly. These days, my father could only make 3 yuan a day selling sugar figures on the street. And yet here Zhao Dong was cooking up schemes like this. Clearly no small-time operation. What's the matter? Don't have the guts. Zhao Dong taunted, trying to provoke me. Jealousy, that's all it is. This idiot was probably wondering how someone as dim as I used to be could possibly top the national entrance exams. Afraid of what? Even with a 1 yuan minimum, I could handle it no problem. I raised an eyebrow. 1 yuan it is then. Zhao Dong's eyes sparkled in excitement. And don't worry, if you're short on cash, I'll lend you some. On the surface, he looked broke. In reality, he'd mastered the art of scamming and had 2, maybe 3,000 stashed away. Since he's throwing himself at me, it'd be a shame not to take advantage of this opportunity. Let's grab dinner first, I said, shutting the door behind me as I headed out. Zhao Dong hesitated for a split second before catching up hurriedly. Yeah, right. Let's eat first. At the restaurant, I was tucking into some braised pork when Zhao Tun and Guanlin walked in. The money you owe me. Hand it over, I said, not even bothering to look up. What money? Zhao Dong feigned confusion. The two laughed awkwardly, eventually spilling the beans about some bet they'd lost. Can't we settle it in a couple of days? Zhao Tun began. Not a chance. I stood up, glaring. If you can't pay your gambling debts, what are you even doing here? Zhao Dong, no offense, but I'm not giving you a pass on this one. All right. Zhao Dong grumbled as he handed over 30 yuan for the meal while glaring daggers at the two. Barking at them, he yelled, "Pay up. A bet is a bet." Reluctantly, each of them forked over 200 yuan. Running isn't going to save you, Zhao Tun spat venomously. Guanlin, equally resentful, snapped, "Settle it on the gambling table." I kept eating, laughing secretly to myself. Little did these fools realize, we were all just lambs waiting for slaughter as far as Zhao Dong was concerned. 9 out of 10 gamblers lose everything. In gambling, the only true victory is not to gamble at all. This simple truth came from the lips of a gambling cheat I met in my previous life, an old man who'd lost both his hands. After dinner, Zhao Dong begrudgingly paid the 33 yuan bill, his face turning green with frustration. The gambling den was set up in a rundown, 2-story building on the outskirts of town. In the alley nearby, women dressed provocatively lounged outside storefront curtains, calling out to passersby. "Hey handsome, want to come in and have some fun?" But we went straight to the gambling den. Inside, a man with a scar across his face, Fly, sat with a few other thugs. "These are all my friends," Zhao Dong said, offering Fly a cigarette. Fly sized us up briefly before cracking a grin. "Take a seat, all of you. Your friends here." Friends? More like sheep on his chopping block. "Let's play some 3-card brag. Winner deals." Zhao Dong pulled out a deck of cards. "How much are we playing for?" I asked. "Base bet, 1 yuan. Max bet, 10 yuan. Triple aces are highest, but 2, 3, 5 can trump a triple," Zhao Dong explained. "So high stakes." Zhao Tun gasped. "It's easier for everyone with ones. Better than fumbling with change," Zhao Dong said, drawing a 10 and claiming the first hand to deal. Taking a quick glance at the deck, I immediately recognized it as a cheater's deck, marked cards, so he could see the suit and value of every card from the back. By 20 years in the future, these techniques are common knowledge, but here and now, almost no one knew about them. "Gotta grab some smokes," I said, getting up and heading downstairs. When I got back, Zhao Dong's girlfriend Lu Qingxiu had joined the table. In a sleeveless dress that flaunted her legs and a scorpion tattoo on her arm, she leaned against Zhao Dong, whispering into his ear from time to time. The duo worked together like a well-oiled machine. 5 minutes in, Zhao Tun and Guanlin were already up nearly 100 yuan, grinning ear to ear. They didn't realize Zhao Dong was just baiting them, casting the line for a much bigger catch. "Come on, jump in," Zhao Dong called to me. "All right, I'm in," I said, sitting down and tossing in a 1 yuan chip. "I've got 400 or 500 yuan to spare, so I can afford a loss." Hearing this, Zhao Tun and Guanlin's smiles froze on their faces. "Just wait. We'll strip you down to nothing but your underwear." Zhao Tun sneered as he started dealing the cards. "Looking forward to it," I replied with a faint smile, casually sliding my cigarette case across my cards to partially cover them. This way, Zhao Dong could at most catch a glimpse of the top card, nothing more. Sure enough, Zhao Dong frowned. "Don't cover your cards. I can't keep track, and it leaves room for suspicion." "I haven't even looked at them," I rolled my eyes. "With so many witnesses, how could I cheat anyway? If this bothers you so much, I can just leave." Fine, whatever." Zhao Dong clenched his teeth. "Play however you like, just don't look." Internally, I chuckled. Someone like him, with such amateur sleight of hand skills, could only con complete rookies. Fly made a show of smoothing things over. "Relax, everyone. Among friends, let's just have fun." Zhao Dong had drawn a pair of aces. Seeing as Guanlin had a 7, 8, and 9, Zhao Dong immediately folded to avoid suspicion, shuffling the cards to obscure patterns when discarding them. I peeked at my hand. King of Hearts, 4 and 2. Carelessly, threw in 2 chips. Zhao Dong caught a glimpse of Fei Ji's cards, Spade 9, 7, 2, and gave him a nudge with his elbow. Fei caught on and slammed down 5 chips. If we're playing, let's play big. What's the point of 1 or 2 chips? I'm blitzing with 5. 5 chips it is. Follow. From rags to riches. Zhao Tun and Guan Lin immediately matched the bet. The two gamblers had never heard of the word caution. If everyone's in, so am I said, pushing my chips forward. Excitement flickered in Zhao Dong's eyes. He and Fei Gu had already agreed to split the winnings. 4 rounds passed, and no one looked at their cards. The pot swelled to over 60 chips. On the 5th round, Zhao Tun finally couldn't resist and checked his cards. 2, 5, 8, all mixed suits. Bad luck. He tossed his cards aside. Guan Lin also picked up his cards, let out an exaggerated gasp, and exclaimed, "The rich lose while being cautious." He then tossed in 10 chips before folding. Zhao Dong smirked inwardly. This was exactly the rhythm he wanted. "I'll increase by 5. Fei Gu raised the bet. "Call." I followed with my chips. Another 3 rounds followed, and the pile of chips on the table broke 100. It was my turn to check my cards. I put on a show of nervousness, slowly revealing them. K, 4, 2. All hearts. Just as I had expected. Call 10 chips. I pressed the king to the bottom and intentionally exposed the 4 and 2. Zhao Dong sneaked a peek and assumed my bottom card was a 3. A smug grin crept onto his face. Another 5. Fei Gu continued to raise. 10 from me. Guan Lin boldly countered. "I'll match that." I pushed my chips forward and said to Guan Lin, "If your hand's weak, you'd better fold early. 1 ace is useless." "Who's got just an ace? You looking down on me?" Guan Lin scoffed. After 2 more rounds, Guan Lin began to panic. "I'll pay to see your cards," he said, shoving in 50 chips and retrieving 40 change, extending his hand to reach for my cards. "If you're buying mine, I'll need to check yours." I swatted his hand aside, took his cards for a glance, and immediately tossed them into the discard pile. "My cards are weak. Are you sure you're not mistaken?" Guan Lin was dumbfounded. "I'm not blind," I replied flatly, tossing in 10 chips. "I'm not revealing." Zhao Dong was stunned. He had me pegged as having a 2, 3, 4. How could that be bigger than Guan Lin's hand? Fei Gu was still in, but Zhao Dong kicked him lightly under the table. Finally giving in, Fei Gu glanced at his cards. His eyes lit up as he saw 3 spades. "This round is solid," he declared aloud. "Weak? You call this weak?" Fei Gu glared at Zhao Dong before matching the bet. 3 rounds later, Fei Gu couldn't hold it any longer. "Show your cards." "I don't believe you have a flush too." "Sorry, I really do." I calmly turned over my cards. "King high flush," Guan Lin exclaimed in shock. Zhao Dong and Fei Gu were both dumbfounded. How's that possible?" Fei Gu muttered, incredulous. "Sorry, looks like I win." I pulled the chips toward me, netting over 100 chips in this round. "You're cheating, aren't you?" Lu Qingshu lashed out, fuming. "How could you play blindfolded for so long? Where's your confidence coming from?" "Excuse me." My voice turned icy. "Care to repeat that?" "This is my first hand. The cards were dealt by you." "How could I cheat?" Lu Qingshu froze, lost for words. "No big deal. Running into some bad luck is normal." Zhao Dong tried to smooth things over, terrified I might leave the table. In the next half hour, Zhao Tun and Guan Lin lost every chip they had won earlier. I was already 300 chips up, while Fei Gu had dropped nearly 400. "Let's up the stakes," Fei Gu suggested. 5-chip minimum bet, 20 chips ceiling per round. "Sound good." Everyone exchanged skeptical glances. Those stakes were high. "Sounds good." Zhao Tun and Guan Lin gritted their teeth in agreement. "No problem," I shrugged. "I've already won almost 400, got 800 in my stack. What's there to fear?" A new round began. When Zhao Dong dealt the cards, I caught the sly glint in his eye. He gave himself 3 aces and me 3 kings. Everyone else's hands were trash. This round, we're going all blind. Lu Qingshu egged Zhao Dong on. "Listening to my wife, we're playing this blind all the way." Zhao Dong boomed with enthusiasm. Everyone followed in. I knew it was a trap, but couldn't act too suspicious, so I had no choice but to go along. Fei Gu raised to 10 chips, and Zhao Dong quickly called. Zhao Tun and Guan Lin checked their cards and folded. "I'll match 10, I said, keeping up with the rhythm. Fei Gu looked at his cards and folded as well. "Shall we blind bet for 10 rounds?" Zhao Dong taunted. "Let's just reveal now." I flipped my cards over, 3 kings. Zhao Dong's face darkened instantly. After all that careful planning, I had revealed my cards early. He'd win only a measly sum. Had I known, I'd have kept going. I joked as I raked in the small pile. What a loss. Only winning this much with 3 kings? What a joke, Zhao Tun mocked. Only an idiot would reveal with 3 kings, Guan Lin sneered. If that were my hand, the bank manager would be handing me a $3 million loan. Winning less is still winning, I smiled at Zhao Dong. Guess you got lucky this round. If I'd kept at it, even a police raid wouldn't have stopped me. Leave the chips there, Zhao Dong barked, slapping the table. Triple kings isn't the top hand. Ever heard of triple aces or even 2, 3, 5? He feigned shuffling his cards dramatically and then slammed them down on the table. What's 3 kings to this? Against my aces, it's game over. 3 aces. Dongge, you're godly. Zhao Tun and Guan Lin stared in shock. How's that possible? I feigned disbelief. My kings encountering your aces, what are the odds? Huh? You admit defeat now, huh? Zhao Dong said smugly, scooping up the pile before lamenting. If only you hadn't revealed your cards so early. I can play until tomorrow. You're such a coward. Lu Qingshu sneered. No wonder Zhou Wan doesn't like you. Bet you're useless in bed too. And Zhou Wan, that tramp, she's no saint either. Her mom probably died because of her bad luck. My hand froze midair, and my expression turned icy cold. Didn't your parents teach you how to speak properly? Lu Qingshu flinched under my glare, but remembering she was in her man's territory, she quickly regained her boldness. I'll say whatever I want. What? You got a problem? Yeah, I do. I smirked coldly. What are you going to do about it? Zhao Dong slammed the table beside her, backing her up. Want to fight? This isn't the place to act out, pal. Lost the game, so now you're threatening me with fists. I scoffed. Kid, if you can't handle it, leave. Fei Gu stood up ominously, and 4 of his lackeys behind him reached for iron rods. Who says I can't? I tossed down a 5. Haven't had my fill yet. If they wanted to play dirty, I'd show them just how bad things could get. The next hour, I stopped holding back. Using some advanced card skills I honed in a previous life, going up against someone like Zhao Dong, who relied on mere tells and marked cards, was laughable, a complete mismatch of levels. I played them systematically, turning 800 into 2,500, even deliberately losing a few hands here and there to avoid raising suspicion. For the next round, I purposely dealt Zhao Dong a suited straight flush of 7, 8, 9, while leaving myself with a modest 222. Yunyan, you got the guts to play blind this round? Zhao Dong taunted, grinning smugly. If you win, I'll call you Nien bro from now on. Coward, Lu Qingshu mocked. No wonder Zhou Wan ditched you for someone like this. Pathetic. It's just a card game, I sneered. You think I'm scared? If you've got what it takes, go all in. Lu Qingshu cooed seductively, leaning close. If you win, I'll hook you up with a pretty little thing tonight to really blow off steam. Not interested. I shook my head. And besides, I've got 2,500 here. You've only got 200. What do you plan to bet with? I can borrow. Zhao Dong eagerly offered, shoving the other player's stakes off the table. This round's just me and Yun Yin. Don't interfere. Fei Gu, lend me 2,300. Zhao Dong shot him a wink. This hand's a sure win. Reluctantly, Fei Gu handed over the cash. Not enough? Then I'm not playing, I declared. If I lose, my girl's yours for a night. Zhao Dong vowed desperately. $100 a night? You must think I'm stupid. I sneered. You win. She's yours for the whole month. Lu Qingshu pouted flirtatiously, batting her eyes. Big boy, I can guarantee I'm worth it. That's so. My interest peaked as I tossed in my stack. I'm all in. Zhao Dong pushed in 2,200. Flip him. Feigning suspense, we both revealed our cards. 7, 8, 9 straight flush. Zhao Dong shouted triumphantly, lurching forward to grab the pot. Nice one, Donggu. Fei Gu exclaimed excitedly. You've hit the jackpot. Hold it. I stopped him, pressing a hand on his. You haven't seen my cards yet. You think you've got something bigger than a straight flush? Zhao Dong smirked smugly. Fold and you only lose half. Lin Guan joked. Shut it. Zhao Dong snapped. Flip your cards already. We don't have all day, Lin Guan urged. Triple twos. 3 of a kind, I said, briskly slapping my cards onto the table. The atmosphere froze instantly. Zhao Dong's face transitioned from disbelief to shock, then darkened into a stormy scowl. Lu Qingshu's eyes widened in disbelief, while even Fei Gu stood speechless. Impossible. Zhao Dong stood abruptly. You cheated. It's no-limit poker. Anything goes. I sneered, briskly pocketing the cash. If you can have a straight flush, why can't I have three of a kind? That was a trap, Zhao Dong accused. You were the one who suggested blind bets. One hand to settle it all. I taunted. What's the matter? Can't take the loss. Zhao Dong's expression soured even more. Leave the money behind. Otherwise what? Thud. I launched a punch square into his face, quickly pulling out a knife to stab it into his thigh. Blood spattered across the floor as Zhao Dong collapsed, writhing and screaming in agony. The room fell deathly silent. These thugs were used to fistfights, sure, but the sight of actual blood had clearly shaken them to their cores. If anyone else wants to step in, I've got no problem letting my blade do the talking, I warned, my gaze sweeping across the room. Fei Ge swallowed hard. Kid, leave the money and get out. You don't want this to escalate to the police station, do you? Let's take it there then, I laughed. I've got backing that'll clear me no matter what. You guys? A bunch of low-life repeat offenders. Good luck explaining yourselves. Fei Ge was rendered speechless. I tossed 200 onto the table. For his hospital bill. Pulling the knife out swiftly, I turned to Lu Qingxiu. Your turn. Don't push it too far, kid. Fei Ge roared. Fair's fair. That was the bet, I said coldly. Out of nowhere, Lu Qingxiu sidled up to me, wrapping her arms around mine. Smiling sweetly, she said, I'll go with him. Zhao Dong looked like he might pass out from sheer rage. Planning to hustle me had not only backfired, it had cost him everything. At Lu Qingxiu's place. You were incredible tonight, Nian bro, she purred, sidling closer. By the way, Zhao Dong was using gimmicked cards. Those 3 aces of his were rigged. Was he now? I feigned ignorance. Oh, come on. She giggled, tracing my chest with her fingers. You must have noticed right away. You're a card sharp, aren't you? I said nothing. But that doesn't bother me, she whispered, sliding her hand further. She tapped on my shoulder. Are you into me or something? Into you. I brushed her off. Don't flatter yourself. Then why do you insist on taking me away? Because you insulted Zhou Wan. Slap. I smacked her hard across the face. Apologize. For this, just for this? Lu Qingxiu clutched her face in sheer disbelief. Saying she cursed her mom to death? Is that even human talk? I pulled out a bloodstained knife. Apologize. Now, in this life, no one could insult Zhou Wan. Not on my watch. I'm sorry, I was wrong. Lu Qingxiu instantly lowered her head. Louder. I was wrong, brother Nian. Please forgive me. Smack. Another slap across the face. Remember, Zhou Wan is not someone you can trample on. Lu Qingxiu quickly nodded, then leaned toward me with a sly grin. Brother Nian, come on, don't be mad. I'll stick around for you this whole month. Only 300 bucks. Do with me what you wish. Get lost. I know lots of people from the bathhouse. We could work together, set people up, split the money 70-30. I could even get some of my girlfriends to join. I shoved her away and walked off. This woman had no limits. Are you even a man? She yelled after me. I paused for a second, and she hurriedly backpedaled. Just kidding, don't take it seriously. When I stepped out the door, I felt the 4,500 bucks in my pocket. In this era, when even 10,000 yuan households were rare, that amount was a small fortune. As I passed by the elementary school, someone called out to me. Yun Yan. I turned to see Chi Man, my high school desk mate. She was attractive and had plenty of admirers, but she was still no match for Zhou Wan. Her figure wasn't as curvy, and her aura couldn't compare. Just out enjoying the holiday? She skipped over to me. I heard you're applying to Zhongnan University of Economics and Law. Yeah, submitting tomorrow. That's great. We'll be at the same school again. She genuinely seemed happy for me. But now I'm your senior, she teased. Greetings, senior. I grinned. No worries, your senior's got your back, she said, giving my shoulder a little pat. I'm the vice president of the student council now. If anyone bullies you, just let me know. Wow, vice president as a freshman? Impressive. Not as impressive as you. She winked. I heard you landed Zhou Wan, huh? Cough, who told you that? Who wouldn't know? She rolled her eyes. But knowing Zhou Wan, she can't be that easy to win over. I know. I answered after a moment of silence. You're in the same school. Put in a good word for me. Do you like her that much? Am I really that much worse than her? We're too familiar. I couldn't see you that way. I bought 2 candied hawthorn skewers from a street vendor and handed her one. She bit into a hawthorn berry, and the sweet tart flavor burst on her tongue. Chi-Man smirked. At least you know your place. Otherwise, it'd be you feeling awkward. She glanced at me side-eyed. Don't worry. If I run into Zhou Wan, I'll speak well of you. Thanks. All right, we've been deskmates for years. No need to be so formal. She waved the skewer as she turned to leave. I have some errands. Catch you later. I watched her leave, then headed home. At the end of the street, Old Wu was still running his little stand under the pedestrian bridge. The festooned couplets on display were impossible to miss. Reading yin yang, deciphering the 5 elements, seeing the sun and moon in your palms, surveying feng shui, analyzing the universe's loci, holding creation in your sleeves. Horizontal inscription, pay up and I'll ward off your misfortune. Uncle Wu still at work? I greeted. Little Nian. His face immediately lit up. I heard you scored first in the whole nation. You're going places. Just got lucky. Study hard. Fight for China's revitalization. He struck a cheesy fist pump pose, completely clashing with his fortune-telling setup. As I walked further, I caught murmurs of his muttering. Strange. This kid's fate was supposed to be severed from all family connections. Now he's got dragons to his left and tigers to his right. Quit it. Aunt Zhao smacked the back of his head. Stop spouting nonsense. If Yu Dan hears you, he'll whack you with a stick. I'm serious, though. Old Wu frowned. I read his fate months ago. That trajectory was set. How could it? Shut up and pack up. Aunt Zhao stomped her foot at him. You've been here all day, and we haven't made enough for even a bag of sunflower seeds. Tomorrow, you're hauling bricks. Why, yeah. Okay, I'm going home to make dinner now. Passing the butcher shop, I grabbed 5 pounds of pork fat and a sack of polished rice. After months of coarse grains, my throat felt like it was lined with sandpaper. My mom never splurged on fine rice. 1 pound of rice could be stretched into 3 pounds worth of coarse alternatives. When I got back, I stashed the goods in the kitchen and started planning how to make more money. Having lived another life, I knew one thing for sure. Love needs a foundation of material wealth. Zhouwan wasn't materialistic, but I couldn't let her suffer with me. With the $4,000 in hand, I needed to find a way to multiply it. By the time college started, I needed at least 20,000. I'd write songs. My head held countless hits from future eras. Each of them was a gold mine that hadn't yet seen the light of day. 10 minutes later, the lyrics of No Tears were laid out before me. When I was young, I chased my dreams, focused only on running ahead, crossing countless mountains and rivers. The journey was a one-way thread. By 1994, this song would launch Lu Huada into stardom nationwide. Right now, it was mine. Post office, stamped, sent to Warner Music. Just got home, and my mom walked out of the kitchen. Who bought the meat and grain? I did, I replied. To make life better for you and Dad. Where'd you get the money? Her face grew concerned. From the lottery, I said as I pulled out $70 and stuffed them into her hand. 2 dimes turned into $76. She stared at me in silence for a long moment. Come inside. After we sat down, she let out a sigh. Xiaoyan, it's time to stop. No more gambling. So many people buy lottery tickets and win nothing. What makes you any different? I wasn't born yesterday. I lowered my head. My past self did have a history of gambling. You're a top graduate now, and you've got a bright future ahead of you, she said earnestly. If you continue gambling, it'll all be over. The saying goes, 9 out of 10 who gamble will lose. Even I understand that much. Mom, I swear, I'll quit gambling from now on. Good. She handed the money back to me. Also, Warner is a good girl, but she's grown up without a mother, so she's a bit cold by nature. If you want to pursue her, it's not going to be easy. Cold by nature? She doesn't easily open her heart, Mom explained with a wave of her hand. But if she ever does, she'll be wholly devoted to you. Don't worry, Mom. Warner will definitely be your daughter-in-law. After dinner, Mom whispered a reminder. Don't let your dad hear about the gambling, or you'd better not come crying to me after you get a beating. But who would have thought? The news spread across the entire town in just a week. A $4,000 gambling scandal in the 1990s? That hit like a $100,000 shocker 20 years later. Those sons of Bess. I fumed. Zhao Dong and his gang couldn't handle their losses, so they decided to ruin my reputation on purpose. Just as I arrived at the Zhou family's house, carrying a slab of pork, old man Zhou kicked me out. A leopard never changes its spots. Get out of here. My daughter would rather go blind than marry you. Uncle Zhou, it's all just rumors. Get lost. He landed a solid kick to my backside. Trying to fool me? Like burning paper at a gravesite to deceive the spirits. Huh? I put down the pork and bolted, crestfallen. Back at home, my dad was squatting in the courtyard, gripping a wooden stick. Thud. I dropped to my knees. Dad, I didn't gamble. I swear. This time, I won't beat you, he said, setting the stick aside. Only because you're a top graduate now. But one more time, and I'll break your legs. He stood up and walked straight out the door, heading for the Zhou family's home. Old Zhou, when's Xiaowan coming back? He asked. Old man Zhou glared at my dad without saying a word. Don't believe the gossip out there, Dad said, rubbing his hands together. Xiao Nian isn't gambling. He's a top graduate now, and he and Wanner are a good match. About the marriage. In your dreams. Old man Zhou scoffed. I know my daughter well. She doesn't like Xiao Nian. She'd rather die than marry him. Top graduate? That means nothing to her. So what now? Dad frowned. You've got to settle this with Wanner herself, Zhou said. I gazed at Uncle Zhou's weathered face and realized only I could fix this. Old man Zhou sighed. Wanner's mother passed away early. I can't make decisions about her marriage. If Xiao Nian can win her heart, then we'll follow tradition, matchmakers, a proper engagement, the works. If not, let's pretend it never happened. Dad's brows furrowed even tighter. Clearly, seeing this almost daughter-in-law slip through his fingers made him upset. But Zhou's reasoning was solid, leaving him nothing to argue with. Fine, we'll do it your way, Dad eventually agreed. For the next few days, I went to the Zhou family several times to ask about Wanner's whereabouts, but the old man wouldn't say a word. Forget it. Time to focus on making money. I spent 2 or 3 weeks wandering the city before locking in on an opportunity: shoes. The leather shoe business was booming, with young people driving demand. To dominate the market quickly, I need to start with the biggest player, Fading Shoe Factory. Before walking into their flagship store, I intentionally grew some stubble over 2 weeks and changed my hairstyle to look more mature, more like a businessman. Sir, which style are you looking for? A salesperson greeted me warmly. Just browsing, I said nonchalantly, wandering around the store. But my eyes were fixed on a middle-aged man near the checkout counter, Liao Ling, the head of marketing. He stopped by every Thursday for inspections. The time had come. These shoes aren't going to cut it, I said while shaking my head loudly enough for him to hear. At this rate, your business won't last long. Sure enough, Liao's gaze shot in my direction. Sir, what makes you say that? The salesperson forced a smile. Fading is the largest leather shoe manufacturer in the area. Our quality speaks for itself. Quality isn't the issue, I replied, deliberately leaving some suspense. But the leather shoe business isn't just about quality. Liao approached. Sir, I'm Liao Ling, the head of marketing for Fading. What do you think is our biggest problem? Your designs, I said, meeting his gaze. You've only got a handful of styles, and they're all outdated. Liao sighed. That's true. All the new styles we developed last year flopped. We lost a lot of money. At this rate, you'll be out of business within 6 months. His expression changed. How do you know all this? I handed him a pre-prepared business card. Kang Ao Shoes, marketing director. Kang Ao. Liao's eyes lit up as he grabbed my hand in excitement. A real honor to meet you. Kang Ao's based far from here. No risk of exposing my act. Mr. Liao, Kang Ao is interested in entering your local market. I began. Work with us well, and I guarantee your factory will rise from the ashes, I said confidently. Liao Ling remained silent. Even in desperate times, he couldn't afford to make reckless decisions. Seems like Mr. Liao isn't interested, I said, turning to leave. I'm staying at the River City Hotel. Feel free to contact me if you change your mind. Of course, I'll also be reaching out to other manufacturers. Back in his office, Liao Ling stared anxiously at the financial report. Mr. Liao, Shi just sent over another payment request. It's 100,000. Should we send it over? His secretary asked, handing him the invoice. Liao Ling furrowed his brow. The company account only had 200,000 left. If they paid this sum, the factory wouldn't last through the month. Delay it for now, he instructed. The phone suddenly rang. Mr. Liao, it's old Li from Xinlong Materials in Angxi. The voice on the other end was tense. About the payment. Don't worry, Mr. Li. Liao Ling reassured him hastily. Our accountant, old Zhao, has been ill. I promise the payments will be settled within 2 weeks. 2 weeks? That's too long, snapped Mr. Li. You have 1 week. Otherwise, we'll stop all supplies immediately. After hanging up, Liao Ling glanced at the Kang Ao business card in his hand and sank into deep thought. Meanwhile, I had been staying at the River City Hotel for 5 days. At 40 yuan a night, it was pricier than what the average person earned in a month. But this deal I was chasing? It was well worth the expense. On the bed were rows of brand new coastal-style shoes, every pair a guaranteed bestseller. In comparison, Fading's outdated models were laughable. On the fifth morning, just as I stepped out, Zhao Dong showed up with Zhao Tun and Guan Lin, blocking my path. Yunian, Zhao Dong's eyes burned with resentment. Must be nice living it up at a fancy hotel with our money. I'm guessing it was you who spread the rumors about my gambling, huh? I calmly lit a cigarette. So what if I did? Zhao Dong clenched his fist, furious. Hand over the money. And my fiancée? Where are you hiding Lu Qingxiu? His anger flared even further as he mentioned her disappearance. Not even a month yet. I replied dismissively, too tired to explain. You bastard. Zhao Dong suddenly lunged at me, pulling a knife from his pocket, while Zhao Tun and Guan Lin flanked me from both sides. Zhao Tun threw the first punch, aiming straight for my face. I sidestepped, sending a counter blow directly into his nose. Blood spattered, and he collapsed, groaning in pain. Guan Lin charged at me next, but I took him down with a precise roundhouse kick. The two of them now stared in disbelief. How was it possible for me, the scrawny, meek Yunian, to suddenly fight like this? Looks like you know a thing or two after all, Zhao Dong muttered, his brow furrowing. He brandished the knife, its blade gleaming coldly. The next instant, he lunged, the knife aimed at my face. I pivoted smoothly. My right hand shot out like lightning, clamping down on his wrist so hard the joints let out an audible crack. Ah! Zhao Dong yelped, and the knife clattered to the floor. I followed with a sharp knee strike to his gut. He crumpled, clutching his stomach as he fell to his knees. Stop. Please stop. Brother Yunian, I was wrong, he wailed. I won't do it again, I swear. I kicked him over onto his back. Looking for trouble? I'll always be here to deal with it. But next time, I leveled him with an icy glare. It won't end this easily. Zhao Dong trembled. The Yunian standing in front of him now was no longer the docile pushover he used to know. I owe Fij over 2,000 yuan. I have no choice but to run if I can't pay him back, he stammered in desperation. Got enough for travel expenses? Not really. I pulled out a 50 yuan bill and tossed it to him. Take care of yourself. Then I turned and walked away. In the lobby of the River City Hotel, Liao Ling was waiting. Mr. Yu. He greeted me eagerly, approaching with a big smile. I'll be honest. I came here specifically to find you. Not far away, Chi Man happened to be passing through. She froze in place. Was that Yunian? How did he suddenly look so polished? And wasn't that Liao Ling, the owner of Fading Shoe Factory and her father's business partner? How could Yunian possibly know him? Curious, she ducked behind a large potted plant to eavesdrop. So it looks like my proposal piqued your interest, Mr. Liao, I said with a knowing smile. We're interested in obtaining the design rights for your shoe models, Liao said earnestly. To be perfectly honest, our current inventory isn't selling at all. If we can produce trendy and appealing designs, it might just save us. But, he hesitated for a moment. We can only afford a small initial deposit. Not an issue. Let's head to my room to discuss further. Inside the room, I lined up dozens of pairs of shoes on display. These are Kong-AO Group's hits. If your factory can produce them, I guarantee you'll see skyrocketing sales, I explained. Liao Ling's eyes lit up. These contemporary designs were exactly what they'd been longing for. We can only manage producing 5 styles at most, he admitted. Our funds are tight. And as for the licensing fee, Kong-AO is serious about breaking into this market. I reassured him. We won't make things hard for your factory. We can definitely pay a deposit. Liao quickly added. How much? I asked. 20,000. 20,000. My heart was hammering. I'd assumed I'd be lucky to score 5,000 for this deal, let alone this much. But I played it cool. Isn't that a bit low? Liao hesitated, gritting his teeth. 25,000. That's absolutely the maximum we can spare. If we go any higher, we won't have the funds to start production. I pretended to contemplate for a moment. All right then, how about we agree on a royalty fee of 5% of sales for the designs? Deal. Liao's face broke into a wide grin. He'd initially budgeted 10% for royalties, so this was a win for him. Once the contract was signed, I walked him out, holding onto the cash, 25,000 yuan, all in hand. After he left, I stared at the hefty stack of bills with glee, barely able to contain my excitement. With the 4,000 yuan I had saved from before, I now had close to 30,000 in total. This is the seed money for my new life. the springboard to change my destiny. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of someone at the door startled me. I opened it, and standing there was Chi-Man. You? What are you doing here? Why can't I be here? She walked right in, making herself at home as she sat on the edge of my bed. Was that Mr. Liao from Fading Shoe Company just now? You heard everything? I asked, narrowing my eyes. Just curious. Chi-Man stared at me intently. Yunyan, you've got guts, I'll give you that. Pretending to be a representative from the Kangeo group? Aren't you worried about being found out and exposed? You wouldn't expose me, right? I smirked. We're friends, after all. Expose you? No. Shocked. Yes. She got up and walked over to the balcony. To be honest, I admire you. How did you even come up with this idea? It's not bluffing. It's creating a scenario where everyone wins. I explained calmly. If Fading keeps going the way it has been, they'll be bankrupt in 6 months. My plan could save them. After hearing my analysis, Chi-Man stood there, dumbfounded. You're incredible. The way she looked at me had changed entirely. We're the same age, yet how do you know so much? She began studying me carefully, and for the first time, there was a glimmer of fascination in her eyes. My line of sight inadvertently dropped. Her tight-fitting top was unzipped slightly, revealing a hint of black. At least a D cup. I found my heart racing, so I quickly shifted my gaze elsewhere. Chi-Man flushed bright red. I should leave now, she stammered before darting out of the room. 3 days later, Fading Shoe Company launched their new product line. Day 1, 1,323 pairs sold. Day 2, 11,000 pairs sold. Day 3, 24,000 pairs sold. Day 4, sales skyrocketed past 30,000 pairs. By the end of the first week, sales had surged to over 60,000 pairs. This is amazing, Mr. Liao exclaimed, pounding on his desk in excitement. We've survived. At this rate, we'll dominate the entire province before long. Book a dinner with Mr. Yu immediately, he ordered his secretary, and invite District Director Chi to join us. At the Jianghe Grand Hotel's private dining room, Mr. Yu, Mr. Liao warmly draped his arm around my shoulder. We owe our revival to your guidance. You've been a lifesaver for Fading Shoe Company. Innovation is the key, I responded modestly. As long as that issue is addressed, Fading is destined to succeed. By the way, Mr. Liao leaned in, flashing a mysterious smile. We have another special guest joining us tonight. Someone who could help advance your standing here locally. Just then, the door creaked open. In walked a middle-aged man with a stern expression, followed by his secretary. It was Chi Zong, Chi-Man's father. My heart dropped. This is Mr. Yu, sales director for Kangeo Group. Mr. Liao introduced me with great enthusiasm. Pleasure to meet you. I've heard great things about you. Chi Zong shook my hand vigorously. Kangeo expanding to Jiangdu is an extraordinary opportunity for the city. If there's anything you need, the government is here to support you fully. You're too kind, Mr. Chi. I maintained a calm and composed smile despite the turmoil within. As Chi Zong examined my face closely, his brows furrowed slightly. You know, you look somewhat familiar. Have we met before? Perhaps you've seen me in the newspaper, I replied smoothly. Ah, yes. A figure like you must make headlines often. The crisis, for now, had been averted. After a few rounds of drinks, Chi Zong raised his glass and asked, Mr. Yu, does Kangeo have any plans to build a manufacturing plant locally? Mr. Liao's eyes instantly locked on mine, anxiety evident. If Kangeo built a factory here, Fading's fate was sealed. Not at the moment, I replied with a smile. For now, we're looking to deepen our collaboration with Fading for mutual growth. Mr. Liao visibly relaxed, letting out a quiet sigh of relief. You know, Chi Zong remarked casually, patting my shoulder. It's quite the coincidence. There's a high school valedictorian from our city who shares your name, and even bears a slight resemblance to you. Is that so? I responded, unfazed. I'd love to meet him someday. Talented young people all around. Chi Zong remarked, deeply impressed. But to be honest, as much as I respect academic achievers, I'm even more in awe of business prodigies like yourself. A business prodigy? I chuckled internally. If only he knew that the so-called sales director from Kangeo standing in front of him was in fact that very valedictorian he'd just mentioned. But this secret needed to stay buried. At least for now, it wasn't the right time to reveal the truth. You flatter me. I lightly waved off the compliment. Chi Zong raised his glass again, his gaze sharp and penetrating. Mr. Yu, as someone with a prominent position in such a significant group, What's your take on the economic prospects of Jiangdu? There was more to his question than met the eye. As one of Jiangdu's two district leaders, Qizong was clearly at a crossroads. A wrong choice of ally could lead to political ruin, while the right one might catapult his career to new heights. I began sharing my vision with them. The tides of reform and opening are sweeping the nation, and the future lies in industrial and commercial growth. Jiangdu must transition from an agricultural economy into both light and heavy industrial sectors. I spoke for half an hour, drawing on examples from inland regions to coastal cities, and tracing the trajectory from traditional industries to the looming wave of the digital economy. Both Mr. Liao and Qizong were left speechless, unable to interject. Qizong was clearly moved. This was no mere businessman. The potential here was incredible. As the evening wound down, Qizong personally handed me his business card. "Mr. Yu, let's stay in touch. Come visit my home sometime." Mr. Liao, who initially prepared a check for 8,000 yuan as my commission, upped the amount to 10,000 on the spot after hearing my speech. Back in my hotel room, Mr. Liao's secretary was waiting at the door with an envelope in hand. "Mr. Yu, here's your 10,000 yuan commission. 8,000 is the standard amount, with an additional 2,000 as a token of gratitude." He lowered his voice slightly. "From now on, all sales reports will go through you directly." I immediately understood what this meant. It was an opportunity to. I take kickbacks. Little do they know that money rightfully belongs in my pocket. I'll take care of the reports. President Liao sure thinks of everything. At the beginning of August, a horrific tragedy shocked the neighborhood. The fortune teller Old Wu's son, Wu Ming, got married with a bride price of 10,000 yuan, a sum most families couldn't dream of in these times. The elderly couple sold their only shop and borrowed from every relative they could find to gather the money. But within half a month, the bride filed for divorce and refused to return the money. Enraged, Wu Ming went on to murder 6 members of the bride's family and disappeared without a trace. The neighbors were abuzz with gossip. People who scam marriages deserve it. I sat quietly at my doorstep, withholding judgment. In my previous life, I had joined the crowd in condemning that love-struck warrior. A week later, when the truth came out, I ended up with my face thoroughly slapped. "Knock, knock, knock. Chi-Man was here. How come you're free to drop by?" I asked, surprised. "I told you I'd come see you." She was dressed in shorts, showing off her long legs. "What? Not welcome?" "Of course you're welcome." My mother, Yang Ru, dashed out of the kitchen and warmly grabbed Chi-Man's hands. "Whose lovely daughter is this? You're quite the beauty." She winked at me. "Xiaonian, why didn't you bring her home sooner?" Chi-Man smiled sweetly. "Hello, Auntie. I'm Chi-Man. Xiaonian constantly tells me how gorgeous you are. Today, I can see he wasn't exaggerating. You're even more beautiful than my mom." Mom's face beamed like a flower blooming. "You're such a sweet talker, Chi-Man. If Xiaonian ever bullies you, Auntie won't let him off." "Oh, thank you, Auntie." Mom handed her 2 handfuls of candies. "Sorry, we don't have much to offer. Come visit often, okay?" "Auntie, I actually came to invite Xiaonian to my house for dinner." "Is that so?" Mom looked even more delighted. "Xiaonian, don't keep her waiting. Go. If you don't, I'll smack you." After Chi-Man left, my mom pulled me aside and said, "That girl likes you. You'd better seize this chance." "Mom, my heart belongs to Zhou. "Oh, you silly boy. Look at what Chi-Man brings to the table. If you insist on holding out for Zhou, don't forget her family has 2 younger brothers and an unmarried uncle. All burdens. No matter what, I've already decided to marry Zhou," I said, unwilling to argue further. I turned and left the house. Mom chased after me and stuffed 5 yuan into my hands. "You can't show up to someone's house empty-handed." I handed the money back and walked away. The moment I stepped out, my father came home. My mom eagerly recounted what had happened. "That girl is District Chief Chi's daughter. She's the daughter of an official. If Xiaonian could be with her, I wouldn't even mind if he became the live-in son-in-law." "Don't speak nonsense." My father's expression darkened. What would old Zhou think if he knew? If Xiaonian switched now, it'd be a disgrace to his conscience. My heart raced. Last month was just a gathering. Why was Chief Chi inviting me for dinner so soon this month? Did they figure out I was a fraud? If my cover was blown and word got to Liao Ling, my easy money plan would collapse in an instant. Gritting my teeth, I went to the state-run store and spent 1,300 yuan on a Longines women's watch as a gift. The Chi family house was a standalone villa. Chi-Man was waiting at the gate. I thought you wouldn't show. Your father invited me for dinner. How could I not come? I handed her the watch. A little something for you since it's my first visit. Longines. Oh my gosh. Her eyes sparkled. 1,300 yuan? That's like a family's entire life savings. As long as you like it. Inside the living room, my eyes met Chief Chi's. He froze for a moment. Dad, this is my classmate Yu, the National College Entrance Exam top scorer. Chi-Man introduced me cheerfully. He even bought me a Longines watch. Chief Chi's gaze flickered but quickly returned to normal. He extended his hand and said, Mr. Yu, long time no see. I admitted frankly, Chief Chi, I owe you an apology. I lied to you before. He patted my shoulder. You've got guts. Pulling off a get-something-for-nothing stunt at Fading Shoe Factory? If Liao Ling found out, his eyes would pop out of his head. I didn't scam him. I replied seriously. Fading sales have been skyrocketing. Without my help, the factory would have gone bankrupt by now. Chief Chi pretended to scowl. Aren't you afraid I'll expose you? Not at all, I said with a confident smile. I've established my own Kangao group, just operating in different cities. Trademark law is a gray area right now. Chief Chi was visibly impressed. This young man already knew how to exploit business loopholes. Chief Chi, I trust you won't expose me. Chi-Man suddenly caught on. Dad, you've met before? Chief Chi explained the previous encounter in detail, then turned back to me. Not bad, young man. You sure know how to play the game. Running a business doesn't always require 100% capital. That's not business. I replied confidently, projecting maturity that would make an impression. As expected, Chief Chi's eyes changed, now filled with admiration. Don't worry. Saving Fading was a major achievement. I won't rat you out. Thank you, Chief Chi. I bowed deeply, fully respecting his pride. I studied Chief Chi. People like him value face above all else. Take a seat. Chief Chi gestured to the sofa, his eyes watchful. What's your plan after graduation? Politics or business? I haven't decided yet. I had no interest in politics but quickly added, if I could become someone like you, Chief Chi, I consider myself lucky. Unfortunately, coming from a poor background, it seems out of reach. I don't like hearing that. Chief Chi personally poured me some tea, his eyes narrowing, forming a line. Where did your confidence go earlier? There's no such thing as an insurmountable challenge if you put your heart into it. Thank you for your kind words. I picked up my teacup. If that day truly comes, you'll be the first person I thank. Coming from humble beginnings isn't shameful. True strength lies in resilience and adaptability. Your classmate here is quite the talent, Mr. Chi remarked, turning to his daughter. Dad, if you really like him, why not make him your godson? Chi-Man blinked mischievously, half joking. A godson? My heart skipped a beat. Mr. Chi paused for a moment before standing up. Let's start eating and talk more over the meal. At the dining table, a woman with a graceful demeanor was bustling about. Good evening, ma'am, I greeted warmly. You must be Xiaoyan. Congratulations to the top scholar. Lulan beamed with joy. After several glasses of wine, Mr. Chi opened up. Xiaoyan, you're the pride of our city. Don't forget your roots when you succeed in the future. Of course, I quickly assured him. Though it was a cliché, everyone likes to hear it. Your unique perspective on the city's development last time left an impression. Mr. Chi placed a piece of meat in my bowl. This year, the municipal leadership is being restructured. 3 candidates are in the running. Who do you think has the best chance? I was taken aback. You really want my opinion? Absolutely. I dipped my finger in water, slowly writing a name on the table. Zheng Feng. Zheng Feng. Mr. Chi was visibly surprised. He's considered the least likely. Precisely because of that. I smiled meaningfully. The other 2 are at each other's throats. Zheng Feng stands to gain as the dark horse in the race. Mr. Chi fell into thought. The more he mulled over it, the more sense it made. His gaze toward me shifted, from scrutiny to astonishment. Dad, what's wrong? Chi-Man asked. Not just correct, it's spot on. Mr. Chi relaxed, his brow smoothing out. Your classmate isn't just talented, he's something special. Mr. Chi picked up his tea, pausing for a few seconds. Xiaoyan, about Chi-Man's suggestion earlier, what are your thoughts? Becoming his godson, this was my opportunity. To be recognized as your godson would be my greatest honor. Great. Mr. Chi approved decisively. From this day forward, you're my godson. Wonderful. Lu Lan rose with excitement. Let me grab a gift. Moments later, She returned with a jade thumb ring. This is a family heirloom. I'd originally intended it for a future son-in-law, but now it'll go to you. For a son-in-law? I feel it's inappropriate for me to accept. A son is closer than a son-in-law, Lulan laughed. As long as you're doing well, it makes your godmother happy. Mr. Chi patted my shoulder. I never thought I'd gain another son at this age. Take care of us in the future. I definitely will. I respectfully served tea. As I left, Mr. Chi lingered for a moment, watching my retreating figure thoughtfully and murmuring, Zheng Feng. 2 weeks later, Mr. Chi sat staring at the newspaper headlines about Zheng Feng, lost in silence. After 5 solid minutes, he turned to the window and muttered to himself, "It really was him." Fortunately, I switched sides in time. Otherwise, my career would have been over. Indeed, he had originally supported the other 2 candidates, but after heeding my advice, he swiftly aligned himself with Zheng Feng. Now, he was a close confidant in Zheng Feng's circle. Everything fell perfectly into place. In his study, Mr. Chi spoke with his daughter. "Chi-man, what's your impression of Xiaoyan?" "He's a good person," Chi-man said, slightly puzzled. "I think he's an incredible young man." Mr. Chi tested the waters. "He's your brother now, so look out for him." "I will." Chi-man didn't catch the underlying implication. "Do you have someone you like?" Mr. Chi asked directly. "No. Dad, why are you suddenly asking me this?" "Xiaoyan is a great option. Considering he's heading off to a big city for college, having him look after you would ease my worry." Chi-man finally caught on, frowning. "Dad, I don't like him that way. I just see him as a friend." "That's just his starting point," Mr. Chi said with meaningful weight. "When he steps into the big stage, like a dragon entering open waters, you'll regret not considering him earlier." "I really don't think about him like that." Chi-man stormed out of the room. Mr. Chi sighed and later brought some alcohol and flour to visit my family. At that moment, I stood by my courtyard gate with a furrowed brow. Fei Ji and 3 of his lackeys had blocked the entrance, each armed with a metal pipe. "Since Zhao Dong ran off, you're covering his debt." Fei Ji sneered, pointing a pipe at me. 2,000 yuan, not a penny less. Neighbors gathered to watch. My parents sighed, while Zhou Fu coldly observed with a rice bowl in hand. Once again, my reputation plummeted to rock bottom. What does Zhao Dong's debt have to do with me? I replied coldly. "If you want payment, go find him. Don't waste your breath." Fei Ji moved closer. "You're paying today, whether you like it or not. Get lost." My voice was chilling. "If you don't leave now, I'm calling the police." "The police?" Fei Ji scoffed. "I have connections at the station. You can run, but your family can't hide." He gestured menacingly toward my parents. My expression darkened instantly. "Say that again." An icy killing intent filled the air. "Stop bluffing." Fei Ji swung his pipe and struck a tree nearby. "Zhao Dong owes the money. Why should my son pay?" My father grabbed a wooden pole and charged forward. The neighbors began to voice their support. Fei Ji suddenly hit old Wu's leg with the pipe, causing the elderly man to collapse in agony. The crowd went silent, retreating. "Uncle Wu." I rushed to help the old man up. A man stared fiercely at Fei Gu. "Picking on the elderly? Are you even human? Pay up." Fei Gu stood tall and menacing. My father raised a wooden staff and smacked Fei Gu in the shoulder. Fei Gu got up and retaliated, aiming a steel pipe at my father's head. I kicked the steel pipe out of his hand and knocked Fei Gu to the ground with another kick. 3 of his lackeys charged at me. Bam! 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 3 punches. 3 fell to the ground, groaning in pain. Had enough? I picked up the steel pipe. "Not a chance." Fei Gu sneered wickedly. "Go ahead, kill me if you dare. Otherwise, the moment you leave, I'll come after your parents, slow and steady." I stood there, unsure of what to do, when suddenly, "Do you want me to lock you up for a few years to teach you some manners?" A cold, authoritative voice cut through the tension. It was Chi Zong. "Chi, Director Chi." Fei Ji's face turned pale. The crowd fell silent, wide-eyed in shock. "Godfather," I muttered with a bitter smile. "Godfather?" The entire scene froze in astonishment. The reactions from the spectators were priceless. The tension in the air popped like a balloon. No one could have guessed. I was Director Chi's godson. "Xiao Yin." Chi Zong patted my shoulder and spoke loudly. "Are these punks giving you trouble? Don't worry. As long as I'm here, nobody dares to touch you. Messing with you is messing with me." His words served as both a warning and a promise. With my godfather stepping in, the mood shifted instantly. "Thanks, Godfather," I said, scanning the group of thugs who had been acting so tough just moments ago. It's just that someone else owes them money, but they're demanding it from me. Oh, I see. Chizong's sharp gaze swept toward Fei Gu and his crew like a blade, shaking someone down and attacking people for someone else's debt, no less. A quick call, and you're all spending the next few years locked up. His imposing demeanor was impossible to resist. Fei Gu caved immediately, sweating bullets. We were wrong. Xiaoyan, we were just messing around, weren't we? Seeing his pleading eyes, I decided to play along. Godfather, it's fine, let them leave. Get lost. Chizong barked, his voice icy. Fei Gu and his lackeys scrambled away in embarrassment. Xiaoyan, I haven't seen you around recently. I missed you. Chizong slung an arm around my shoulder, leading me back toward the house. The neighborhood erupted in murmurs and chatter. My goodness, Xiaoyan is Director Chi's godson. What a lucky break for the Yu family. My parents could barely conceal the beaming smiles on their faces. Chizong handled himself with poise, engaging my parents in friendly conversation and repeatedly emphasizing, we're all family here. Over dinner, he pulled me aside to his car for a private chat. Xiaoyan, what do you think of Xiaoman? He asked, catching me off guard. I hesitated for a moment, then answered, she's beautiful, smart, and quite accomplished. Too willful, though, he sighed. She's heading to Zhongnan University of Economics and Law. Look out for her, will you? Let me know immediately if anything happens. Of course, you can count on me to be your eyes and ears. Chizong roared with laughter, but there was something unreadable behind his gaze. 3 days later, it was time for the new school year to start. I received word back from Warner Music Group, a miserable 1,000 yuan check for my song Tears Don't Fall. They bought it dirt cheap. I wrote back with just 5 words. Let Lu Huata sing it. Not worth my time to write more for that humiliating price. At the train station, Chi Man had already gone ahead. Was she avoiding me? Whatever. My focus was on Zhouwan. As I stood deep in thought, a frantic woman suddenly rushed up to me. Help me. A group of people surrounded us, led by a furious, heavy-set woman shouting, You homewrecker. Seducing my husband? I'll kill you. Classic catching the mistress drama. I turned to leave, but the woman grabbed onto me. Honey, don't walk away. Excuse me, what? You shameless pair. The heavy-set woman and her group charged at us, armed with steel pipes and scissors. Bam, bam, bam. A few punches and 2 of them were on the ground. A kick sent the heavy-set woman sprawling. You know who I am? My husband's the general manager of the steel plant, she screamed disbelievingly. Get lost. If you don't scram, I'll rip your mouth off. Blood trickled down my face where I'd been scratched, and my anger flared. They backed off. I'm sorry, the woman sobbed. I'm Lan Xiaoshuang. I thought I'd found true love, but it was all a lie. She looked about 27 or 28 years old. Ma'am, your true love was pushing 50. True love? Please. It was real. She stared at me like I was her prey. Interested in working at my place? 2,000 a month. No thanks. I'll sponsor you 3,000 a month. I wouldn't do it for 30,000. I bolted into the college campus. After registration, I headed straight to dorm 316. My roommates Wu Fu and Yang Jinghao were already there, lounging and puffing on cigarettes. Not long later, Sun Meng arrived, escorted personally by a senior and holding a cat. Can't help it. Guess I'm just too handsome, Sun Meng said with a smirk. We all pretended to gag, and the ice was broken. That evening, while I used my routine call to update Godfather, I also took the opportunity to slyly ask about Chi Man's class and department. Perfect. Zhouwan, here I come. After it got dark, I dashed straight to dormitory building 9 to find her. Chi Man had just finished washing her hair when she heard a freshman was looking for her. She frowned. Yunyan? She was instinctively apprehensive. How could someone like her, the student council's vice president and the widely recognized beauty of Zhongnan University of Economics and Law, entertain the pursuit of some broke kid? As she walked downstairs, rejection lines already rehearsed in her mind, I stood under the tree and got straight to the point. Tell me which department Zhouwan is in. What? Chi Man was stunned. I'm looking for Zhouwan. You must know where she is, I said, my gaze burning like fire. A strange sense of loss washed over Chi Man. Her voice tightened. Hospitality management major, room 613. Awesome. My eyes lit up. With your help, I'm sure I'll win her over. Chi Man gritted her teeth. Want me to call her down for you right now? Go ahead. She turned and walked upstairs. Just as her hand touched the doorknob to room 613, a sly smile tugged at the corners of her mouth. Moments later, she said she never wants to see you again in this lifetime. Chi-Man shrugged. My smile froze instantly, as if my heart had been squeezed painfully. I'll come every day until I see her. I took a deep breath, my eyes as sharp as blades. If I can't see her in this life, I'll wait till the next one. Chi-Man's heart skipped a beat. You're not messing with me, are you? What? Nothing. She quickly turned away, though inside her emotions swirled like a storm. Back at the dorm, I laid on my bed, my mind filled with thoughts of Zhou. Sun Ming poked his head out. Heartbroken? Want my cat to keep you company tonight? Get lost. I threw a pillow at him. Once military training ended for the day, I dashed to Building 9. After waiting for an hour and a half, finally, Zhou appeared. My heart pounded uncontrollably. All the words I had rehearsed countless times got stuck in my throat. She noticed me. Pausing briefly, she then walked right past me. Wait. I quickly stepped in front of her, my voice trembling. Give me a chance. Her voice was calm, utterly emotionless. You once said, if I got into Zhongnan University of Economics and Law, you'd give me a chance, I pleaded. I'm sorry. Tears streamed down her face. Please, forget about me. She turned and walked away, leaving me in shock as if struck by lightning. The next day, I showed up again, carrying fruit. I know I was wrong. Please, forgive me. My arms screamed in pain from holding the fruit for so long, but I didn't lower them. Wanna, let's go. A guy in a designer jacket appeared suddenly, standing naturally by Zhou side, his gaze sharp like a blade. He's just a friend from my hometown, Zhou hurriedly explained, pulling the guy away. The guy turned back, his eyes brimming with hostility. I'm her boyfriend. Got it. Boom. My entire world shattered. Chi-Man appeared out of nowhere. Xing Che, third-year senior, student council president. His reputation's terrible, but Zhou doesn't believe it. Why should I give her up to him? I lit a cigarette, my gaze cold and piercing. Money? Power? I'm a reborn soul. How could I lose to someone like him? Your thing with Zhou is already being gossiped about, Chi-Man sighed. If Xing Che finds out you scored something he's been trying to get for years. I took a deep breath. 27 days. There's only 27 days before Zhou jumps into the lake. I have to stop this tragedy. From that day forward, I essentially became a statue outside Building 9. Morning, noon, and night. If I wasn't at military training, I was there. Every day, I tried new tricks to bring her gifts, fruit, flowers, snacks. Within a week, half the campus knew there was a crazy freshman trying to woo a second-year senior. Wu Fu came twice, shaking his head before leaving again. Yang Jinghao gave me a supportive pat on the shoulder. Bro, keep going. Sun Ming hugged his cat and tried persuading me to come back to my senses. Chi-Man stormed downstairs, cursing at me for being too stubborn. Up in room 613, Zhou quietly looked out the window at me, standing motionless below. I've never seen anyone so devoted, Shenwan sighed. Chi-Man, guys like him are rare. He's just a fool. Chi-Man gritted her teeth, though her heart was in turmoil. I think he's 100 times better than Xing Che. Are you blind? What's the point of Xing Che's wealth and status? His character stinks. Shenwan said seriously. If it were me, I'd pick Yu Yan. Downstairs, as Zhou passed by, I routinely offered her the fruit. She didn't take it, but I caught a glimmer of tears at the corner of her eyes. 20 days left. I clenched my fists. I have to win this battle. Standing in front of the dormitory, I remained planted like a nail in the ground. After 5 minutes, Xing Che showed up. He scanned my perpetually frozen face and decided against starting a fight. I'm Zhou boyfriend. Stop wasting your time out here. She'll never be yours, no matter how long you stand here. I stayed silent. Look, with your qualities, you could find someone better, he added. Just stop trying to steal what's mine. You don't understand what's between Zhou and me, I said, locking eyes with him, my every word firm. If you truly love her, let her go. Heh. Xing Che sneered. Need a girl? The student council is full of beauties. I can hook you up with one. No need. My tone was as unyielding as iron. I only want Zhou. Xing Che's expression darkened. I've heard the rumors about you too. I don't care if they're true or not. Just know this. I'm never letting her go. Even so, the idea that someone else might have already touched Zhou flitted across his mind, revealing a flicker of malice in his eyes. You think I'll give up? My gaze grew even more resolute. She may be yours now, but the future is still unwritten. I have a habit. Xing Che crossed his arms. Hugging resentment, I put on an authoritative front. My things, I'd rather destroy than give to someone else. If I can't keep it, I'll ruin it. Say that again, I dare you. A sudden chill filled the air, the temperature seemingly dropping 10 degrees. If anything happens to Zhou Wanru, it's war between us. I won't rest until one of us is gone. My sharp gaze stunned Xing Che. The all-powerful student body president seemed to shrink before me. Fine, very fine. He delivered the words over his shoulder before leaving. You'll regret this. I remained on guard until I made sure Zhou Wan safely returned to her dorm before heading back myself. In the dorm, Wu Fu approached me eagerly. Any progress? I shook my head. Sun Ming scooted closer with his pet turtle in hand. Did some digging. Xing Che is the student body president and a junior. His connections run deep, and his dad's the general manager of Baosteel. Seriously influential. Bro, isn't it time you reconsider? Chasing after Zhou Wan with him in the picture is like trying to gnaw through steel. I ran my hands through my hair in frustration. The words stung, but they weren't wrong. Competing with Xing Che for a girl was downright unwise. But I really like Zhou Wan, and I can't just stand by and watch her jump off a building in a couple of weeks. Originally, I planned to establish a gaming workshop as soon as college started to earn money. With cash in hand, I'd have a better shot. But now, saving Zhou Wan takes precedence, so earning money will have to wait. Even though I have 40 grand on hand, it's laughable compared to Xing Che's family background. The next day, after military training, I headed to the bank to check my balance. The licensing fee from Fading Shoe Factory still hadn't arrived. I furrowed my brows but decided against calling them. If they figured out I was bluffing with no actual capital to begin with, there's no point calling anyway. Later that afternoon, after training, I was back outside dorm building 9. Outwardly composed. Inside, I was a bundle of nerves. Each day that passes brings me closer to the day Zhou Wan may agree to sleep with Xing Che. Or worse, the day her secret is exposed, leading to humiliation and ultimately, her suicide. All I can do is express my care through actions and warmth. As I was deep in thought, a burly man bumped into me from behind. I stumbled but managed to regain my balance. 3 athletic-looking guys stood there. Are you blind? Standing in the way like that. The leader glared at me menacingly. If I wasn't so steady on my feet, I could have face-planted hard. I didn't want any trouble. Sorry. An apology, and that's it? He shoved me. What year are you? Don't know the rules. Has to be a freshman. So clueless, his psychic chimed in. Wait, isn't this the creep who's always lurking outside the girls' dorm? Another guy shouted, utterly disgusted. Gross. My brows tightened. I've already apologized. If you're looking for trouble, I'll take you on. Who do you think you are? The leader sneered. Are you some freshman hotshot? Or do you know Taekwondo? Acting tough in front of us. After a pause, I replied, Did Xing Che send you? The 3 froze. Who's Xing Che? Never heard of him. The leader retorted aggressively. You bump into people with this attitude and now you're trying to act tough? Let's beat him up. The 3 of them lunged at me. I sidestepped the first punch and countered with one to the guy's waist, making him stumble backward in pain. Just as I steadied myself to face the other 2, I caught sight of a figure from the corner of my eye. Room 613's window. Zhou Wan was watching. In that split second, I deliberately missed my next strike. Wham! Wham! 2 punches landed squarely on me, and I dramatically fell to the ground. I had to take this loss, no matter how humiliating. The more pitiful I looked, the better. Zhou Wan has a soft heart. Seeing me get beaten up might just elicit some sympathy. This could be my way in. Keep at it. Teach him a lesson. The leader, clutching his side, came back, kicking me hard while the others joined in. I curled into a ball, shielding my head, making sure to cry out in pain convincingly. A crowd began to gather, with several girls screaming in shock. Around the corner of Building 7, Xing Che observed the scene with a faint smirk. Suddenly, someone burst into the crowd. Stop. Stop it. You're going to kill him. Zhou Wan shoved the leader aside. Song Ming, tell me this wasn't Xing Che's doing. Song Ming froze momentarily. You know me. I've seen you at student council meetings, and having lunch with Xing Che, Zhou Wan said icily. Did you think I wouldn't notice? I didn't expect Xing Che to stoop so low. Look at what you've done to this guy. When the school expels you all, let's see what you'll do then. Caught off guard, Song Ming led his group in a hasty retreat. In the shadows, Xing Che slammed his fist against a wall and disappeared into the night. Are you okay? Zhouwan bent down to help me up. Seeing blood dripping from my nose, her face turned pale. We need to get you to the medical clinic. I nodded, feigning difficulty walking. The nosebleed was an act, courtesy of me scratching it until it bled, just to gain her sympathy. At the clinic, the results surprised even me. My arm was fractured. I hadn't even realized. After the cast was set, Zhouwan finally spoke. You know I have a boyfriend. Stop coming to Building 9. I've told you before. I'm going to win you over, I said resolutely. A broken arm is nothing. Even if I break both legs, I wouldn't care. Is it worth it? She asked, her tone softening. We could never happen. It's worth it. Today's beating was worth it. I glanced at my cast. If I hadn't gotten beaten up, I wouldn't have seen you tonight. And even if I did, you wouldn't have noticed me. You told me before that if I got into Zhongnan University of Economics and Law, you'd give me a chance. Well, I did. You can't go back on your word now. Zhouwan hesitated, her face conflicted. I didn't think you'd actually make it. I don't care. My voice was firm. This lifetime, you can only be my woman. She looked out the window, silent for a long time. I admire your courage, and I'm happy for you getting into the finance university. But it's impossible for us. What about what happened back home? My heart sank to the bottom. Forget it. That was a mistake. This is fate. I insisted. Zhouwan didn't respond directly. Instead, she glanced at my arm in the cast. Can you not report it to the school? You know it was Xing Che who orchestrated it. Just a hunch. Do you like him? I asked, nervous. I do, she replied. I can tell you're hesitating. I pushed. I'm not. I really do like him, she affirmed. I wanted to slap myself. They've been dating for almost a year. Of course she likes him. Can you not report it to the school? She asked again. I promise you, I said with a bitter smile. I wasn't planning on reporting it anyway. With Xing Che's connections, reporting it wouldn't help. It might even backfire, and I'd get a warning instead. Campus politics. It's a mini-society full of unwritten rules. She gave me a surprised look. Thank you. Since your arm's not in great shape, I'll bring your meals to the dorm downstairs from now on. Really? My eyes lit up with excitement. Juana, you're serious? I'm not joking, she said, her expression neutral. She would bring me meals not just because my arm was broken, but also because I kept quiet, a way of repaying Xing Che's favor. But those words wouldn't come out of her mouth. Okay, I agreed readily. To me, this was an opportunity, both to be closer to her and to gradually change her view. Zhouwan helped me back to the dorm. Along the way, Wu Fu passed us, his eyes nearly popping out of his head. Running ahead, he must have gone back to spread the news. By the time we got to my dorm, all three of my roommates were hanging out the window to get a look. After Zhouwan left, I walked into the dorm, all smiles. Just walked you in, and you're this happy, a familiar voice rang out. Xing Che was already there, waiting for me. You looking for me? My smile faded instantly, replaced by a frosty demeanor. Who else would I be here for? His tone carried a condescending edge. A passing student greeted him. Hello, President Xing. I'm just handling some business. Xing Che's face was filled with smug superiority. What business? My tone was indifferent. If you're here to convince me to leave Zhouwan, save your breath. Exactly about that, he replied, grinning. I'm guessing you figured out today's incident was orchestrated by me, huh? If you don't want more trouble, I suggest you reconsider. I can summon the athletes from school or the thugs from outside. This time was a warning. If you turn back now, I'll even cover your medical expenses. But if you persist, we'll have a real problem. Knowing his personality, he could have pulled in greater forces long ago. But I think he had some grudging admiration for me. A freshman daring to compete with him? Pretty bold. Since you've laid it out for me like that, I said with a faint smile, as though about to concede. But just as he thought I'd buckle, I changed gears. If I don't give it my all to win Zhouwan's heart, wouldn't that be letting your threats go to waste? You. Xing Che's face contorted with rage. If you won't take the easy way, don't blame me for playing dirty. Go ahead. For Zhouwan, I'm not afraid of anything. Understood. A dead man can't be convinced otherwise, he muttered as he turned to leave. Then suddenly, he spun back around. One last thing. If I can't have her, nobody can. Don't even think about it. Watching his retreating figure, a flicker of venom gleamed in my eyes. This ticking time bomb needs to be defused. If not, Zhouwan will end up in danger sooner or later. I stood there for a full 10 minutes before going back upstairs. Inside, my roommates swarmed me with nosy questions. I recounted everything honestly, and they all gave me thumbs up. Damn, you're a hero, Yan. Wu Fu exclaimed. A true romantic warrior. Sun Ming joked. Those student council types are the worst. Broke our Yu's arm. Report him to the school. Yang Jinghao fumed. Let it go? I already promised Zhou Wan I wouldn't, I said, lighting a cigarette. Besides, a broken arm's a blessing. I get to dodge military training. Fair point. Sun Ming laughed while cuddling his pet ferret. You can stick around the dorm and help me look after Xiao Bei. I rolled my eyes. Kidding. He chuckled. If you really win her over, I'm definitely crashing your wedding. It's so far away, I said with a bitter smile, leaning back on my bed. Though we might get to interact more, winning Zhou Wan's heart would not be an easy feat. Outside, in front of the 9th building, Zhou Wan confronted Xing Che. You sent Song Ming, didn't you? No, I don't even know those people, Xing Che denied. Stop lying. Her face darkened. I saw you dining with them at the Omping Hotel. Am I blind? Xing Che's gaze sharpened. Fine, I orchestrated it, he admitted, his voice suddenly louder. I'm your boyfriend. Isn't it natural for me to deal with rivals? Or are you confronting me right now, Wanner? The air seemed to freeze for a couple of seconds. This ends here, Zhou Wan said softly but sharply, like a blade. Don't ever pull something like this again. She wasn't looking to start a fight. She didn't have the energy for it. Xing Che felt as though he'd punched a cloud. His anger had nowhere to go. But he knew Zhou Wan. Losing his temper would only make him look worse. Taking a deep breath, he smothered his rage. I was wrong, Wanner, he said, forcing a smile. I'm just so in love with you. Seeing that guy cling to you like a leech, I couldn't stand it. Zhou Wan acknowledged lightly before turning to leave. I have homework to do. Wait. Xing Che hurried to block her path. Study. The position of Minister of Health in the Student Council is vacant. Just one word from me and you'll be appointed, flaunted Xing Che, showing off his authority as the Student Council president. No need. Zhou Wan shook her head. I don't want to join the Student Council anymore. Then what do you want to do? Xing Che felt uneasy. Stay quiet, she said simply, then disappeared into the dormitory building, leaving him standing there, watching her retreating figure as anger welled up inside him once more. Brother, a familiar voice called from behind. Xing Qian walked over, her leather jacket and jeans accentuating her perfect curves, drawing countless stares. In just a few moments, several guys had already approached her to strike up a conversation. What are you doing here? Xing Che forced a smile. Skipping class to wander around again? No lectures this afternoon, Xing Qian shrugged, her gaze shifting briefly to Building 9. Brother, are you and sister-in-law fighting? I heard there's this persistent freshman tailing her. Hearing this hit a nerve, Xing Che's smile vanished. Mind your own business. I'll handle my matters. I'm just worried about you, Xing Qian cooed, looping her arm around his and playing coy. Sister-in-law is such a catch. I'm afraid someone might steal her away. Don't worry, said Xing Che, his eyes sharp as blades. I'm the student council president. If I can't even protect my woman, what am I worth? Mr. Can reached the sky himself. Xing Qian teased, winking. But that rival of yours is from Jiangdu, and he's a neighbor of sister-in-law. Be careful. I know. Xing Che bit into a chocolate bar before turning on his heel to leave. He didn't tell his sister that he'd already sent someone to Jiangdu to investigate. If it's true, Zhou Wan wouldn't get away with it. If it's false, I won't let myself off the hook either. The next morning, as I came downstairs, I spotted a biker girl scanning the crowd. Leather jacket and jeans, cool and sexy. Nowadays, a look like that all but screamed rich kid obsessed with Hong Kong movies. I glanced past her and continued searching for Zhou Wan in the crowd. She'd promised yesterday to bring me meals every day, a notion that had oddly stirred hopes inside me. But after scanning the faces for a while, I didn't see her. Disappointment crashed over me like a wave. Hey, over here. A hand tapped my shoulder. I turned to see the biker girl. Need something? I frowned. I'm Xing Che's sister, Xing Qian, she said, handing me breakfast. Her sweet smile held an edge. Sister-in-law told me to look after you. How's your arm? She didn't come? My mood immediately plummeted. Does it matter who brings it? Xing Qian rolled her eyes. Trying to use this as an excuse to get close to my sister-in-law? Dream on. She's never going to like you, and she definitely isn't bringing you meals every day. Give it up. She hit a nerve, no doubt. After a moment of silence, I said, You really are your brother's sister. I'm impressed. Handing her the breakfast, I turned and walked away. I'd already let my instructor know about my fractured arm. With no need to attend military training, I figured I might as well head to Zhou classroom to sit in and increase my presence. More importantly, I needed to keep an eye on her mood. The day she planned to jump into the lake was fast approaching, and my anxiety was growing. Nan Lake was massive. I didn't even know where she'd choose to jump. Hey, Xing Qian caught up to me. What's with the attitude? Do you know how many guys wish I bring them breakfast? You're the first guy I've ever done this for. If it weren't for my sister-in-law, I wouldn't have bothered. Ignoring her, I strode toward Zhou classroom. I'm talking to you. She grabbed my arm. Do you want it or not? No, I said after a pause. I don't. Thanks for the breakfast, but I don't need it. Then where are you going? She asked, likely worried I'd report her antics. Annoyed with the disruptions and her interference with my plans, I decided to teach her a lesson. Standing in front of the school gates, with students bustling past, I suddenly shouted, Xing Qian, I've told you. I don't like you. Can you stop pestering me? I'm just a freshman, okay? If you're trying to rob the cradle, at least don't make it so obvious. Instantly, countless eyes fell on her. Her eyes widened in shock and disbelief, her expression priceless. Yunyan, what nonsense are you spouting? She shrieked, nearly losing it, desperate enough to want to bury herself in a hole on the spot. As a widely recognized campus beauty, she was used to being chased, never rejected. And now, great. This scene was going to make waves across campus in no time. Stop bringing me breakfast. I feigned irritation. I just don't like you. Even if you bring it to me every day, my feelings won't change. I wasn't. Enough. You're seriously disrupting my life? I said darkly. Don't show up in front of me again. With that, I turned and disappeared into the crowd. Xing Qian stood rooted in place. Facing the curious stares and whispers swirling around her, she felt humiliated like never before. Xing Qian, wow, didn't expect this. A familiar face came over, brimming with gossip. The sophomore campus belle pursuing a freshman? Impressive. Spill, how'd that freshman manage to turn your head? Stop spouting nonsense. That's not what happened. She hastily tried to explain. Why would I ever like a freshman? Come on, everyone saw it. Don't bother denying it, teased another male voice nearby. Shui smiled and said teasingly, Aren't you still holding the breakfast in your hand? I saw you with my own eyes delivering breakfast for him at the boys' dorm earlier. Xing Qian looked at the breakfast in her hand and said, almost in tears, I really didn't. The onlookers erupted with laughter and head-turning exclamations. I'm not talking to you anymore, Xing Qian said, flustered, as she stormed out of the crowd. She had only one thought racing through her mind. Just cut me up and feed me to the dogs. Zhou had her first class in economics. The moment she sat down, she spotted me entering the classroom and sitting not far from her. Her jaw dropped. Never in her wildest thoughts did she expect to see me there. She thought about coming over to ask me why, but the teacher entered the class before she got the chance. An hour of lecture dragged on until class was finally over. She walked over, frowning as she asked, Why are you here? I like you, so I came here. I met her gaze head on. I won't give up until I win you over. Zhou glanced at the bandage on my arm, her eyes shifting uncomfortably as the nearby classmates couldn't help but glance our way. She sighed and said, Let's talk outside. We found a secluded corner. With almost a pleading tone, she said, I've already asked Xing Qian to take care of you. Why can't you leave me alone? You know I have a boyfriend. If he sees us together, he'll get upset. We aren't meant to be. Can't you just let it go? Hearing her beg like that, though I saw it coming, still felt like a blade slashing my heart. No, my voice came out resolute, solid as steel. If I can't win you over, then my life means nothing. I got into Zhongnan University of Economics and Law just to be closer to you. If I can't be with you, getting in means absolutely nothing. Besides, I softened my voice. What's done is done. We already crossed that line. With Xing Che's personality, he'll never accept that. You know him better, don't you? Zhou fell silent. I wasn't wrong. Someone like Xing Che would never accept a girlfriend who wasn't pure in his eyes. This was the root of her deepest torment. There were countless nights she woke up from nightmares, standing agonizingly by her window, almost stepping over the edge to end everything. Her upbringing didn't allow it. Living like this tortured her. But fate dealt her that cruel twist, and the guilt towards Xing Che only grew stronger with each passing day. She didn't know how to face him, let alone herself. Tears trickled down her cheeks, and it felt like my heart was being scorched under the blazing sun. Finally, she crouched down, clutching her head, crying so hard yet trying to suppress every sound. Her muffled sobs were like hammers pounding on my helpless chest. I understood her fears, her inner demons. I also knew she was just one straw away from completely breaking down. And that straw would appear within 21 days. "Everything will pass," I said softly, reaching out to console her, only to have her shove my hand away. I froze in place, unsure of what to do. Even now, as someone who'd been through it all once before, I still felt lost and powerless when it came to Zhou. "Leave," she said after a moment, standing up and wiping away her tears as she tried to compose herself. "You staying around only brings me more pressure. Everyone's going to talk about me. I don't want to be the topic of everyone's gossip." She was right, but this was also the only way to fully express my feelings to her. Noticing her teetering at the edge emotionally, pressing further wouldn't do any good. I nodded. "All right, I'll go for now. But if anything happens, let me know." I turned to leave, feeling her conflicted gaze on my back. As I exited the building, I saw Xingqian standing with her arms crossed near the entrance, glaring daggers at me. I knew she was here for payback. Without a word, I lowered my head and tried to slip past her quickly. Yet she blocked my way. "Made such a big mess and think you can just walk away? You think I'm stupid?" Ahem. I cleared my throat awkwardly. "If there's nothing else, I've got somewhere to go." "Go where?" "To military training." Xingqian sneered. "If your arm weren't broken, I'd break the other one right now myself." "I can't participate in training, so I'm planning to take a walk," I replied honestly. "Not in a great mood today." "What's the matter?" "Got kicked out by my sister-in-law." Xingqian taunted. "I told you not to chase her, didn't I? Do you think you're good enough for her? Dreaming of a swan when you're just a toad. That's enough." I snapped, my voice suddenly louder. "Aren't you being a bit much?" Her smug smile froze as she looked at me with a startled expression. "You yelled at me?" Her voice trembled ever so slightly. I was taken aback myself. No one had ever raised their voice at her before. People always treated her like the center of attention. But ever since meeting me, she felt utterly invisible, an unfamiliar feeling for her. The stark contrast was overwhelming. "Sorry, I didn't mean to. I've got to go," I said, guilt softening my tone, and quickly walked away. She stood there, stunned for a few seconds, then followed after me. The two of us left campus, one trailing behind the other. Meanwhile, in Jiangdu, bang, bang, bang. A series of knocks echoed as Yukong, gripping a wooden pole, opened the door. Standing there was a middle-aged man holding a briefcase. "Who are you looking for?" Yukong asked. "This is Mr. Yu's residence, correct?" Gaohan dusted off his suit. Coming all the way here from Port City was a long, tiring journey. If Lu Huada hadn't turned his song, No Tears, into a hit, he would never have bothered visiting a little-known lyricist in person. "We don't have a Mr. Yu here," Yukong said, confused. "No." Gaohan looked at the house number again. "Isn't this Yunyan's home?" "Oh, you're looking for my son," Yukong suddenly realized. Wu hurriedly invited him inside, saying, "Oh, so you're one of my son's friends? My apologies, I thought you were looking for a Mr. Yu." Gaohan chuckled bitterly, realizing that the honorific had been mistaken for a name. Once inside, Gaohan looked around the simple, modest home, feeling a mix of emotions. He couldn't believe that such a humble household had nurtured a gifted songwriter. Observing Yunyan's living conditions, he had a better sense of what price to offer. While No Tears had already gained fame, it hadn't yet taken off on the mainland. He was determined to sign Yunyan right away for a long-term collaboration. "Please, have some tea," Yukong said warmly as he poured. "Sorry, my son just left for Central South University of Finance and Economics." "School? He's a student." Gaohan's eyes widened. "Yes, he just started his freshman year, and he got in as the top-ranked student in the country." Yukong responded, brimming with pride. Gaohan was floored. The creator of No Tears was only a college freshman? In his mind, such a masterpiece could only have come from someone who had experienced the trials of middle age. His entire perception was upended. As soon as he left Yu's home, Gaohan immediately bought a ticket to Central South University of Finance and Economics. He knew he had stumbled across something extraordinary. But just as Yukong closed the door behind Gaohan, there was another knock. "Mr. Yu, hello. I'm Shan Shalon," said a woman in her early 30s, respectfully handing over a business card. "I'm a talent manager from Daxiao Entertainment, and I'd like to discuss a collaboration on some music projects." Yukong stood there, utterly baffled. Xingqian silently followed me as we wandered the streets for quite some time. She didn't know why she was trailing me. Maybe curiosity, or perhaps because she'd promised my sister-in-law to look after me, worried I might do something drastic. Finally, I stopped, or rather, I was intercepted. Lan Xiaoshuang appeared, her face glowing with joy. Finally, I found you. I've been waiting at the school gate every day, except for today, of course. She threw her arms around me, her happiness overflowing. Several meters away, Xing Qian froze, dumbfounded. Is this guy being kept by a sugar mama? She thought. Definitely. They're hugging. What else could it be? With her experience, she immediately slapped the boy toy label on me in her mind and turned on her heel to leave. She was going to tell everyone. I frowned, pushing Lan Xiaoshuang away. Why are you looking for me? Oh, stop playing dumb. Big sis likes you. That's why I'm looking for you, she said teasingly. Now that she had fully recovered, she exuded beauty, probably around 26 or 27. If she were married, she'd undoubtedly be the beautiful married woman type. Too bad I had absolutely no interest in her. I've already said I don't like you. I'm just a college student. You're a working professional. It's not a good match. Are you saying I'm some sort of cougar chasing after younger guys? She blinked playfully, her gaze briefly trailing to the muscles on my arm. That's not what I mean, I replied with a bitter smile. By my mental clock from my previous life, I was in my 40s. Dating a 20-something woman would actually be a bargain for me. But I was only ever interested in Zhou Wan. So what do you mean? She threw her hair over her shoulder. Have someone else you like already? I noticed a girl following you earlier. No, I said simply. I stared directly into Lan Xiaoshuang's eyes. There's someone else. Disappointment flickered across her face. School just started. You moved fast. Lan Jia, let's not waste time on this, I said coldly. My tone was as unyielding as steel. Even if you wait forever, I won't be with you. She wanted to play games with a college guy? Not me. To some, a 30-something woman chasing after a younger man might seem alluring. Youthful energy, a sense of mature playfulness. It was enough to make anyone lose their mind. But she was barking up the wrong tree. Unexpectedly, a subtle glimmer lit up in her eyes. Rather than anger, there was intrigue. No rush. Let's start as friends. Eventually, you'll see big sis's charm. Friends, fine. Anything more? Absolutely not. Deal, she replied without hesitation. In this unfamiliar city, I needed to put down roots. After being reborn, none of my old friends would remember me. Someone like Lan Xiaoshuang, streetwise and well-connected, was just the type of person I needed in my network. Come with me to my workplace, she said, pulling me along. It's nearby, not far from your school. She dragged me into a venue called the Queen's Club. The gilded Chinese characters over the entrance oozed grandeur. Inside, staff greeted her respectfully with, Lan Jia. I'm the promotions manager here, she explained, her stilettos clicking sharply across the floor. Her confident tone echoed in the spacious lobby. Whenever you want to visit, just mention my name. I guarantee you'll have a good time. Looking around the place, I said, if I'm here, I might as well reserve a private room for karaoke. You've been to a place like this before? Surprise flashed across her face. I had been a regular at karaoke spots in my previous life. Honestly, if it weren't for my commitment to Zhou Wan, I might have been on track to becoming one of the four heavenly kings. Jiangdu might be a small city, but it's got its fair share of places like this. In the private room, the staff set up the equipment before leaving. Lan Xiaoshuang handed me the mic. As the backing track started, I stared at the lyrics on the screen. A smooth, magnetic voice began to flow from my lips. This familiar weather, memories etched deep in my soul. The rich, gravelly quality of my singing instantly struck Lan Xiaoshuang. She froze, her face a mix of disbelief and admiration. This was, without question, the most moving voice she had heard in years. I can't bear to see you cry, miles of tears, but I haven't had the courage, haven't told you. I'm sorry. I love you. As the song reached its end, the room was enveloped in silence. At some point, a girl with a backpack appeared at the doorway, standing frozen alongside the server. Oh my god, Lan Xiaoshuang was the first to clap. If you pursue a career in music, every other singer would be out of a job. You flatter me, I said as I put down the microphone. Lan Xiaoshuang waved the girl over. Xiaoyan, sit beside Brother Nian. The girl obediently sat down. Hello, Brother Nian. Welcome to Queen's Club. Her innocent face and student-like appearance instantly made Lan Xiaoshuang's intentions clear to me. She goes to your school, Zhongnan University of Economics and Law, a first-year student, working here part-time, Lan Xiaoshuang explained. She earns over 2,000 a month. In the early 90s, 2,000 yuan was a lot of money. You're really a college student? I scrutinized her. Yes, in the tourism department. My family's poor. My parents can't cover my living expenses. She lowered her head, looking pitiful. I almost believed her. Have a drink, brother Nian. She poured some wine. A few drinks in, Lan Xiaoshuang came up with an excuse to leave, but not before giving Xiaoyan a meaningful glance. First time here, brother Nian? Suddenly, her hand landed on my thigh and started moving upward. We have programs here even more exciting than spirit dances. I pushed her hand away. A university student shouldn't do shameful things. Her eyes welled up instantly, and tears like beads of pearls rolled down her face. Stop crying, I said impatiently. Brother Nian, I have no choice. I have two younger brothers who need to go to school. I pulled out a stack of money, but then paused, thinking of something, and put it back. Let me test you. A 10-foot thick wall, two rats digging from opposite sides. Big rat digs 1 foot on the first day and twice as much each subsequent day. Small rat digs 1 foot on the first day and halves its progress each day. When will they meet? She froze, completely at a loss. Rats digging? What? This was a classic problem from the 9 chapters on the mathematical art, a must-learn topic in 80s and 90s school curriculum. Someone who got admitted to Zhongnan University shouldn't be stumped by this. Ever heard of the chicken and rabbit in a cage problem? And no, she was a fraud, as I suspected. Leave, I said, waving my hand dismissively. Don't, brother Nian. She clung to my arm. Lan Jie told me to take good care of you. I opened her backpack, revealing a pile of stockings and props. Studying this in school? Okay, fine. I'm not a college student, she admitted at last. Pretending to be one just makes earning money easier. No problem, my mistake for being too naive. I got up and left. On my way downstairs, I heard a familiar melody. Once young, chasing dreams, only wanting to soar forward. It was No Tears. The song I'd sent to Warner had already become a huge hit across the mainland. This song is popular now. I asked Lan Xiaoshuang. The customers here love it. That's how I first came to know Lu Huada. This song is mine, I said. What? She looked thunderstruck. I only got 1,000 yuan in royalties, I said bitterly. The evils of capitalism. It's fine. Let's call it an initiation bonus for my first collaboration. I'll get it back next time. I consoled myself. As I went to settle the bill, Lan Xiaoshuang stopped me. Put it on my tab. Lan Jie, can I ask you something? I said suddenly. I want to open a supermarket near the university. Being at Zhongnan University, I felt I should do something. Selling licenses for video games wouldn't yield quick returns. Opening a supermarket was the fastest way to earn money. In this era, productivity often lagged behind demand. A bold move guaranteed profit. Let's discuss this in my office. The extravagance of her office exceeded all expectations. It was clear she was more than just a publicity manager. She sat in her executive chair, her gaze sharp. You're the gutsiest young man I've met. Coming in here and directly asking for a supermarket. Impressive. Ask. You've misunderstood, I replied with a wave. I'm not asking for your supermarket. I'm planning to open one with my own money. Seeing her stunned expression, I chuckled. I just got here and don't know the ropes yet. I'd like some help from you to find a storefront near the university and maybe introductions to some supply channels. You have money? Her eyes widened in surprise. At 19, just a first-year student. And in this era, starting a supermarket would cost at least several thousand yuan, especially near a prime location like the university. Not as much as you, Lan Jie, but opening a supermarket isn't a problem. I poured myself a glass of water and sat across from her. I've saved up a bit over the years. I'll start small, expand later into a chain. Smart plan, she responded, lifting her tea. A space around 150 square meters, aiming at Zhongnan University students and nearby residents as target customers. Uffed. She spat tea all over the table. 150 square meters? Are you insane? Wiping the corner of her mouth, she added, with rent, utilities, and stock expenses, forget it unless you have at least 30,000 yuan. My budget is 50,000. 50,000. She jumped to her feet. You're a second-generation rich kid? It's just a small amount of money. Can't compare to you. Lan Xiaoshuang studied me up and down, her expression shifting. Interesting, very interesting. After a brief silence, she smiled. And what's in it for me if I help you? You'll have my gratitude, I said, meeting her gaze. If you ever need anything in the future, I'll do my utmost. Quite bold for someone so young, she laughed while shaking her head. You helped me out last time, so let's call it even. You just take care of the expenses, I'll handle the rest. The renovations will be exactly how you want them. Thanks, Sister Lawn. After leaving the Queen's Club, I found a phone booth. Godfather, it's me, Xiaoyan. Haha, Xiaoyan. I thought you'd forgotten about me once you left town. Qizong's voice was brimming with joy. After some small talk, I steered the conversation to the main issue. The license fee for Fading Shoe Factory is overdue, but they haven't sent payment. Do you need me to step in? Yes, sir. Your word still carries weight in Jiangdu. I just want to get what's rightfully due and use it to open a supermarket over here. Opening a supermarket is a great idea. Consider it handled. Qizong agreed readily. If you're short on funds, let me know. Thank you, Godfather. How's Xiaoman? She's doing well. We've met up a few times. Take care of her. She's a bit wild. No problem. I'll look out for her. After hanging up, I knew Fading was trying to withhold money because they were aware I was maneuvering without upfront resources. But with my godfather involved, it should be resolved. Favor debts are hard to repay, but now is the time when money is essential. That evening, outside Building 9 of the girls' dormitory, I waited. First, I called Chi-Man down and handed her 2 bags of fruit. Afterward, I just lingered in my usual spot. A few passing girls clutched their collars dramatically, looking at me with disdain. Little did they know, they weren't even on my radar. Chi-Man carried the fruit upstairs. After peeking out the window, she came back down. Are you waiting for me? I shook my head. She turned around and walked off. At the window above, Zhouwan observed the scene with a furrowed brow. Words from Xing Qian echoed in her mind. Yunyan doesn't have any relatives here. Who was that woman? Is he really being supported by a rich older woman? She glanced outside again before returning to bed. The memory of that night in Jiangdu flashed before her eyes once more. The following morning, Xing Qian was already waiting outside the dorm. This time, I took the breakfast she handed over. Thanks, but you really don't have to bring it every day. I made a promise to my sister-in-law, and I intend to keep my word. Xing Qian sneered. Unlike some people, pretending to be devoted while secretly being bankrolled by wealthy women. She's just a friend, I said, sipping on my soy milk. I'm not that desperate. A friend you get all touchy-feely with. She scoffed. I've already told my sister-in-law about it. You really know how to stir things up. I'm just helping her see your true colors. Her anger mounted as she continued. Because of you, my brother and sister-in-law are now arguing. Why can't you go after someone else? Let me introduce you to one of my girlfriends. Better her than me, huh? I gave her a thumbs up, smirking. Jia, over here, she called, waving at someone. A tall girl approached, dressed in a sleek black coat and high boots, clearly from a well-off family. Let me introduce you. This is Yunyan, the love-struck fool who spends all his time loitering outside Dorm 9, Xing Qian said with a snicker. So you're the infamous romantic. Dai Jia extended her hand. Nice to meet you. After a polite handshake, I turned to leave. Hold up, Xing Qian stopped me. Come shopping with us. Tonight, I'll ask my sister-in-law to meet you. Seeing the sincerity in her expression, I agreed. Loitering outside the dorm was a dead end. I had to talk to Zhouwan. Dai Jia drove. I sat in the back seat. Anyone close enough to the Xing siblings probably came from equally affluent circles. At the mall. Why'd you bring him along? Dai Jia whispered. To set you up with him, Xing Qian teased, winking. He's not drop-dead gorgeous, but he's presentable, and he's got that love-struck devotion. Don't joke like that. Dai Jia's cheeks flushed. Are you into him then? Like I'd go for a phoenix man like him? Xing Qian scoffed, shaking her head dismissively. Then why bring him? So he can see the gap between us and give up voluntarily. Her expression oozed confidence. Glancing at me, Dai Jia gave a sympathetic sigh. That shop over there has some great imported brands, Xing Qian said, pointing ahead. The 2 girls stepped inside, then paused, noticing I hadn't followed. Where did he go? Xing Qian muttered, watching as I headed toward a bank across the way. Inside the bank lobby, the teller's voice rang out clearly. Your account balance is 32,800 yuan. The mood shifted palpably. Xing Qian's smile froze, and Dai Jia stared, dumbfounded. Impossible, Xing Qian blurted. A broke college student like you. How could you have that much money? I stood up deliberately, locking eyes with the 2 stunned girls. That's not much, right? For rich girls like you, it should be pocket change. You? Xing Qian gritted her teeth. Even her monthly spending money didn't match that sum. As we walked out of the bank, she tried to save face. Don't get cocky. It's just a few grand. Let's go. I'll buy you clothes this time. Stuff that costs a few hundred? Child's play. How about a new phone while you're at it? I said lightly. A phone? Dai Jia was incredulous. A mobile phone would cost 3 to 4,000, almost as much as a house in the capital. Then how about a pager? In the specialty store, as I browsed, Xing Qian smirked. Starting price is 3,000. Think you can afford it? 2. Please, I said, pulling out cash with ease. Over 5,000 yuan in crisp bills lay on the counter. The superiority complex of Xing Qian completely shattered in an instant. She spun around and left, saying, "Not shopping anymore. This is boring." On the way back, Dai Jia asked curiously, "So what does your family do?" "Sell sugar candy figures," I answered truthfully. The two of them obviously didn't believe me, but didn't press further. Just as we arrived at the school gate, a man in a suit rushed over and grabbed my hand. "Mr. Yu, the author of No Tears. I finally found you." Xing Qian and Dai Jia exchanged a look. No Tears? That hit song that went viral across Hong Kong and Taiwan. "I'm Gao Han from Warner Entertainment. I've been wanting to discuss collaboration with you," the man said excitedly. "Not interested," I replied immediately, turning to leave. "Last time, you tried to brush me off with $1,000, and now you remember me?" "Wait." Gao Han panicked. "The price is negotiable. Let me treat you all to a meal, and we'll talk over dinner." In a private room at the Fulai Hotel, Gao Han handed me the menu with a fawning smile. "You order first," I said flatly. Gao Han ordered over a dozen dishes before pushing the menu to me. "Please, add some more dishes." "Waiter," I pointed to the menu. "Bring everything on these 2 pages." Uff. Gao Han spewed a mouthful of tea. "Anything we can't finish we'll pack to go," I said with a smile. Perfect timing. Our dorm has an electric hot pot. Gao Han's face turned pale, but he forced a smile. After a few rounds of drinks, Gao Han broached the topic. "How about 10,000 per song?" Xing Qian gasped audibly. 10,000 per song. "Too low," I said with a shake of my head. 15,000. That's my maximum authority to offer. Still too low. I stood up to leave, leaving my pager number behind. "Think it over and get back to me." As we walked out of the hotel, Xing Qian couldn't help but ask, 15,000 isn't enough? How much are you expecting? "It depends on the situation," I said, carrying the to-go boxes. "And don't forget what you promised me." When I returned to the dorm, someone else was already waiting for me. "I'm Dan Xilan from Daxiao Entertainment." A woman adjusted her gold-rimmed glasses. "Our sincerity is way higher than Warner's." I led her to a quiet corner of the school field. "Let's talk straight. What's your offer for a full buyout of all rights?" A sharp glint flashed in Dan Xilan's eyes. "How about 20,000? The bidding war was just beginning." I smirked internally. These entertainment companies were finally starting to chase me. My past life experience told me that whoever panics first always loses. "I'll think about it," I said nonchalantly. "I'll get back to you if there's any news." Dan Xilan was visibly restless. 25,000. That's truly the highest we can go. I stopped in my tracks and turned to look at her. "Have your boss talk to me directly. You're not authorized to decide this." Then I walked away without looking back. The calm before the storm had ended. The real battle was only just beginning. 8,000 per song, she said crisply after catching up. I leaned against the wall, raising an eyebrow. Clearly, she had already found out the going rate for No Tears. Back when I was at Fulai restaurant earlier, Gao Han from Warner offered me 15,000. I spoke slowly, deliberately. "Your 8,000 seems, shall we say, a bit meager?" Gao Han's already made his move. Her expression shifted. She hadn't expected such swift action from her competitor. 15,000? Impossible, she scoffed, her eyes betraying doubt. "They only paid you 1,000 for No Tears. Why would they suddenly offer so much? You're just a freshman to them, nothing special in their eyes." Crossing her arms, her demeanor turned assertive. "Collaborating with Daxiao Entertainment is your best choice." I'm a simple guy. I looked her dead in the eye. Whoever pays me more, I go with them. Feelings? They don't exist in my world. Right now, what I lack most is money. I'd seen the luxury cars in Xing's family. If I want to stand a chance with Zhou Wan, at the very least, I have to make her feel I can hold my ground financially. Human nature, it's all about leveraging up, never down. Dan Shalon was silent for a moment. Yunyan, you're so pragmatic at such a young age? And aren't you the same? I replied, handing her my pager number. Think it through and let me know. She stared dumbfounded at the slip of paper, speechless. After parting, I called my godfather to confirm the money had arrived, then headed straight to dorm building 9. As I approached, a Nissan Cedric rolled to a stop in front of me. Zhouwan stepped out, waving goodbye to the driver, who was none other than Xingzhe. Xingzhe caught sight of me, furrowed his brows, and sped off. A Nissan Cedric, an emblem of Japanese luxury in the 1990s. I clutched my pager tightly. The pressure weighed heavily on me. With our family financial gap so wide, this match was hardly winnable for me. Wanner. I caught up to Zhouwan and handed her a neatly wrapped pager. This is for you. I didn't wait for her reaction and bolted before she could say anything. Mostly, I was afraid she'd reject it. Or worse, tell me to stop bothering her. She stood there, rooted to the spot, watching as I disappeared into the crowd. In her hand, she clutched the neatly wrapped gift box. When she got back to her dorm, she opened it. A brand new pager gleamed inside. She stared at it for a long time, before quietly tucking it back into the box. Meanwhile, Lan Xiaoshuang was remarkably efficient. Within 2 days, she'd secured a shop near the school gate, close to 200 square feet for just 16,000 yuan, including rent and transfer fees. The value of money in this era? Unmatched. As per your blueprint, renovation would cost at least $10,000. Lan Xiao flipped through the renovation plans, including inventory, a minimum of $30,000. Are you sure you have that much? Money is not an issue. I looked at the empty storefront, an overwhelming sense of satisfaction washing over me. This was my first property in this city. Profit didn't matter to me. What mattered was, at least in this lifetime, there was a supermarket to my name. That evening, I went back to Building 9. Zhouwan came downstairs and handed me the pager. As the box touched my hand, my chest felt as if it were crushed under a boulder, suffocating. This is a token of my feelings. Please accept it. I almost begged. I'm sorry, I can't take it. She shook her head, but didn't leave right away. She stayed with me under the tree for a while. You don't have to come every day, you know, she said softly. I have a boyfriend, you know that. I have to win you over. I replied, my voice filled with an unprecedented determination. If I can't be with you, it will be the biggest regret of my life. She glanced at me in surprise. You were with him during the day? Was that his car? No, it's assigned by his father's factory. I felt somewhat relieved. At least it wasn't something he bought himself. Have you two been fighting lately? No. She glanced up at the dorm building, where someone was peeking out. It's late. You should go back. Watching her leave, I knew deep down, the calm before the storm was here. And sure enough, the storm arrived the very next day. Xingzhe was in front of Building 9, hollering insults at her, calling Zhou despicable names like whore and slut. The entire building was alarmed. The reason? He had someone investigate in Jiangdu, confirming rumors about me and Zhou. Xingzhe slapped Zhou hard across the face in front of everyone. She silently endured it. By the time I got there, the crowd had dispersed. Anger surged through me as I went to find Xingzhe. He was looking for me too. We missed each other at first, but eventually crossed paths on the street. Fists flew. I won, but Xingzhe sneered coldly. Keep dreaming, Yunyan. I won't break up with her. Even if I don't love her anymore, I'll never let her be with you. His every word cut into me like a knife. I knew he was serious, and Zhou, feeling guilt-ridden, wouldn't initiate a breakup. As long as Xingzhe held on, they wouldn't separate. Back at my dorm, I stood by the window. Pain shot through my arm like needles. At the medical office, I received the diagnosis, another fracture. The doctor warned, if this arm gets fractured again, it might be permanently damaged. With a freshly casted arm, I went back to Building 9. Chi-Man was already waiting for me. Seeing the bruises on my face, she sighed in frustration. Why are you so obsessed with Zhou? Can't you just move on to someone else? No. Was it Xingzhe who did this to you? I beat him up far worse. She breathed deeply as if trying to calm herself, then prepared to go upstairs to call Zhou. No need. I handed her a gift box. This is for you. Inside was a pager, the item she'd begged her father for but couldn't get. Thanks. Her eyes briefly gleamed with emotion. For a moment, she wondered whether her cheap brother had given up on Zhou and now had intentions towards her. Just leave. I'll stand here for a bit more. Seriously? Do you think standing here stubbornly will move her? The only person you're moving is yourself. I don't know why, but standing here feels right. I chuckled bitterly. When I'm here, the guilt feels a little lighter. And being close to her, my heart feels a bit calmer. I don't understand you. She sighed and walked away. Upstairs, Chi Man went straight to Zhou Wan. Yunyan is here again. Do you know that? Yes. Why don't you go down? I have a boyfriend. Do you like Yunyan? No. Chi Man left, speechless. I stood there like a man possessed for 3 hours. My legs went numb as if I couldn't feel them anymore. Soon, all the girls in Building 9 knew who I was. Even people from Buildings 8 and 10 had heard the buzz. Some even came just to see for themselves. In the afternoon, Zhou Wan's best friend Guan Fei came out. Xiao Wan will never fall for you. Stop standing here. Is that your opinion or hers? Both. Got it. Xingzhe's sister, Xing Qian, also came down. She stood beside me for a moment and left without a word. Later on, Dai Jiao appeared, holding a steaming hot meal. Have some food. You haven't eaten lunch, have you? Her voice was gentle, like a flowing river. I wanted to take it, but one of my arms was still in a cast. Cleverly, she held the bowl and said, "No worries. I'll hold it while you eat." That small, considerate gesture brought tears to my eyes. After days of pent-up tension, something within me suddenly eased. Like a drowning man finally breaking through the surface to take a breath of air. She didn't say anything further. After I finished eating, she packed up the dishes and left without a word. Buildings 8, 9, and 10 were in an uproar. To everyone's disbelief, Dai Jia, the dream girl of countless male students, had brought food for a freshman herself. The jealous gazes from other guys felt sharp as knives. That evening, my pager went off. Gao Han wanted to meet. At a private room in Fu Lai restaurant, Shan Qilan was there as well. Miss Shan, what a coincidence. Since Gao Han is here, why don't we all sit down and have a proper discussion? She stood up with a gentle smile. I'm sure we can reach a reasonable deal. I'm not greedy, I replied. I just want it to be fair. Let's eat first and chat while we eat, Gao Han signaled to the waiter. I already ate. Let's get straight to business. I waved my hand dismissively. Full copyright buyout. How much are you offering? Why not sign a profit-sharing contract? Gao Han leaned in with a sly smile. If the song hits, you'll make more. I don't trust you. Sure, profit-sharing could earn me more, but I wouldn't have control over the channels or costs. How much they'd actually pay would still be up to them in the end. Don't trust us. Our eyes met. Gao Han went silent for a moment. The company says 15,000 is too high. They can only do 10. Lower than last time? A hint of sharpness flashed in my eyes. How shameless. They're ganging up to lowball me. That's what the company decided. I can't do anything about it. That's why I suggested profit sharing. 20,000. Full copyright buyout, I said, standing up to leave. Deal or no deal, that's your call. But don't contact me anymore. I've got no shortage of money right now. Wait, we can negotiate. Gao Han panicked. 20,000, I agree. Dan Shilon suddenly spoke up. You lied to me? Gao Han's eyes widened. Didn't we agree last night to push the price down too? He stopped mid-sentence, swallowing his words. You is a talent, and our company values talent, Dan Shilon said with a faint smile. 20,000, no going back now. Deal? I replied. She pulled a contract and 20,000 yuan in cash out of her bag. I carefully reviewed the contract, signed it, and pocketed the cash. I hope we can work together again in the future. Gao Han's face darkened. Before leaving, I looked back and said, Boss Gao, if you're sincere, I can sell you a song for 25,000. But don't take too long, the price won't stay the same. Gao Han glared at Dan Shilon. You just have to spite me, don't you? How about the way you spite me when we broke up? Jerk. Gao Han looked deflated, like a balloon that had lost all its air. You're using company money, not mine. She sneered. When you were chasing me, you'd open a bottle of wine worth 10,000 yuan. And now you're bullying a student? Real classy. 20,000 in hand, along with some savings from the supermarket job. I had 50 to 60,000 yuan now. A fortune in the 90s. That lifted my mood a bit, but the thought of Zhou Wan weighed heavy again. There were only 13 days left. If I couldn't change her mind, this life would be full of regret once more. I had to save her. Be with her. I've never felt so desperate. Back at the dorm, gossip about the fight was everywhere. Wu Fu and the others wanted to stand up for me, but I stopped them. From Yang Jinghao, I found out that both Wu Fu and Sun Ming had gotten into relationships. They managed to do it quietly, while I stirred up all this drama and was still alone. How pathetic. The next morning, Xing Qian was at my door, holding breakfast. I reluctantly took it but told her not to bring it again. After finding out Xing Che's schedule, I headed to the number 5 teaching building to wait for him. Yes, today's the day I have a proper conversation with him. Dragging this out wasn't solving a thing. When Xing Che saw Xing Qian trailing behind me, he frowned. Why are you hanging out with him? We're friends. Xing Qian dropped her gaze, her voice soft. She didn't breathe a word about Zhou Wan asking her to look after me. Deep down, she knew I'd already rejected her help. Even Zhou Wan said there was no need for her to bring me food anymore. Yet, she still persisted. Her persistence was hers alone. Friends, Xing Che's voice grew colder. Do you not know about my issues with him? Out of all the people, you chose him? Brother, Yunyan isn't a bad guy. He's devoted, ambitious. Xing Qian tried to reason. You two really should talk properly. This situation isn't good for anyone. Are you trying to play mediator here? A glint of hostility flashed in Xing Che's eyes. Xiaoqian, if that's your goal, don't blame me for cutting ties. No. I've been trying to persuade him to back off. Xing Qian waved her hands desperately. Enough. This has nothing to do with her. I cut in, stepping forward. Straight to the point. Xing Che, we're both adults. Dragging this out is pointless. I'd thought it over last night. Either he backs off, or he treats Zhou Wan properly. Otherwise, she might be the next one driven into despair. I know. Xing Che smirked coldly. You've got guts, I'll give you that. Hovering outside Building 9 every day like you've got no shame. Do you have time? Let's chat alone. I glanced over at Xing Qian. Some things I didn't want her to see. Xing Che hesitated for a moment before nodding. Fine, let's go to the cafe. Telling Xing Qian to head back, I joined him at a cafe and picked a seat by the window. 2 cups of Blue Mountain coffee later, the tension eased slightly. Given your situation, you could definitely do better. I broke the silence. There's no need to waste time on Zhou Wan. Xing Che blinked. Wasn't that exactly what he once told me? The past is done, so why keep clinging to it? I added, sure, this was my fault, and I'm willing to make amends. Amends? With what? Your life. Xing Che's fists clenched. You think taking my woman can be brushed off so easily? 2 options. I sighed. Either break up, or accept reality and treat her well. Xing Che knew I was right, but he couldn't get past this grudge. I'll tell her. I tried to book a room, but she kept refusing. In the end, she was with you instead. How am I supposed to accept this? Things can't go on like this. No one will end up happy, I said, fixing my gaze on Xing Che. This hurdle he couldn't get over would only torment Zhou Wan, and that's the last thing I wanted to see. I don't love her anymore, Xing Che suddenly confessed. Now it's more about my pride. Why should I lose to someone who came after me? Bang! He slammed his fist on the table. Tell me why. Everyone in the cafe turned to look. This is fate. I leaned back in my chair and took a deep breath. How about this? 20,000 yuan, and you let her go. 20,000. Xing Che's eyes widened. Where would you even get that kind of money? In these times, 20,000 yuan was practically a fortune. Were it not for his well-off family background, anyone else might have been tempted. That's all I have. My tone was sincere. Think of it as doing a good deed. Let her go. Heh, you think if we break up, she'd pick you? He sneered. How naive. He was right. Even if they broke up, Zhou Wan wouldn't choose me anytime soon. She might never choose me at all. I know, but I'm willing to wait, I said, looking at him earnestly. One day, I'll win her over. No way. Xing Che rejected it outright. Even if you offered me 20,000, I wouldn't let go. He couldn't stand the idea of making it easy for either of us. This is the highest offer I can make. I frowned. To you, Zhou Wan is worth just 20,000? You know I didn't mean it like that. Xing Che stood, his eyes sharp. And stay away from my sister. There's no way I'll let you two be together. I have no such thoughts about your sister, I said, looking up at him. You're overthinking. You'd better not. He turned and left. Watching his retreating figure, I fell into deep thought. This opponent wasn't going to be easy to deal with. The following days were made up of either staking out Building 9 or checking the supermarket renovations, with time spent hanging out with my roommates in between. The physical demands of military training left Wu Fu, Sun Meng, and the others watching me with envy every time they returned dead tired. Then, 1 week before Zhou Wan was supposed to take her own life in my past life, the news broke. She and Xing Che had broken up. She had initiated it. I rushed to Building 9 immediately to find Chi Man. Did they really break up? I asked anxiously. Yes, right at the building entrance. A lot of people heard it, Chi Man confirmed. But what? She's not doing well. She hasn't attended classes for 2 days, Chi Man said worriedly. I've seen her leaning on the balcony railing a lot. I'm really scared she might. A chill shot through me. Would destiny still rear its head? Please, keep an eye on her for me, I begged. Don't let anything happen to her. I'll never forgive myself otherwise. I'll try, Chi Man sighed. But she may not even let me get close. Not just try, you must. In my last life, she drowned herself in the lake. But now, because of my interference and the butterfly effect stemming from it, what if she chose to jump off the dormitory this time? I couldn't enter the girls' dorm to stop her. Back in my dorm, I picked up a pen and began writing. Within minutes, the song The Only Way Out was complete. I made 2 copies, one for Dan Lan and the other I asked Chi Man to deliver to Zhou Wan. The song was my heartfelt confession. Whether or not she loved me back, my feelings hadn't wavered. When Zhou Wan took the paper, she read the words carefully, not realizing they were lyrics. She thought it was just something I'd written, short prose, perhaps. But in every phrase, she could feel the depth of my emotion. She walked to her window and gazed down at me, standing like a statue below her building, rain or shine. From the start of the semester to now, I hadn't missed a day. You don't see guys this devoted too often, countless people had remarked to her. But she wasn't sure if I stood there because of guilt or genuine love. After all, just a few months ago, I was still a lowlife. Even though they had broken up, she knew she couldn't accept me. Xing Che's malicious words were like daggers to her heart, and sometimes even she looked down on herself. Her mom was gone, and her dad didn't care. Leaving this world might be the only escape. But my letter made her realize there was someone in this world who cherished her. A faint smile emerged on her weary face. And so, she watched me from her room. I stood guard beneath her window. We didn't speak, but there was an unseen bond that connected us. For the final 7 days, I barely left my post. When she went to class, I kept a distance and followed quietly. I thought about approaching her several times, but the look in her eyes always stopped me. Afraid she'd do something rash, I relied on Wu Fu and Sun Ming to take turns delivering meals to me. I declined when Lan Xiaoshuang came to show me the finished supermarket, ignored messages from Gao Han and Dan Lan, and disregarded my roommate's constant attempts to persuade me otherwise. Eventually, the gossip around campus shifted from admiration for my devotion to branding me a stalker. They didn't understand. I wasn't acting on obsession, but to safeguard a life. Even Chi Man, Xing Qian, and Dai Jia all tried to dissuade me, but I turned a deaf ear. Even my roommates couldn't stand to watch anymore. Finally, the day came. The day she had drowned herself in my last life. She clutched her books and marched determinately toward South Lake. Following a short distance behind, I felt my heart in my throat. Matching her pace, I picked up the rhythm and moved closer, quietly, closing the distance quietly. Suddenly, a realization hit me. I can't swim, but I knew if she jumped into the lake, I would jump in without hesitation. The thought of what might happen sent chills down my back. She stopped by the lakeshore. In an instant, I lunged forward. She's about to jump. You think I was going to jump? Zhou Wan suddenly turned around, a tinge of mockery flickering in her eyes. I froze in place and nodded. You've been tailing me for 3 days straight, just to prevent me from doing something stupid? Her gaze was sharp, like a knife cutting through me. Yes, I admitted, locking eyes with her. You've been through so much lately. I was afraid you might go to extremes. The despair in Zhou Wan's eyes suddenly shattered. Tears streamed down her face. 2 days ago, when I passed by this lake, I really did think about jumping. But your daily presence made me change my mind. Her voice quivered. Since the start of the semester, everything I had done had unknowingly pulled her back from the edge of the abyss. Thank you. She took a deep breath. But I can't accept your feelings right now. I understand. I forced a bitter smile. Walk with me. Her suggestion caught me off guard. We strolled side by side along South Lake. She told me how Xing Che hurled harsh words at her after finding out about the incident that night, and how she ultimately decided to break up with him. Halfway around the lake, Zhou Wan suddenly hugged me tight. Promise me, she said with firm resolve. Don't look for me anymore. My heart clenched. I want to spend the next 3 years peacefully. You deserve to live for yourself, not wasting time on me. Love has never been rational, I said, taking a deep breath. But fine, I promise. When I miss you, I'll just stand by building 9 for a bit. She froze for a moment, but in the end, she said nothing. Back at the dorm, I smoked half a pack of cigarettes in one go. The room filled with a haze, and I couldn't stop hearing Professor Luo Xiang's words. One day, you'll realize that your future is more important than love. But then you'll also find out the right person will be in your future. I stubbed out the cigarette and pulled out my pager. 3 unread messages from Dan Xilan and Gao Han, mostly pushing to finalize a contract. But I knew my pen name, Shadow, was going to blow up. If that's the case, why rush into a deal? Old year, did you pull an all-nighter last night? Sun Ming came over, cradling Xiao Bei in his arms. You just woke up? It's nearly noon. I glanced at the dog in his arms and stayed silent. What the hell was that look for? Sun Ming practically exploded. I might be a little nuts, but I'm not that nuts, all right? Okay. I replied dryly. Hey, did you hear? Yang Jinghao has a girlfriend now. Sun Ming lowered his voice like he was sharing top-tier gossip. She's married. Someone's wife. What? I was stunned. Yang Jinghao always so low-key. The owner of Fulai Restaurant. Sun whispered conspiratorially. He's been hanging out there nonstop recently. I frowned. He's playing with fire. That's going to end badly. I've warned him, but he won't listen. Said he learned it from watching you. What does this have to do with me? I asked, bewildered. Throwing on some clothes, I went downstairs, returned a few calls, and headed straight for Fulai Restaurant after setting a meeting place. When I pushed open the door to the storage room, I froze in place. Yang Jinghao was in a tight embrace with the restaurant owner. Our eyes met, and time seemed to stop. I closed the door and immediately turned to leave, my mind racing. Yang Jinghao chased after me. Hey, old year, why didn't you say you were stopping by? You know she has a husband? I cut to the chase. I know. His hand was steady as he lit a cigarette. Her husband's useless and went back to the countryside. Li Jia and I are genuine. You're playing with fire. Just don't say I didn't warn you. Worry about your own business, he chuckled, patting me on the shoulder. So what brings you here today? Business meeting. Get me a private room. He took me to room 303, muttering under his breath that I was using this as an excuse to take advantage of the place. About 10 minutes later, Dan Xilan and Gao Han arrived. My terms for an exclusive contract are steep. I cut straight to the point. You can't afford that right now. Better to wait and see how my work performs in the market. 50,000 signing bonus, plus a share of the profits, Dan Xilan said warmly. We genuinely want to work with you, Yun Yan. 50,000 is a lot, but what I want is freedom. I lit a cigarette. I don't want to tie myself down too early. Gao Han stayed silent. He knew 50,000 was already a generous offer. Asking for more would break precedent. The smart move would be to wait for the market reaction to the only way out. But Dan Xilan couldn't wait. Name your price. If we sign now? 500,000, I said after sipping my tea. If the only way out catches fire, the starting figure will be at least $1 million. 500,000. Gao Han nearly choked. Do you know what that means? That's top-level creator money. You're just a rookie. Dan Xilan gasped. No hard feelings if the deal doesn't happen, I said, signaling the waiter to bring in the dishes. Let's eat. After the meal, Dan Xilan left reluctantly. Gao Han, however, stayed behind. Want to check out Queen's nightclub tonight? He suggested. Sure, I agreed, figuring it'd be a good chance to strengthen connections. I know people there. When we got to the club, Lan Xiaoshuang sauntered down from upstairs in a sultry manner. Well, the little boy's all grown up now, huh? Figured out how to have a little fun. Just here to sing, I explained, pointing to the man with me. This is my friend, visiting from Hong Kong and Taiwan. From Hong Kong and Taiwan. Her eyes lit up. Must be someone important. Once we settled in a private room, she pulled me aside just outside the door. How do you even know people like him? Your future is looking bright. He's just a regular friend. I dodged her hand. No, girls. The two of you just gonna sing? She raised an eyebrow. I can call one over for you. My treat. No need. I waved her off and went back inside. Your presence and a few drinks together are more than enough. Where'd you go? I thought you ditched me. Gao Han handed me a microphone, disappointment flashing across his face. There was something about a club without women that just felt incomplete for him. I'll sing The Only Way Out a cappella. I took the mic and smiled. The one for Dan Xilan? That song hasn't even debuted on the mainland yet, Gao Han said, surprised. No worries, I replied, clearing my throat. The air in the room transformed completely when my deep, magnetic voice filled the space. Twinkle, twinkle, little star, you're still the center of my world. Gao casual demeanor shifted to shock. His hand trembled slightly. This is really him singing. Even Lan Xiaoshuang, standing nearby, looked stunned. It was that mesmerizing. My voice seemed to pierce right through to the soul. The days can only move forward, in one clockwise direction. As the song ended, silence engulfed the room. A beat then. Clap, clap, clap. Applause exploded like thunder. Genius. This is star potential, Gao exclaimed, leaping up in excitement. With the right promotion, you'll be an overnight sensation. Those celebs from Hong Kong and Taiwan can't even match him, Lan Xiaoshuang added, her eyes glinting. Don't flatter me so much. I laughed and shook my head, pouring drinks for the two of them. Gao, still trying to contain his excitement, fixed his glowing gaze on me. You've never had formal training and can already sing like this? You're a born star. The three of us raised our glasses, and at that moment, both Gao and Lan Xiaoshuang were staring at me like I was treasure. How do you know each other? Gao asked Lan Xiaoshuang, curious. Save the damsel in distress, Lan Xiaoshuang said without hesitation, not bothering to hide her feelings. If he reaches for the stars, it's only a matter of time before he gets them. Haha, I'm rooting for you. Gao roared with laughter. The next 3 hours were mostly spent with me singing. Instead of getting bored, Gao kept asking for another song. His eyes grew brighter with every performance. He saw a gold mine. By 11 p.m., the night ended, and Gao quickly paid the bill. It should have been my treat tonight, I said, feeling a bit guilty. No need for formalities between friends, Gao replied, glancing at the time. Ah crap, the school's already closed. There's a hotel nearby. I'll book a room, and you should get one too. The campus was indeed locked, and with an injured arm that made climbing over fences inconvenient, I nodded to agree. The Yahello Hotel, terrible name, but surprisingly decent quality. I got a room next to Gao. Get some rest, Lan Xiaoshuang said, waving me off as she left. Stay safe, I said as I turned to go, only to be pulled into Gao room. Be honest, have you ever thought about becoming a performer? Gao asked, a gleam of excitement in his eyes as he poured water. Your voice is like a gift from the heavens. I'm just a student, I shook my head. Having been given a second chance at life, I just wanted to take things slow, no meteoric rises. Come on, don't be like that. Even if you don't become a superstar, it doesn't hurt to try. But what if you do make it big? Gao tried to persuade me. I stared at him silently. What's wrong? If my first song goes viral, you'd only give me $1,000? Do you think being someone's artist would be a good deal? I teased, patting his shoulder. We're bros, but don't mix in money. It ruins relationships. Gao blushed slightly. I didn't know it'd blow up back then. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been so cheap. Forget about it. I waved him off. Writing songs is fine, but don't even think about me debuting. I had no intention to step into the public eye. In this second life, I only cared about earning money and living comfortably. Ah, don't be like that. Don't you want to make serious cash? I do, but I don't want to be a celebrity, I replied, heading for the door. Good night. Gao sighed, clearly disappointed, but a mischievous smile soon spread across his face as a new idea seemed to strike him. Back in my room, the alcohol hit me, and I fell asleep as soon as I lay down. Bang, bang, bang. A loud knock woke me abruptly. Who is it? Waking me up is like killing my parents. I grumbled, rubbing my bleary eyes as I opened the door in my boxers. Standing outside was Xiaoyan, still dressed in her school uniform. We stared at each other in confusion for a moment before her expression turned playful. Throwing her bag inside, she came in uninvited. Well, fancy seeing you like this. I just knew it. No guy can resist a girl's company. You're just the reserved type. She settled onto my lap, lifting my chin with a teasing grin. All right, tell me, how do you want to play tonight? Hold up, I pushed her away. Who sent you here? Still playing dumb? If you didn't want this, would I be here in the middle of the night? Xiaoyan smirked. It really wasn't me. I know. Your buddy next door, Mr. High Roller, sent me here. She drawled with an enticing smile. He's really something, huh? Hey buddy, order two. Don't forget to get one for yourself as well. You can go now. I lit a cigarette. I don't need it. What? You think I'm dirty? Xiaoyan's eyes welled up with tears. Enough with the act. I rolled my eyes. Hurry and leave. No way. I'm here already. I can't leave empty-handed. Xiaoyan pouted. I need money for school. School? You can't even solve a chicken and rabbit problem, and you're talking about school? Lan Jie knows I'm out here. If I don't make money, I can't pay her commission. I pulled out 30 bucks and handed it to her. Here, take this. Xiaoyan took the money with a grin. What about my travel fare? Queen Club is literally next door. What travel fare? Rules are rules. I reluctantly gave her another $5. Happy now? Yeah, that'll do. Xiaoyan smirked and left. Next time, send some business my way. Wait. I stopped her. Tell Boss Gao and Lan Jie that we hooked up, all right? I needed Lan Xiaoshuang to think I was no good, so she'd stop caring about me. Got it. You pay, I deliver. Xiaoyan patted her chest, promising. As soon as she left, indescribable noises started coming from next door. Boss Gao was making his moves. When Xiaoyan returned to the club, Lan Xiaoshuang approached her immediately. How did it go? Nothing happened. But he specifically asked me to tell you guys that something did. Xiaoyan admitted. Lan Xiaoshuang's eyes flashed with surprise. Then she chuckled. Interesting. As expected of someone I've got my eye on. She was about to head back to her room when a familiar figure entered, Xing Che, accompanied by a few others. Lan Xiaoshuang's face darkened, and she turned to leave. Wow, you've got the guts to cozy up to my dad, but not to face me. Xing Che sneered. From old to young, huh? You play all angles. Are you serious? Lan Xiaoshuang glared at him with anger. Who do you think you are? You're just a low-level manager. You're nothing to me. Lan Xiaoshuang was trembling with rage, but could only watch as Xing Che headed upstairs. The next morning, I left the hotel without disturbing Gao Han. The renovations for the supermarket were complete, and the shelves had been installed. All that was left was hiring and stocking inventory. Just as I stepped outside, a truck slowly pulled up. The driver jumped out. It was Zhao Dong. Hey Yunnan, what a coincidence. Zhao Dong greeted, clearly excited. It's been months since we last saw each other. Two fellow townsmen reconnecting. There were genuine emotions. The misunderstandings of the past didn't matter anymore. You go to Zhongnan University of Finance, right? Zhao Dong patted my shoulder. That's right. I smiled. Seeing you here is a pleasant surprise. Same here. Zhao Dong scratched his head, then looked at the supermarket. Where's the boss? I am the boss. I offered him a cigarette. Huh. Look at you, opening a big supermarket like this. Zhao Dong glanced around the store, visibly impressed. You've exceeded my expectations, for sure. He lit a cigarette, took a drag, and said, Don't worry. The work's easy. By the way, this spot is perfect, right across from the school gate. You're going to be rolling in money. From your lips to God's ears. I chuckled, though inwardly I was calculating. It'd take a whole year just to break even. Nice store, but there's no sign yet. Zhao Dong noted as he scanned the entrance. You need a catchy name for this place. Almost forgot about that. I smacked my forehead. Tell me the name, and I'll handle it. Zhao Dong pounded his chest, reassuringly. I know people around here. You won't get ripped off. Levon Goods. I wrote down the name on a piece of paper. Zhao Dong's expression shifted slightly. You and Zhouwan. Not a chance. I shrugged, casual as ever. Take it slow. Zhao Dong clapped a hand on my shoulder before turning back to unload goods. An hour later, the shelves were stocked. I put up a hiring ad and started wandering around the area. There were many unused courtyards nearby. I knew what the future held for these properties. In 10 years, they'd all be demolished, and the prices would skyrocket in 6 or 7 years. Having lived this life once already, I knew securing property was priority number one. I had about 50 or 60,000 yuan, enough to buy a courtyard. But that would mean draining my savings entirely. After scouting around, a 2-story Western-style house caught my eye. It had a garden, a garage, and although it was run down, the location was unbeatable. This type of house is desirable no matter the era. I knew it had once belonged to a military officer who fled to Taiwan, so it wouldn't be easy to acquire. Small courtyards in the area were going for 20 to 30,000 yuan. The price for this place would be even higher. I walked around the property. Perfect location, ideal facing direction, and overall prime real estate. Unfortunately, no one seemed to know who the owner was. Out of options, I decided to seek out Lan Xiaoshuang. Lan Jia, are you busy? Not at all. But you. Lan Xiaoshuang looked me up and down. Busy all night last night. And now you're here looking for Xiaoyan first thing in the morning. I scratched my nose awkwardly. Lanjia, stop joking. I've got business to discuss. All right, spill it. The Western-style houses behind the university, there's one that's unoccupied and falling apart. I handed her a cigarette. Can you help me find the owner? I want to buy it. Buying a house. Lan Xiaoshuang was visibly surprised. You're only here to study for a few years. Why buy a house? I plan to settle down locally, I explained. The school dorms are too noisy, and besides, I already have. I went to the supermarket. The school is locked up at night, and it's really inconvenient for a lot of things. All right, I'll ask around for you. Lan Xiaoshuang lit a cigarette. But I'd advise you not to buy. With housing prices this low, renting is more cost-effective. So how much is the house? At least 30 to 40,000. Lan Xiaoshuang stared intently at my expression. 30 to 40,000. My eyes lit up. That cheap. Lan Xiaoshuang was stunned. She thought I'd be discouraged, but instead, my face was full of excitement. If you're okay with it, I'll help you contact the seller. Just have your money ready. She looked at me thoughtfully. I didn't expect the price difference between commercial properties and residential houses to be this big. I sighed. The rent from my supermarket for just 2 months could buy me a small home. That's the thing about commercial properties. They say a good one can support 3 generations. Lan Xiaoshuang chuckled. Your landlord is asking for 100,000. If you had the money, you could buy that one outright. Forget it. I instantly deflated. The location is great, and 100,000 for 150 square feet isn't bad at all. But I don't have that kind of money. Money is just a small problem. Lan Xiaoshuang placed a hand on my shoulder, her tone teasing. Spend a few days with me each month, and I'll help you out. I quickly brushed her hand away. Lanjia, don't joke around. Come find me when you change your mind, she said, grabbing a package from the front desk. This is from Boss Gao. 10,000, as compensation for not crying. 10,000. He said he's sorry. I took the package, knowing full well that entertainment companies never give money without expecting something in return. 2 days later, it was National Day. Most of the students went home, but everyone in my dorm stayed. Xing Qian invited me to her birthday party, and I agreed. Liwang department store officially opened. I hired just one employee, with a monthly salary of 60 yuan, way above the 45 yuan that factory technicians earned. With fewer students around during the holiday, it wasn't too busy. I renovated the store with a modern style, straight out of 2 decades into the future, creating an inviting atmosphere that quickly captured a lot of business from nearby shops. On October 2nd, Lan Xiaoshuang showed up with an old man. The 3 of us headed straight to a small Western-style building. Mr. Zhao, this kid is serious about buying. Just give him a fair price, Lan Xiaoshuang said as she walked. I checked out the house. It looked run down on the outside but was surprisingly clean inside, with signs that someone was living there. Sure enough, a plain-looking woman in her 30s came downstairs timidly. Papa, you're here, she greeted softly. The old man, Zhao, sighed deeply but said nothing. The house is nice, and the location's great, Zhao remarked as he brushed dust off a beam with a feather duster, almost like he was admiring a work of art. Lived here my whole life. Never thought I'd be selling it. Not sure if I'll ever come back to see it again. I walked around and tried to play it cool. The house is all right. A bit run down, but I can live with it. Don't even think about bargaining. Zhao gave me a stern look, holding up 4 fingers. This is the minimum price. 4,000. I asked excitedly. 4,000. Keep dreaming. 40,000 minimum. Deal. I agreed without hesitation. 2 decades from now, you wouldn't be able to buy this place for anything less than 6 million. If it got demolished, it'd be worth even more. Zhao was taken aback. You're so young. Do you really have 40,000? I took out 40,000 in cash from my bag and slapped it on the table. Transfer the property today, and the money's yours. All right, but my daughter-in-law will need to stay here for 6 months, Zhao said, calling over the woman. If you could find her a job, that'd be even better. What's that supposed to mean? I was baffled. Are you marrying off your daughter-in-law? Sigh, Zhao sighed again. To be honest, she's had a rough life. She's from the countryside. My son married her when he was sent there as part of the re-education program. Later, he returned to the city and went abroad, and he's not planning on coming back. I'm leaving the country too, so this daughter-in-law of mine. Another deep sigh. If she hadn't come looking for me recently, I wouldn't even have known that bastard got married. I suddenly understood. It was yet another story of a man abandoning his responsibilities. All right, she can stay for 6 months. I'll find her something to do. I need staff for my supermarket anyway. You're decisive, good. Zhao patted me on the shoulder and led me to the study. He knocked on the floor, and a tile flipped open, revealing a staircase wide enough for only one person. A basement. I was stunned. More like a sophisticated one. I followed him down. The further down we went, the more spacious it became. To my shock, it was a fully furnished, luxurious underground room, complete with a study and a living area. What did your family do? Better than yours, that's for sure, Zhao said smugly. This used to be an ammo storage during the war, back when we fought the Japanese. Reinforced with steel and concrete. It's built to be a fallout shelter. That's amazing. I gave him a thumbs up. Too bad your descendant turned out to be such a disappointment. Zhao's face turned red. You really don't know how to talk, do you? Let's finish the paperwork. I'm leaving the country. After completing the ownership transfer, I handed over the 40,000 to Zhao. He pulled out 2,000 and handed it to the woman. Take this and forget about that useless guy. Then, he walked away without looking back. I stood there, dumbstruck. 2,000 to send her off, just like that? Still, it wasn't my place to interfere in their family matters. Tears streamed down the woman's face. Returning to the new house, Li Fong made a hearty meal. As I was eating, my thoughts wandered to Zhou Wan. If only she could live with me here, wouldn't that be amazing? While I was lost in thought, an evening birthday party for Xing Qian crossed my mind. I planned to attend and, incidentally, inquire with her about any programming experts. Suddenly, I noticed black smoke rising from the direction of Li Yuan department store. Is there a fire? My heart sank, and without another word, I bolted toward it. As I got closer, I realized it wasn't Li Yuan department store. It was Fulai restaurant. The entrance was crowded with people. A burly middle-aged man stood there, gripping a blood-stained butchering knife, an empty gasoline barrel by his feet. A sinking feeling overwhelmed me. Something awful had happened. What's going on? I asked Wu Fu and Sun Ming as I found them in the crowd. Yang Jinghao is inside. Wu Fu exclaimed in utter panic. He hasn't come out since he went in. Who's the man with the knife? The proper, legal husband of the restaurant owner. Sun Ming replied solemnly, his face pale. It's bad. They caught old Yang in bed, red-handed, without even his pants on. My head buzzed with disbelief. I'd warned him about toying with fire, but he wouldn't listen. And now, things had hit rock bottom. Someone's been killed. Murder. The restaurant owner, visibly panicked, came rushing out, screaming, "Help! Save me!" But when she saw her husband, she fell to the ground, trembling. It wasn't me. It was him who seduced me. SHHHK. Without hesitation, the middle-aged man drove the knife into her abdomen. Her clothes were instantly soaked in blood. The woman's eyes widened in shock and disbelief. This honest man, whom she'd bullied her entire life, had finally snapped and used a knife on her. Old Yang is dead meat. Sun Ming whispered, his face ashen. If that guy dares stab his wife like this, nothing will stop him. The crowd instinctively recoiled like a wave. Flames lit up the night sky as the piercing wail of police and fire engine sirens filled the air, growing louder by the second. I clenched my fists so tightly they cracked. But all I could do was watch helplessly. I'd been given a second chance at life, and I couldn't afford to risk it all now. The middle-aged man cast one last cold glance at his bleeding wife. Pulling out the blood-drenched blade, he vanished into the deep, shadowy alley. The fire consumed nearly everything. Wu Fu, Sun Ming, and I tried several times to push our way inside, but the raging flames forced us back each time. Finally, the firefighters arrived, tackling the inferno. When the blaze subsided, the charred remains of a body were carried out. Yang Jinghao, gone just like that. The police and school officials questioned us thoroughly. By the time we were allowed to return to the dorms, it was well past midnight. Brother Yen, was this all worth it for old Yang? Sun Ming asked, lighting a cigarette with shaky hands. Risked his life for a married woman. Wu Fu shook his head. Guess it was his fate. No one escapes their reckoning, I said, handing them each a cigarette. The pager buzzed. It was Xing Qian. Meet at the Ziyu Pavilion. The ordeal with Yang Jinghao weighed heavily on me, but I had promised Xing Qian I would show up. At Ziyu Pavilion Hotel, 8 p.m. Pushing open the private room's door, everyone's eyes landed on me. Xing Su, Zhou Wan, Dai Jia, and a few of Xing Qian's dorm mates were present. Beauty attracts beauty. Each girl had an exceptional air about her. You're finally here, Xing Qian said, pulling me to sit beside her. I almost thought you weren't coming. Got delayed on the way, I said, offering a polite smile. I'm leaving, Xing Su muttered coldly, his gaze cutting through me like a blade as he stood to go. Brother, stay for me, won't you? Xing Qian tugged him back down. He reluctantly sat, his eyes sharp, unyielding. Zhou Wan's expression remained calm, as though she had moved on from the past. Since it's break time, let's drink some baijiu. Xing Qian pulled out a bottle of Maodai, my dad's special stash. The girls politely declined, choosing tea instead. Zhou Wan also opted for tea, while Dai Jia asked for some liquor. All eyes were on me, the freshman who had somehow earned Xing Qian's special regard. Pour me a full one. Xing Su shoved a 2-ounce glass toward me. The challenge was clear. I simply smiled and slid the glass back. He downed his drink in one go, staring daggers at me. I picked up my glass and emptied it in one smooth motion. Fire burned down my throat. Silence enveloped the room. Nobody spoke. The second glass. The third. Like warriors dueling with swords, the two of us clashed, using the liquor as our weapon. After the fourth round, Xing Su slumped to the floor, vomiting violently beneath the table. I wasn't in great shape either, my vision swimming as the room spun and tilted into darkness. When I woke, I was in the little villa. The bed was neatly made, and a glass of water sat on the table nearby. Groggily shaking my head, I thought to myself, I can't believe I managed to make it home despite being drunk. It was me who brought you home. Startled, I whipped my head around. It was Dai Jia? Fully dressed, she sat calmly by the side of the bed, her gaze fixed on me. How do you even know I live here? I asked. I passed by Liyuan's supermarket, and a sister named Li Fong told me. Dai Jia replied, a flicker of curiosity in her eyes. Didn't expect you to have a place off campus. I'm just renting it, I deflected casually. No sense in drawing too much attention. Dai Jia was sharp enough to drop the topic, though I suspected she had already figured out the truth from the way Li Fong spoke. This is a pretty nice place, she remarked, scanning the room. Could you help me rent a unit too? The campus dorms are too noisy. I want a private space. Li Fong appeared then, setting down breakfast, porridge and fried dough sticks. Her knowing gaze spoke volumes. Pick any room upstairs, I told Dai Jia. Renovations will be done in 3 days. You can move in then. That'd be amazing. Her face lit up as excitement danced in her eyes. She ended up choosing a room with a balcony, conveniently located right next to mine. Moving day arrived, and I helped her carry her things. As expected with girls, she had a mountain of clothing. Nice bracelet you've got, I commented, noticing the one on her wrist. The jade bracelet on her wrist. An heirloom antique. Dai Jia proudly extended her arm. Although it's not imperial jade, it's still a quality piece. Nobody understands collectibles these days. My dad just told me to wear it. An antique. It was like a bolt of lightning piercing through the fog. How could I have forgotten about this pathway to riches? Antiques from the 90s aren't worth much now, but after the year 2000, their value will skyrocket. Especially after 95, when Hong Kong and Taiwanese business people flood in, antique prices will soar. This is a golden opportunity. The problem is, I'll need startup money. You like it? Take it. Consider it rent. Dai Jia mustered the courage to say. Don't joke around. How could I possibly accept a family heirloom? I quickly waved her off. But you've reminded me of a way to make money. When I turn a profit, I'll be sure to thank you properly. Making money with antiques? Dai Jia looked surprised. Antique market stuff is only worth a few bucks. A few bucks. My eyes lit up. That's perfect. A few days later, the little villa was transformed. Dai Jia officially moved in and filled the balcony with flowers. It had been her dream since childhood. Meanwhile, over in Hong Kong, inside the president's office at Daxiao Entertainment, the only way made $1 million in just 2 weeks. Zhuo Wei exclaimed while flipping through the financial report. This shadow is a talent. They could bring us at least $3 million in profits. Dan Shilon smiled. Other film companies are already asking to buy the rights for a movie trailer ending song. The problem is, he's not exclusively signed with us. Zhuo Wei's brows furrowed. Last time he asked for 500,000, and now it'll probably be even more. Cap it at 700,000. Zhuo Wei decided firmly. But we need at least 5 songs from him over the coming year. Dan Shilon immediately set off. She underestimated how quickly this song would blow up. By the time she got off the plane, the melody of the song was echoing through every street corner in mainland China. At the airport, she ran into Gao Han, a signing manager for Warner Entertainment, who looked utterly dejected. Here again, she teased. Don't play dumb, Gaohan chuckled bitterly. Can we negotiate? No way. Dan Shilon decisively declined. This time, I have to sign Yunnan. Well, it looks like either you lose your job or I lose mine. Thus began a head-to-head battle between two entertainment giants. At the time, I was staring at Dai Jia's jade bracelet, lost in thought. The antique market, an overlooked gold mine, was waiting for me to dig in. In tumultuous times, gold reigns supreme. In prosperous times, it's antiques. And right now, it's prime time for collectors to shine. Ideas crackled through my mind like lightning. In the next few years, I would focus on amassing antiques, building connections, and eventually establishing an auction house. Money would pour in like a flood. With enough antiques, I'd have a virtual money printing machine. My heart pounded with excitement. On every corner, people were humming the tune of The Only Way. It was a hit, an undeniable, unstoppable hit. I knew it wouldn't be long before Dan Shilon and Gaohan came knocking. Showbiz is a brutal game. When you're unknown, no one gives you a second glance. But the moment you go viral, everyone scrambles to get a piece of you. By the afternoon, my pager was buzzing like crazy. I returned the message with my address, inviting them over directly. Dai Jia was out running errands, and Li Fong was at work, leaving the house perfectly quiet. Half an hour later, the two big shots arrived simultaneously. As the tea was poured, Dan Shilon got straight to the point. The Only Way is a hit. Dasha Entertainment wants to sign you. 5 songs a year, you name the terms. Same for Warner. Gaohan responded with a bright smile. We'll make sure you're happy with the offer. Speaking of offers, I picked up my teacup. That 10,000 yuan from last time, I'll go return it now. No. Gaohan stopped me immediately. That was company compensation. You're not required to pay it back. All right then. I sat back down, my gaze shifting between the two. Same as before, highest bid wins. One more thing. For every song of mine, I'm selling full rights. Starting price is 60,000. The two exchanged glances. 500,000. Gaohan raised the stakes first. Immediate transfer. Dan Shilon narrowed her eyes. 550,000. You. Gaohan was visibly trembling with fury. Do you even have 600,000? 600,000. Dan Shilon calmly shot back. It was the perfect standoff. I had been prepared to settle at 560,000, but the competition had driven the price to cross the 600,000 mark. Gaohan stepped outside to make a call on his cell phone. When he returned, his eyes were filled with determination. 700,000. But there's a condition. You have to debut as an artist under Warner. Debut? Out of the question. I shook my head decisively. Even for $1 billion, I wouldn't do it. Making money quietly while keeping a low profile, that's my creed. The entertainment industry is a treacherous sea, and I had no intention of diving in. 730,000. Dan Shilon raised her voice, cool and firm. If he ups his bid, I'll keep raising mine. Debuting would be a separate negotiation entirely. Gaohan had no comeback. I scanned through the contract in front of me and then turned to Gaohan. I'm sorry, but I really need this money. No worries. Gaohan maintained his composure, though his voice trembled slightly. I'm sure we'll have other opportunities to work together in the future. I signed, stamped, and exchanged contracts with Dan Shilon. She handed me a check. It's from the Rural Commercial Bank. You can cash it anytime. As I escorted Gaohan out, he turned back with a faint smile. Brother, we'll meet again very soon. There was a hint of something unspoken in that smile. Later that evening, at the Ziteng Pavilion, I handed Dan Shilon a sealed envelope. Ms. Dan, I hope you can take care of me in the future. She glanced at the cash inside and pushed it back firmly. I appreciate the thought, but I don't need the money. I'm not that kind of person. You helped me secure 730,000 yuan. This is the least I could do. I insisted, placing it back in her hand. Maybe get yourself a bag or something nice. All right. She finally relented, taking the envelope. She gave me a meaningful look. You're quite impressive for someone your age. By the way, why does Gaohan insist on getting you into the entertainment world? He thinks I sing well and wants me to become an artist. I replied honestly, but I just want to be a normal student. Admiration flickered in her eyes. Not even 20 years old, with wealth approaching 1 million yuan, and yet you remain so low-key. That's rare. She paused before continuing. Unlike Gaohan, he let the money get to his head. We went through hell and back together, climbed to the top, and then he left me. Tears rolled down her cheeks. So, There was history between them. I chose not to ask more. At 9 p.m., I got home only to realize I'd forgotten my keys. I scaled the fence and knocked on the door. Daijia answered. I thought you'd gone to bed, I said with a smile. I spent the whole day at the internet cafe. Her eyes lit up. Princess Maker is such a fun game. If only it leveled up automatically, that would be perfect. Cheats. That's what she meant by cheats. Suddenly, I saw a golden opportunity unfolding before me. I'll make you a game accelerator in a few days, I said as I set down my bag and poured myself some tea. Really? She jumped up excitedly. Cross my heart. The moonlight lit up her face. She looked breathtakingly beautiful in that moment. I abruptly stood up. Time for bed, I said, my tone unusually cold. What's wrong? She looked confused. I made some soup. It's fine. I'm tired. I cut her off, quickly retreating upstairs. I lay in bed, my heart pounding in my chest. Just now, for a split second, did I feel something for Daijia? No, that's impossible. The one I love is Zhou Wan. My feelings for her span 2 lifetimes. How could that change? But why did that happen? The next day, I spent 20,000 yuan on a high-end computer. All the programming skills I'd painstakingly mastered in my past life were finally going to come in handy. If I couldn't find someone else to develop cheats, then I would do it myself. Later, I went to the local rural commercial bank. When the teller, Yili, took the check from me, her expression froze in shock. 730,000? She had been working at the bank for over a year and had never seen a sum this large. And the person in front of her was just a student under 20. Is this really yours? She looked at me like I was an anomaly. Is there a problem? After verifying its authenticity, she seemed even more astonished. Her voice trembled as she asked, Sir, would you like to deposit this into a card or withdraw it as cash? Please note, cash withdrawals of this amount require prior notice. I'd like to open a new account and deposit it. 2 minutes later, I walked out with a shiny new debit card in hand. 730,000 yuan now safely stored inside. Would you like to consider a fixed deposit? Yili called after me, her voice full of hope. A deposit that large could secure her quarterly performance target twice over. No, thank you, I replied without looking back. At the entrance, I ran into Xing Qian. What are you doing here? She asked. Paying my school fees, I said, recalling the previous time we'd met. By the way, sorry about getting drunk at your birthday party. It's fine. My brother was the one out of line. Her smile was warm and forgiving. As I left, she turned toward the counter. Cousin, Yi Li, the teller, greeted her with excitement. Over coffee, Yi Li couldn't hold back her shock. That classmate of yours just deposited a check for 730,000 yuan. What? Xing Qian froze as if hit by lightning. That's impossible. Where would he get that kind of money? The check came from an entertainment company. He must have earned it himself, Yi Li speculated. So young and already so wealthy. He's the perfect catch. You should go for it. He likes my sister-in-law, Xing Qian admitted with a wry smile. Didn't they break up? They did, but she'd never consider getting back with Yunyan. That means you still have a chance. Yi Li said seriously. You know something about him that nobody else does. Don't let this opportunity slip away. Xing Qian fell silent, the scent of coffee hanging in the air, mixing with the chaos of her thoughts. Later, back at home, her mind churned with fragments of memory. Daijia sitting next to Yunyan, Daijia seeing him home. She picked up the phone and dialed Daijia's house, only to learn that she had moved out. After hanging up, Xing Qian stood there, stunned. Her childhood best friend, someone she contacted almost daily, had made such a big decision without breathing a word to her? It must have something to do with Yunyan, she murmured to herself. Daijia was always a cautious person. She wouldn't move out without a compelling reason. Back at home, I dove straight into my computer room, hands flying across the keyboard. Code for creating cheats for Princess Maker poured out as if by instinct. I have to be the first to market, I told myself. Opportunities like this were fleeting. By 2000, a crackdown on cheats and hacks would inevitably arrive. Time was money. Setting up the phone line. I'll keep coding. 2 days later, Daijia sat in front of the computer, staring at the game character auto-learning and auto-leveling with eyes wide like saucers. Oh my god, Yunyan, how did you pull this off? She jumped up and gave me a huge hug. You're a genius. This is called a cheat, I explained with a smile. This kind of thing will only become more common in the future. This is amazing. My classmates would go crazy if they found out they could play like this. Dai Jia sat back down, excitedly operating the controls. It's not completely done yet. I shook my head. In my vision, it should eventually support one-click max stats and even God mode. Well, let me play with what you've got for now. Dai Jia was as thrilled as a kid. I walked out to the balcony and admired the flowers and plants she grew. This girl had turned the balcony into something as poetic as a painting. She originally wanted to transform the garden, but unfortunately, Li Fang claimed it first for planting vegetables. To make life easier, I gave Li Fang an extra 30 yuan for taking charge of our meals. That way, I could focus on developing the cheat. 2 hours later, the game crashed. It needs optimization, I muttered as I sat back down at the computer. Before the National Day break ended, the cheat was finally perfected, not only fully optimized but also featuring the one-click max stats function. When I returned to the dorm, Wu Fu and Sun Ming were busy playing Princess Maker. I gave them the cheat. The way they looked at me changed. They were now worshipping me like I was a deity. 3 nights later, Dai Jia said her best friend wanted the cheat too. No way. I immediately identified the problem. Giving it away for free will ruin the entire market. I spent a day coding a bug. A single cheat could only log into one account. If your friend wants it, fine, 30 yuan for one, I told Dai Jia. 30 yuan. Dai Jia looked shocked. Are you crazy? Some people's monthly salary is only 40 or 50. They're not my target customers, I said calmly. It's people who own computers. A single computer costs over 10,000. Do you think they'll care about 30 yuan? Plus, I continued, we can set up a forum, accept bank transfers, and distribute the cheat with download codes. At that moment, inspiration struck me like a lightning bolt. Forums combined with cheats, the ultimate genius combo. Just the advertising revenue in the next decade alone would be a goldmine. You're brilliant. Dai Jia gave me a thumbs up. You help me sell, and I'll give you a cut. I'll give it a shot. I picked up the phone. Do me a favor, call Sun Ming and Wu Fu from room 316. 10 minutes later, the two arrived at Kowloon Garden, Unit 212. When they saw the brand new little villa, their jaws almost hit the floor. Old you, is this your place? I rented it. I told a harmless lie. I found a money-making opportunity and want to take you guys along. Their eyes turned red. Ever since they'd started dating, they'd been broke, so broke that Sun Ming was about to run out of cigarettes. Brother Nian, you're like an actual big brother. Sun Ming hugged my right arm while Wu Fu grabbed my left. We'll do anything. No need to overreact. It's just selling cheats. We'll split it 70 to 30. I take 70, you two take 30. Isn't 30 yuan too expensive? Wu Fu stroked his chin. The target customers are people with computers, I explained patiently. And this is only the basic version. For an upgraded version, the price will be at least double. As long as we're making money. Sun Ming nodded enthusiastically. You can also recruit sub-agents and offer them tiered commissions. I continued, lighting a cigarette. We'll settle earnings once a week. One more thing, get internet cafe managers to help promote the cheats. At that moment, Dai Jia came out carrying a tray of egg-flavored rice wine. Is this your fiancé? Both of them were stunned. Stop with the nonsense. This is Senior Dai Jia. The campus beauty Dai Jia? Sun Ming asked in disbelief. I had no idea you were a campus beauty. I was surprised myself. There's a lot you don't know. Dai Jia laughed as she headed back into the kitchen. During the first week, Sun Ming and Wu Fu struggled, barely managing to sell one cheat after wearing out their shoes from running around pitching it. The buyer was a chubby guy named Chu Xian, who bought it just to get them off his back. However, Dai Jia sold 9. With her network full of wealthier people, it was no contest. 81 yuan in commission. The two guys instantly got their second wind. Don't try too hard to sell it, I advised them. Instead, casually show off its features and wait for others to come to you. I also gave them 2,000 yuan for internet expenses. By the second week, sales exploded. Sun Ming sold 26 cheats, Wu Fu sold 30, and Dai Jia sold 23. The two guys took home over 500 yuan, and they were ecstatic. Dai Jia looked at me with a newfound something in her eyes. As the three of them excitedly counted their cash, I remained unusually calm. The cheat market was a massive cake, and this was just a small slice of it. Someone like Dai Jia, a wealthy young lady, wouldn't demean herself by promoting in internet cafes. Her success relied on her connections. Once her network was exhausted, her sales would inevitably decline. As for Sun Ming and Wu Fu, Most of their time was consumed by military training, leaving them with no time to cover multiple internet cafes across town. What I needed was a true social player to become a business partner. In the third week, something unexpected happened. Sun Ming and Wu Fu sold nearly 100 sheets. As soon as military training ended, they rushed straight to the internet cafes, more motivated than ever. Meanwhile, Dai Jia continued to amaze me, selling 76 cheats all on her own, and even in the neighboring. 能够感动她，但人家或许觉得我只是个笑话。戴家侧头看着我，目光中有一丝心疼。你也是人，又不是不需要被爱，为什么要把自己弄得这么狼狈？或许习惯了吧，我轻声说。执着是痛，但有时放下比坚持更痛。但人总归要学会向前看。他低头玩弄着手指，声音近乎耳语。也许你该试着关注一下别的人，别的风景。气氛静下来，只有微风拂过阳台的安静声。在那一刻，我捕捉到他眼中复杂的情绪，但终究没说什么。再看看吧，我叹了口气，低头看向远处的街景。总要等个结果，等到看清方向，再往前走。戴家没再继续说，轻轻笑了一声，那笑容却带着淡淡的失落。我们就这样沉默地站着，星星点缀的夜空，无声地看着两个彼此懂得，却又止步不前的人。Deeply moving, yet more often than not, you're simply moved by yourself. You can't blame her. She has Xingqia. I know. I put down my teacup, my voice low. If this is fate, so be it. But I won't stop moving forward. Why insist on staying with one tree? No reason. I interrupted her, looking up at the night sky. A hint of sorrow flickered in Dai Jia's eyes. It's late. I stood alone on the balcony for a long time. The thought of fading shoe factory cutting off the remittance surfaced. The days of profiting off the information disparity were gone. I needed to find a new path forward. Morning came, the sunlight warm and inviting. Morning runs, reading, coding, that's my routine. Reading The Art of War, planning for war. Xingqian strolled over, stretching lazily. Life itself is a battlefield, I replied, turning the page. I want to move in, she suddenly declared. No, I rejected her outright. If your brother finds out, he'll make a scene. I won't tell him. Not up for negotiation. Then how about this? A sly glint appeared in Xingqian's eyes. I move in, and I'll bring Zhou one along to hang out. My hand froze. Damn it. The temptation. First floor, I said through gritted teeth. Second floor, next to Dai Jia's room. Deal. As I watched her bound away, her figure practically skipping, I sighed heavily. 3 women in the house. Things were about to get lively. Chu Fei appeared, looking haggard, his hair disheveled like a bird's nest. He clearly hadn't slept all night. I ran tests on the plugin he'd developed. It ran smoothly. Basic, but for something completed overnight, it was a testament to his genius. Do you want to turn this plugin into an empire? I asked. Dream about it every night. His eyes lit up. Making money with a plugin. It's brilliant. While our classmates in computer science are stuck working on pig farms, we could start a company. I cut him off. You'll be the CTO and hire a team of 10 to 30 people. 30 people. His jaw dropped. Just buying that many computers. Money isn't the issue. I lit a cigarette. Start with 7 or 8. Take it slow. We'll split the profits 60 to 40. I take 60, you take 40. 70 to 30. Chu Fei exclaimed fervently, rubbing his hands together. 3 is more than enough for me. Just being able to partner with you. I'm eternally grateful. 60 to 40. I smiled, nodding. The plug-in market is big enough to make us full. At the electronics store, I shelled out 140,000 yuan for 8 computers. The staff were dumbfounded. Even Chu Fei nearly fell to his knees. Brother Yin, you're practically my blood brother. The sight of a college freshman casually dropping tens of thousands had completely shattered his worldview. Later at the Queen's Clubhouse. Here to ask for favors again? Xiaoyan raised an eyebrow. Came to see Sister Lan. Cut it out. No one climbs up here for no reason. Blue Lotus office. Buying property and starting a company. I went straight to the point. How big a company? 7 or 8 people. Puffed. Sister Lan spit her tea out all over my face. 7 or 8 people, and you call that a company? A tech company. I wiped my face. What's the point of that? Come work under me. I'll introduce you to some wealthy ladies. Sister Lon. My chest tightened. I want serious business. What kind of properties? 2 small villas. 2. She was astonished. Where'd you get so much money? I just smiled. The secret of a reborn life wasn't something I could casually share. Enough, I said with a faint grin. That should cover it. She squinted, knowing full well I was downplaying. Silence. Fine, she relented. Honestly, no one thinks much of property these days. If you want it, I'll help you find it. Thanks, Sister Lon. The sooner, the better. This life, I'll invest heavily in real estate. In my previous life, I had suffered immensely, loaning 900,000 yuan at a 5.6% interest rate, paying a monthly mortgage of 5,000. Every payment felt like a blade cutting into my chest. Mortgages were chains for the average person, nearly impossible to break away from. But not this time. One villa for work, the other as a gift for Zhouwan. I could picture her clinging to my leg, crying and begging me to marry her. What are you grinning about? Sister Lon rolled her eyes. Just thought of someone. A girl? She teased, adopting her usual all-knowing look. No, I just think buying property is a good thing, worth sharing with family. I covered quickly. She nodded. I heard you signed with an entertainment company. How did you? Boss Gao mentioned it. She was frank. A few days ago, he brought some friends to sing karaoke and said you signed on to write songs. He asked if I could convince you to debut. I see. I sipped my coffee and stood up. Sister Lon, here's my number. Call me once you find the listings. I slid a paper toward her, the landline for home. During military training, I'd be staying at the small villa where I could answer it. All right. She pocketed the slip. There's a business mixer tonight. Want to join? No thanks, I'm just a student. She didn't push further. On the third day, Sister Lon located 2 small villas. One was adjacent to where I currently stayed, the other on the opposite side of the neighborhood. The farther one sold for 38,000 yuan. As for the neighboring one, it was an elderly man in his 60s who opened the door. Wearing his reading glasses, the old man looked surprised. You're buying a house? Yes, sir, I replied politely. On account of Xiaolan, I'll sell it to you. 43,000, he said, leading me on a tour of the property. The renovations? Top-notch. Nothing needs to be redone. Mr. Li, could you make it a little cheaper? Lon Ziashuang chimed in to help. The place next door went for only 40,000. Look at my furniture. Mr. Li gestured at the solid wood sofa in the living room with pride. This is authentic Wangwali wood. It's priceless. If I had anywhere else to put it, I wouldn't be letting it go. I tapped the sofa. I wouldn't know the difference. Old Li wouldn't lie to you, Lon laughed. He's well known in the collector's circle. He can spot the authenticity of antiques instantly. All right then, 43,000 it is. My eyes lit up. This set of furniture wasn't just old. It had value. Mr. Li smiled with satisfaction. You've got a good eye? He walked over to the dressing table. Don't feel shortchanged. I'll throw in this Zeton wood vanity. And these chairs. No, not the chairs. Those are redwood, and I'm taking them with me. Sitting down with a sigh, he murmured, it's a pity people these days aren't interested in antiques. These items will be priceless treasures in the future. If I weren't so broke, I'd never sell this house. Boom. Lightning struck in my head. Antique collecting. Of course. That's the most lucrative path. Buying property, writing songs, making hacks. How could any of that compare to investing in antiques? A lot of people haven't realized their value yet, but 20 years from now, the market for ancient artifacts will surely explode. Wangwali wood, Zeton wood. Any one of these pieces could be worth millions in the future. By the year 2000, the antique market will thrive. Gold for times of turmoil, antiques for times of prosperity. I looked at the old man. He was a living treasure. If he'd help me source antiques, it'd be like having a money printing machine. Mr. Li, don't worry. We'll transfer the ownership today. I've got the cash with me. I patted my bag. Good. The property deed's ready. Let's head to the housing authority. We spent the morning finishing up the paperwork and transferring the payment. After Lon left, I escorted Mr. Li back to the neighborhood. He wandered through his old house, looking reluctant. He sat there for a whole hour before finally picking up his redwood chair. Well, that's it. The house is yours now. Handing me the keys, he took one last look around. What a home. I've lived here for half my life. It's hard to let it go. I helped him up. What's your plan now, Mr. Li? I'll find a rental. I'm just an old bachelor. What else can I do? He said with a bitter smile. I'll pass the time wandering antique markets, finding a few treasures here and there. This life, it's been worth it. You don't have kids? They moved far away. Tears ran down his face. This lifetime, I won't see them again. A pang hit my heart. Mr. Lee, why don't you just stay here? I've got more properties than I can live in. You could help me take care of this one. Keep the dust away. You're joking? He stared at me in disbelief. Not at all. I'm already grateful you sold me this house. I got an excellent deal on this house. Even more importantly, standing before me was a legend in the antique world, a minter you couldn't just stumble upon. Mr. Lee paused, deep in thought. You must have an ulterior motive. No, really. If you do, I'll stay. If you don't, I'm leaving. He stood firm. There's no such thing as a free lunch. He lifted his chair and started heading out. Okay. I do. I grabbed onto him. I want to learn about antiques from you. You teach me, and I'll take care of you for life. He stared at me, stunned. Are you serious about learning? Absolutely serious. I nodded earnestly. A tense silence lasted 3 minutes. Finally, Mr. Lee put down the chair and sat back down. Kneel. What? You want to learn my craft, don't you? You've got to kneel. I'm not teaching just anyone. Thud. I knelt down instantly. Master, I humbly acknowledge you as my teacher. All right, I accept the bow. As for accepting you as my student, we'll see. I teach whoever wants to learn, but I don't teach scoundrels, he said, pulling me up. No problem, I said, nearly bursting with excitement. Buying this house, and I got a bargain deal on a master minter too. I don't have much to give you, so take the redwood chairs as a gift, Mr. Lee grinned. He was thrilled too. 43,000 in the bank, a disciple set to care for him in his old age, and he still got to live in his house. This was his best deal of the century. We both felt like winners. That afternoon, I asked Li Fong to make a big meal and invited my new teacher to lunch. I cracked open a bottle of white liquor. Mr. Lee got nostalgic. He shared stories from 42 years ago when his wife and child left for the other side of the strait, leaving them separated forever. He wept bitterly, sobbing into my shoulder. Something inside me twisted like a tight string, and I held the old man close. After lunch, I helped him lie down in the spare room next door. As I walked out, Lon showed up looking for her bag. She noticed Mr. Lee's stuff. He's still here? Yeah, I nodded. He's old and alone. I'm letting him stay here. He's knowledgeable about antiques, so I'll study under him. Her eyes widened. So, buying a house comes with an adoptive father now? You're really going to care for him until the end. An old person in the family is like a treasure, I said with a smile. First, you buy a house and get a wife. Now, you pick up a dad. What's next? A house that comes with a kid. I think it's great, I grinned. My dad always says a man should think big. Lon snorted. That's not thinking big, that's being soft-hearted. The soft-hearted can't walk far. After saying this, he stormed off in large strides. I turned back into the house, poured a cup of hot water for Master, tucked in his blanket, and then left. Elderly slowly opened his eyes, tears streaming down his face. The gaming cheat business was set up smoothly. Within 2 days, the office space and equipment were all in place. Chu Fei gathered his team. I gave him full authority. I didn't want to exhaust all my energy on cheats. He had to take the lead. He didn't disappoint me. Within a week, he recruited 4 computer experts to develop cheats for Final Fantasy and upgrade ones for Princess Maker. I launched a gaming forum and handed it over to Sun Meng to manage and sell cheats. 2 days later, I realized a campus forum for Central South Finance University had gone live. It definitely wasn't an official release by the school. Who did it? After dinner, I walked past Dorm 9 and was about to leave when Zhou appeared from the opposite direction. What have you been busy with lately? I tried to act casual, like we ran into each other by chance, but my voice trembled slightly. Just classes. She smiled, no longer as cold and distant. What about you? I had 2.5 months of military training, but I have an arm injury, so I didn't participate. Been spending time reading and doing things I enjoy. Is your arm healing? Her gaze drifted to my arm, a hint of guilt in her eyes. Almost better. Actually, my cast could have been removed long ago. I just skipped military training on purpose. Good to hear. Well, is there anything else? If not, I'll be heading back to my dorm. No, nothing else. I felt awkward. She turned around to leave. How about we take a walk? The campus looks beautiful at night. My heart raced. She hesitated, then turned back. All right, let's take a walk. I froze but immediately felt immense joy. We walked, one behind the other, wandering around the campus. Did you go home for National Day? I desperately tried to initiate a conversation. Yeah, to see my dad. How's he doing? He's doing well. An awkward silence followed. Even though I've lived through another lifetime, I'm still a novice at this love thing. After walking for about half an hour, we neared Dorm 9 again. Did you really break up with Xing Che? I mustered up the courage to ask. Yeah, he found out about us, so we broke up. I'm sorry, but I really do have feelings for you. I know. She spoke softly, her words more like a faint murmur. I told you, during my 3 years of college, I plan to focus on my studies. I want to be with you. She stopped, staring at me. I don't feel anything for you. What do you mean by feel? The kind of feeling that makes me want to be in a relationship with you. She smiled bitterly. So I can't say yes. It felt like a blade plunged straight into my heart. I'll change your mind. There's no need to make things harder on yourself. The world is big, and there are plenty of girls out there. But I only like you. She turned and walked away, leaving me standing in the glow of a street lamp. Under that same street lamp, Xing Che stared at me, his eyes brimming with hatred, growing wild like untamed weeds. When I got back to the villa, Li Fang called out, Xiao Nian, come eat. I'm not hungry. You all eat. I went upstairs, trying to suppress my emotions. Elderly sighed. This kid, he's been lovesick. Dai Jia brought a plate of food upstairs, saying, Fang Jia asked me to bring this up. No matter how bad your mood is, you shouldn't go against your stomach. I started wolfing down the food. Sadness is sadness, and hunger is hunger. They're two separate things. I've been busy, I said, competing with time every single day. Dai Jia frowned. You're only a freshman. Don't push yourself too hard. In my last life, I accomplished nothing, I said, looking straight into her eyes. I don't want to repeat that failure in this one. The secret of my rebirth stayed locked in my heart, but my determination ran deep in my bones. How's the cheap business? I changed the subject. Booming. Dai Jia's eyes sparkled. This week's sales were 200 sets higher than last week. Good. I put down my chopsticks. I'm going to turn this into an empire of gaming cheats that sweeps across the country. What do you mean? Tiered sales. I held up 4 fingers. Grade A unlocks half the in-game attributes. Grade B maxes out all stats. Grade C allows free level selection, and Grade D, super speed enhancement. Every tier will be a money printing machine. Dai Jia gave me a thumbs up. No wonder you've been making thousands within a week. Tens of thousands from just one song. Your brain is basically a gold mine. The cheat business was growing rapidly. I let Chu Fei handle development while Sun Ming and Wu Fu took charge of sales. Seeing me invest 140,000 yuan to establish the company, everyone was in shock. The company was dubbed the Brotherhood Alliance. In just 1 month, we were generating profits of over 40,000 yuan weekly. I took 60%, and the rest was split among the team. Wu Fu, who earned 5,000, rented an apartment off campus. 5,000 is a lot, huh? Qi Shui leaned against Wu Fu, her voice sharp. Yunyan gets 24,000 all by himself. He invested 140,000 in computers for the company, Wu Fu said with a frown. 140,000. Qi Shui sneered. For all you know, those might be second-hand goods. He doesn't lift a finger, and yet he takes 60%. You're all being played like fools. Then what do you suggest? Redistribute the profits, or, she flashed a sinister glint. We go solo. With the sales channels in your hands, his company would collapse without you. Wu Fu remained silent, holding his cigarette as it slowly burned out. Something's happened. Sun Ming burst in, panting. The school forum is on fire. Someone posted accusing you and Zhou Wan of being scum. Hundreds of comments already. Commented. Bang. I slammed my fist on the table. Who did it? No idea, but the post got pinned by the admin. Xing Che. I squinted. Nobody else would pull a stunt this childish. I turned on my computer. Sure enough, it was right there on the front page of the forum, the post, glaring at me. The comments section was a battlefield of insults, each word cutting deeper than the last. Insults aimed at me? Fine, I can take it. But insults towards Zhou Wan? Never. Can you trace the IP of the person who posted it? I approached Chu Fei. Give me a sec. Chu Fei's fingers flew across the keyboard. First, I'll hack the forum and extinguish that flame. Oh, by the way, he suddenly dropped his voice to a whisper. Wu Fu's been pestering me lately, whining about how he's getting too small of a cut. Just as expected, I exhaled a puff of smoke. Human nature. always faltering under temptation. The door burst open. Strolling in casually, Wu Fu smirked. Well, Brother Nian, gracing the company with your presence today? We're truly honored. Qi Shui tailed behind him, sneering. Unlike some people, we can't afford fancy villas. Some of us barely scrape by. The cheats were developed by Fei Guo. Why do you get the lion's share? She shot me a defiant look. Enough. Wu Fu feigned authority before rubbing his hands eagerly. Brother Nian, maybe you could take a little less yourself? Sun Ming stormed in, fuming. Wu Fu, have you no shame? Without Brother Nian, you wouldn't even have food to eat. Yeah? Well, I'm the one selling the cheats. Wu Fu shot back, standing firm. I chuckled coldly. Since it's come to this, let's part ways. Moving forward, no more supplies from the company. You're on your own now. Fine. I'll go solo. Wu Fu snapped, and Qi Shui dragged him away by the arm. Just wait. We'll see who gets the last laugh. The door slammed shut. Brother Nian, I'm sticking with you. Chu Fei immediately declared. Me too. Sun Ming clenched his fist in solidarity. Divide Wu Fu's share between the two of you. I flicked ash from my cigarette. Remember, strength is what rules in this world. After Wu Fu stormed out, our company operated even better. With internal strife eliminated, efficiency soared. Chu Fei focused solely on development, while Sun Ming expanded our market reach. Within a week, profits didn't fall, they climbed. We broke the 50,000 mark. I've got it. Chu Fei burst into my office. I tracked down the forum admin's IP. It's from a cyber cafe near the school. I also found leads on hired trolls behind the post. It's Xing Che, isn't it? Almost undoubtedly, Chu Fei said, showing me the data. These accounts were created in bulk within the past week. And, he pointed to the screen, one of the IPs cursed you on a gaming forum last month. Right after I beat Xing Che, I smirked. The evidence connects. What's the plan? Sun Ming cracked his knuckles, ready for action. An eye for an eye, I murmured, opening my laptop. My fingers danced across the keys. Chu Fei, I need you to help me with something. 3 hours later, the school's forum erupted again. A new post titled The Truth took center stage, exposing Xing Che's antics. Hiring trolls, maliciously smearing classmates, complete with IP logs, payment records, and chat screenshots. And to top it off, the post detailed more of Xing Che's achievements, cheating on exams, bullying classmates, intimidating girls. The forum went into a frenzy. So it was Xing Che? Scumbag. Disgusting. Hiring trolls to insult people. How low can you sink? The school needs to deal with this immediately. Meanwhile, over on Wu Fu's end, his startup hit a wall. His chosen cheat developer turned out to be an amateur, producing buggy, unreliable scripts. Without stable supply and steadily losing sales channels, Wu Fu's venture collapsed within a week. Defeated, he crawled back. Brother Nian, I was wrong. Wu Fu begged at our office door. It was all Qi Shui's idea. I wasn't thinking straight. Too late. I didn't even glance his way. Once you leave, there's no coming back. Business is war. Mercy toward others is cruelty to yourself. This time, I won't be the good guy. I'm here to win, to reign supreme. The cheat market lay wide open before me. No competitors in sight. An opportunity ripe for the taking. Leaning back in my chair, I commanded, Dai Jia, you handle development. Sun Ming, focus on market expansion. And remember, no Tier 1 agents going forward. Why not? Sun Ming blinked in confusion. They don't bring in enough sales and take too big a cut of the profits. Push them all to become Tier 2 agents instead. Skim off more of the fat from the top. The two exchanged glances and gave me matching thumbs-ups. With Wu Fu gone, there'll be short-term disruptions, I admitted, extinguishing my cigarette. Bring on more Tier 2 agents. Cover other provinces as well. I expect to see results within 10 days. You got it. Sun Ming thumped his chest. Chu Fei, your priority is developing cheats for Sword Master of Xianyuan. That game barely has any players. In a month, it'll be big. I cut him off firmly. Trust my instincts. Also, enhance all current cheats. Wu Fu will try to crack our defenses. Chu Fei nodded. Understood. As I turned to leave, I paused at the door. Sun Ming, find out who Xing Che's roommates are. See if any of them don't get along with him. Funny you mention that. I know a guy named Zhu Lei. He replied, smiling knowingly. A local student, sharing a dorm with Xing Che. Xing Che's arrogance makes him disliked by roommates. Dinner tonight. 7 p.m. at a small eatery. I showed up fashionably late on purpose, immediately apologizing as I walked in. Sun Ming introduced me. This is Senior Zhu Lei. Your Yunyan? Zhu Lei's eyes widened. From the campus forum? Not a great reputation, I know. I smiled wryly and motioned for the server to bring more dishes. Dinner's on me tonight. When we discovered Zhu Lei was a fellow Jiangdu native, the atmosphere instantly warmed. I downed a full glass of baijiu in one go, while he only took a sip. Senior, you should drink less. I'm the junior here, so it should be me drinking. After several rounds, I pulled out an envelope and slipped it into his pocket. Heard you're a bit tight on cash lately. Use this. Don't be stingy if you're chasing a girl. Zhu Lei hesitated, but Sun Ming chimed in. Brother Nian's loaded. Just take it. After Zhu Lei returned from counting the 1,500 yuan in the restroom, his attitude shifted completely. Brother Nian, this one's for you. He downed a full glass in one go, coughing as it went down. Now that's bold, I said, finishing my own glass. From this cup on, we're brothers. After sending Zhu Lei off, Sun Ming asked, how much did you give him? 1,500. That much. He inhaled sharply. If you want the horse to run fast, you've got to feed it well. I lit a cigarette. But now's not the time to use him yet. People aren't tools you use immediately, you nurture them. Xing Che didn't become student council president just by luck. He's not easy to deal with. Zhu Lei won't risk crossing him for people he just met like us. Brother Nian, you think ahead. Strategic timing is key. When you see Zhu in the future, don't let his roommates find out. After parting ways, I went to Building 9. Just as I reached the entrance, I saw Chi Man trying to sneak away. Stop right there. I blocked her path and noticed the marks on her face. Did you get into a fight? I fell. She lowered her head and tried to walk away. What really happened? It's nothing. I'm meeting a friend, she said before running off. I called Zhou Wan to get more information. It's because of you, Zhou Wan said, pulling her cap lower. Someone insulted you on the forum, and Chi Man got into a fight with a girl named Duan Shirley. Now the dean, Zhou He, wants to expel her. I clenched my fists. Duan Shirley? Bullying my sister? This won't end here. Zhou Wan gave me a surprised look. Tell Chi Man that as long as I'm around, she won't get expelled. Are you serious? Zhou Wan sounded skeptical. That's the dean's decision. Dead serious. The next day, I marched into the dean's office. 50-something-year-old Dean Zhou was sipping from a thermos and didn't even bother looking up. You're just a freshman. What makes you think you can interfere in this? Students getting into fights is normal. Expulsion seems too harsh. You think this school belongs to you? He sneered, finally looking up. Your name's Yunyan, right? I haven't even started dealing with the trash you've caused on the forum. Swallowing my frustration, I pulled out an envelope stuffed with cash and placed it on his desk. Dean Zhou, how about giving her another chance? It doesn't seem fair that one's expelled while the other gets off scot-free. He glanced at the money, his expression changing. Click. He lit a cigarette and flicked the envelope to the ground. Trying to bribe me? Get out. Chi Man's expulsion is finalized. Not even the King of Heaven can undo it. I picked up the envelope and walked out. In the hallway, Sun Ming caught up to me. How'd it go? I shook my head and stared at him. Duan Shirley's injuries are far lighter than Chi Man's. Why is only Chi Man being expelled? I waved the envelope. If he doesn't even dare take this, there's got to be something shady going on. What kind of shady stuff? Before I could answer, Duan Shirley walked by with textbooks in her arms, heading straight into Zhou He's office. What's she doing? Sun Ming's eyes widened. Let's find out. We pressed up against the door to eavesdrop. When's Chi Man getting kicked out? Duan Shirley's voice asked. What's the rush? We have to go through procedures. Uncle, you better make sure she's expelled. Don't worry, I'll handle my niece's issues. Uncle? Sun Ming and I exchanged a glance. So that's how it is. Bang. I kicked the door open. Who did that? Zhou He frowned, his expression calm. He clearly didn't think two powerless students were worth his concern. I did, I said, enunciating each word. Revoke the expulsion decision for Chi Man, or you'll pay 100-fold for this. I may have spent my previous life being a pushover, but this time, I'll protect the people who matter. Zhou He sneered. Who do you think you are? That expulsion decision is final. As for you, consider yourself reprimanded. He pointed to Sun Ming. You too. Why? Sun Ming spread his arms open. For disrespecting faculty. If you're smart, you'll walk out of here yourself. Otherwise, you'll both be dealt with. Uncle, they're all in Chi Man's circle. Expel them all. Duan Shirley demanded. Zhou glanced at her. Expulsion isn't that simple. We're not even from your department, Sun Ming said with a shrug. Chi Man is going down. Zhou snapped. Not until you kneel and apologize. Duan Shirley hollered, stomping her foot. All right, remember you said that. I grabbed Sun Ming and walked out. Just leave. You'll see my attitude soon enough. Back at the small two-story villa, I lit a cigarette and my brain started racing. Brother Nian, we can't beat the department head, Sun Ming said with a worried face. We fight anyway. I exhaled a puff of smoke. He's just the department head. Go hire. Find who? You keep yourself busy with the side hustle. Leave this to me. After sending Sun Ming off, I sat down to contemplate with the cigarette in hand. The expulsion documents are likely to come down within days. The clock's ticking. Need help? Daijia stepped onto the balcony. Do you know anyone in the school leadership? I asked bitterly. Does the principal count? The principal? My eyes lit up. That's as good as it gets. But she's not easy to deal with. I'll let her know first and take you to see her this afternoon. In the afternoon, outside the principal's office. Don't be nervous. She's actually quite approachable. Daijia encouraged me. I knocked and entered. Inside the gigantic office, Mu Fanqin was working at her desk. You must be Yun Yan, she said, looking me up and down. Average face, average clothes, nothing special. Good afternoon, principal. I'm here for Chi Man's situation. Each department handles its own matters. This isn't something for me to step into, she said calmly, sipping her tea. I can't help. Would you just stand by and watch a good student get wronged? I probed. Your situation has stirred up enough chatter as it is, she said, putting her tea down. I've already helped suppress most of it. Helping Chi Man now will only invite more gossip. 2 people fought, but only one is getting expelled. How is that fair? Mu Fanqin stood up to pour me a cup of tea. Duan Shirley is Zhou niece. Zhou well connected in the city. If I interfere, he'll hold it against me. I racked my brain, quickly searching through my memories from a past life. Then it hit me. Research papers. The principal loved publishing articles in renowned media outlets to boost her credentials, though with little success. If I offered her one in exchange. Principal, I recently wrote a paper on the future of economics. I'm aiming for publication in one of the country's top journals. Could I ask for your guidance? You? Write a paper. She was surprised. A freshman hoping to get published in a leading journal? Which is why I'd like you to help revise it. I'll bring it over tomorrow morning for you to review. Would that be okay? She gave me a long stare before nodding. Fine, I'll take a look. But don't bring up Chi Man's case again. Understood, I said, turning to leave. Wait, she called after me. Stay away from Daijia. You two don't match. The comment left a bitter taste in my mouth, but I nodded. Got it. Smart kid, she said with a satisfied smile. Outside, Daijia eagerly asked, how did it go? The principal said she would help. I lied, a small gesture to keep her spirits up. That's amazing. She jumped in joy. Seeing her so happy warmed my heart. It's a blessing to have a friend like this. Later that evening, I dove into recalling a powerful paper that had rocked the field of economics in my previous life. Global Economic Transformation, High-Quality Development. In 2010, it was deemed the top entry in economic yearbook history, perfectly forecasting 2 decades of national development. I spent the entire afternoon recreating it. As I reviewed the finished paper, a smile crept onto my face. This could be Chi Man's saving grace. At 8 p.m., when Mu Fanqin returned home, she was stunned. The dining table was covered with exquisite dishes, and her daughter wearing an apron walked out with a steaming bowl of soup. Mom, sit down and eat. You made all this? She asked in disbelief. Where did you learn to cook? Watched enough times, and I picked it up, Daijia said with a radiant smile, avoiding crediting Li Fong. Taste it. Mu Fanqin took a sip of the soup, her eyes widening in surprise. It's delicious. My daughter can cook now. Still, she knew deep down, this was all about helping Yun Yan. Mom, thank you for helping my friend, Daijia said sincerely. Helping? Mu Fanqin was taken aback. Daijia doesn't know I turned him down? Jia, I told him I couldn't get involved. What? But my classmates said you agreed. Zhou has connections, and I don't want to offend him for someone unrelated. Mom, it's unfair to expel only one person in a fight. You're the principal. If even you won't stand for fairness, what hope is there for the rest of us? Fairness doesn't exist in society, Jia. Mom, you've always taught me to live with integrity. I'm done eating. Mu Fanqin said abruptly, retreating to her room. At 8:30 the next morning, I waited patiently outside the principal's office. What is it? Mu Fanqin seemed to have entirely forgotten about the paper. Principal, the paper is finished. I handed it over. All right, I'll notify you after I've read it, she said dismissively, taking it absent-mindedly. Seeing her indifferent demeanor, my heart sank. This paper was probably heading straight for the trash. Inside her office, Mu Fanqin was about to toss it aside when she stopped, placing it on her desk instead. She started with her usual tasks, reading the newspaper, processing documents. Only at 11:30, when spilling tea accidentally splashed the paper, did she recall it. She thought about skimming it quickly before discarding it, but the title grabbed her attention. Global Economic Transformation, High-Quality Development. Bold and ambitious. She started reading, her expression shifting from mild interest to deep intrigue. By the halfway point, she circled back to the beginning and started rereading, as though she were admiring a masterpiece of ancient art. Banzushi. After finishing a research paper, her heart was thrown into turmoil. The paper was groundbreaking enough to shake the entire field of economics. But how could it come from a freshman? It systematically predicted the global economic trends for the next 20 years, nailing even the most intricate domestic economic reforms. Especially the section on internet e-commerce, an unheard-of concept. She quickly called several of her professor friends in economics to confirm that none of them had seen this paper. When they hadn't, she fell silent. In the cafeteria, I tried comforting Chi-Man. Don't worry. If worst comes to worst, I'll go back to Jiangdu with you. You don't have to do all of this for me, she said, her eyes slightly red. She had gotten the official notice last night. She used to look down on me, but now she realized I truly cared for her. What's yours is mine, I said softly, reassuring her. It'll all be okay. Though I said those words, unease crept into my heart. The paper had already won numerous awards, but this was 1991. The skewed timeline could bring unexpected consequences. Even worse, the principal didn't seem to plan on taking it seriously. Brother, Chi-Man called me for the first time in such a way. Her eyes shimmered with tears. If I get expelled, don't let it affect you. That single brother hit me like a jolt. She finally acknowledged me. What a coincidence. Duan Shirley set her tray down beside us, her tone laced with malice. One's surname is you, the other's Chi. Who are you trying to fool by pretending to be siblings? Get lost, I said, shooting her an icy glare. We're not friends. I'm just here to laugh at you too. Duan Shirley sneered coldly. Chi-Man's about to get expelled. If I don't seize the chance to mock her now, when will I? The hatred in her eyes coiled like a venomous snake. The slap she'd taken last time, a grudge she was determined to repay 1,000-fold. We're classmates. Why stoop so low? I said in a restrained tone. What's it got to do with you? She retorted before turning to Chi-Man, her tone dripping with mockery. If you're expelled, make sure to visit often. I mean, you've been here so long. It'd be hard to say goodbye, wouldn't it? Chi-Man clenched her teeth. What do you want from me? Apologize to me in front of everyone, Duan Shirley said smugly. Maybe then I'll consider letting you stay. In your dreams. Chi-Man's eyes burned with anger. I'd rather leave school than bow down to you. Duan Shirley trembled with rage. You'll regret this. By tomorrow morning, you'll have your expulsion notice in hand. Enough. I stood abruptly, my gaze like a blade. Don't push me. I don't hold back when I hit women. Facing my icy stare, Duan Shirley faltered. Remembering the humiliation she'd suffered last time, she swallowed her rage and picked up her tray. This isn't over. Crash. A figure bumped into her hard, spilling food and soup all over her. Are you blind? She shrieked. Looks like you bumped into me, said Sun Ming, who towered at 6 feet 1 inch with a stocky frame. He looked to us. What do you guys think? Who ran into who? Definitely her into you. Chi-Man and I said in unison. Did you hear that? Sun Ming stepped closer toward her. Apologize. You're all in on this together. Duan Shirley hissed through gritted teeth. That's right, Sun Ming said without pretense. We are. So what? If you don't want to get hurt, scram. Eyeing Sun Ming's muscular build, fear flashed in Duan Shirley's eyes. She spat out a hasty, just you wait, and fled miserably. What a relief. There's an update on the cheat software, Sun Ming said quietly after sitting down. Chi-Man took the hint and left. Go ahead, I said while continuing to eat. Wu Fu cracked our cheat system and has begun selling it in bulk. One cheat tool can now be run on multiple computers, Sun Ming explained, his expression grave. No surprise there, I replied while picking up some food. Next, he'll look for partners to co-develop a new cheat system. He's been meeting frequently with Xing Che lately. My chopsticks froze midair. You're sure? Zhu Lei wouldn't lie to us. After a long period of silence, I put down my chopsticks. If he chooses to stand against me, that's his decision. But teaming up with your rival? That's disgusting. Sun Ming clenched his fist. Yan, I'll teach him a lesson. Not necessary, I said, shaking my head. Chi-Man's situation already serves as a lesson. Acting without understanding the other side's cards, that's reckless. Instead, keep pushing Chu Fei to accelerate development of our new cheat tools. Upgrade all our systems. Dominating the market is our priority right now. After eating, I returned to the small villa and resumed studying an antique appraisal book that Old Lee had given me. For volumes, and I'd only memorized one. The skills of those appraisal masters, truly admirable. Cough, cough. Old Lee walked in. I quickly stood and poured tea. Old Lee, what brings you here? How goes the studying? He took the tea and sat in the wicker chair. I'll need at least 2 months to memorize it all, I admitted with a wry smile. Take your time. Antique appraisal isn't something you learn overnight. I've handled countless artifacts, but even I've made mistakes. I want to go into the antique business, I said cautiously. Preserving and passing down our ancestors' treasures. That's a contribution, right? I said it with such moral conviction, even I almost believed it. Truthfully, I just wanted to make money. Seeing through me, Old Lee chuckled. No need to dress it up. If you can make money from antiques, I say more power to you. Old Lee, you always. Ming. I slapped my thigh. Actually, I want to make money too. Seeing Mr. Lee's beaming smile, I realized I had fallen into his trap. Clearing my throat, I added. Of course, contributing to national treasures is just as important. What's wrong with admitting you want to make money? Mr. Lee lit a cigarette and smirked. In this new era, money can get you far. You're incredibly wise, I said, astonished. I heard that from Old Lee next door. Mr. Lee chuckled. Then let's make more money. I responded with a straight face. Mr. Lee's expression turned cold. I was testing you, and you're serious? If people find out I have an apprentice like you, I'll be humiliated. But you started it. I mumbled. Sure, I can say it. But you can't. And stop calling me master. It's way too soon for that. I quickly changed the subject. How about we head to the countryside to look for antiques? The countryside? Mr. Lee's eyes sparkled for a moment, but then dimmed. The good stuff's already been picked clean. There are still treasures out there. In 10 homes, 6 might have antiques. But they don't know their worth and treat them like junk. Exactly. Mr. Lee slapped his own thigh. Imagine snagging a blue and white porcelain vase for just a few bucks. You've got a sharp mind. I went into my room and came back with $2,000 in cash. Here, take this first. If it's not enough, just let me know. Mr. Lee was taken aback. Aren't you worried I'll run off with it? Then just consider it my token of respect. I laughed. Once a teacher, always like a father. A trace of emotion flickered across Mr. Lee's face as he turned his head. Don't trap me with that sentimentality. You just want me to help with buying antiques. We'll split the profits evenly. You bring the expertise, I'll put up the cash. Relax. Collecting antiques in the countryside doesn't cost much. If you're lucky, a piece of blue and white porcelain might only cost a few bucks. In this era, the average monthly salary was less than 50 bucks. Prized antiques could be had for a few hundred. But in a few years, antique dealers would swarm rural areas, buying up family heirlooms from unsuspecting villagers at dirt cheap prices. Mr. Lee, be generous when you can. Don't rip people off too badly, I reminded him. Mr. Lee shook his head at me. The antique trade is all about buying low and selling high. Scoring a deal is part of the game. Your way of thinking isn't suitable for this business. I quickly corrected myself. I just mean if you offer more than 10 bucks or so, people might get suspicious. Every trade has its rules, and I couldn't afford to be naive. That's more like it. Mr. Lee nodded approvingly. At least you're measured when it comes to making money. By the way, why aren't you dating anyone? There are plenty of beautiful girls around, but you're still single. I'm starting to think there's something wrong with you. Why are you bringing this up out of nowhere? I heard from Xing Qian that you chased after a girl and didn't win her over, Mr. Lee said earnestly. Don't tie yourself to one tree, kid. My love life is my business. I said firmly. I only like her, and I don't want to live with regret. Life's short, you know, Mr. Lee sighed. If someone loves you, they'll do so without you needing to try. If they don't, even laying down your life for them won't make a difference. I understood these truths, but I couldn't let past regrets follow me into this life. I'll keep that in mind, I replied half-heartedly. Sensing my stubbornness, Mr. Lee didn't push further. Meanwhile, Wu Fu had been riding high lately. After cracking the cheat program, his income skyrocketed. He finally understood the phrase, better to be the head of a chicken than the tail of a phoenix. Teaming up with Yunyan had been profitable, but working solo brought in even more. He started recruiting classmates to sell the cheat program and even reached out to Xing Su. As Qi Shui once said, "The enemy of my enemy is my friend." Sitting on the balcony, Wu Fu believed it was only a matter of time before he dominated the cheat software market. "Honey, can I talk to you about something?" He pulled Qi Shui into a hug as she walked over. "What is it?" she asked. "I'm thinking of putting together some money to start a company." "Ask Xing Su for that," Qi Shui said, her face darkening. "You come up with the ideas, he provides the money. Why do you need cash yourself? I'd have more say if I invested too." "Control? Really?" Qi Shui sneered. "That money's from my dowry, don't even think about it." Wu Fu followed her inside. "The money I make later would still go to you to manage." "Oh, please. You're probably planning to spoil another woman with it, aren't you?" "I wouldn't. No way. Now go make dinner. I'm hungry." With a resigned sigh, Wu Fu muttered, "Fine, no money. But can I at least get some action tonight?" "In your dreams." Qi Shui snapped, glaring at him. "Not until we're married." She wasn't naive. Keep a man hungry. If he's full, he's harder to control. Her part-time gigs at Royal Palace Club had shown her the true nature of men. Wu Fu sighed. His failed attempt at pushing boundaries last time taught him that forcing something rarely works out. "I'm yours, after all," Qi Shui said, giving him a peck on the cheek. "Respect my traditions, okay?" "I get it." Wu Fu nodded, his mood lifting. "That's why I like conservative women." He handed her some snacks. "Here, nibble on these for now. I'll get started on dinner." As soon as I stepped onto campus, my advisor stopped me. "Yunyan, the principal wants to see you." I felt a flicker of excitement. I had been prepared to burn bridges with the school, but maybe there was still a chance. When I opened the door to the principal's office, Mu Fanxin greeted me with a bright smile. "There you are. I've been waiting for you. Come sit." She personally handed me a cup of tea, her enthusiasm making me a bit uneasy. "The principal wants to see me about my thesis?" I asked. "That's right," Mu Fanxin said as she leaned back in her chair. The dean of the college, her eyes gleaming, said, "For someone your age to write a paper like this, it shows a lot of vision. It's truly our school's good fortune to have a student like you. Yesterday, she treated me like a fraud, and now she's singing a different tune?" "Thank you, principal." I picked up my teacup, putting on a modest act. "The paper is still quite rough. If you could help me edit it and get it published in a top-tier journal, that would be amazing." One statement, and it hit exactly where I wanted. "Is this paper truly your own work?" Principal Mu Fanxin leaned forward. "No plagiarism, no borrowing ideas? Absolutely original." I met her gaze and said firmly, word by word, "I can guarantee it." She exhaled slowly and picked up her teacup. "The arguments about e-commerce in your paper. How did you come up with that?" "This is the future," I replied with a faint smile. "Computers are entering households across the country, and people are already selling in-game cheats online. In time, e-commerce will dominate." Surprise flashed in Mu Fanxin's eyes. "You're young, but you have remarkable foresight." "You're too kind, principal. Here's the deal. I'll help you revise it," she said, changing her tone. "But you're just a freshman, and publishing it on your own will be tough. If I add my name alongside yours, it'll boost the paper's authority. What do you think?" I smirked inwardly, but on the surface, I remained respectful. "Principal, this paper wouldn't stand a chance without your help. How about this? Just put your name on it. I don't need credit. I only want to live quietly as an ordinary student." She looked stunned for a moment, then leaned back in her chair, her eyes studying me with interest. After a long pause, she stood up and poured more tea into my cup. "I've already spoken to resolve the issue with your sister. Joey won't trouble her anymore." The weight in my chest finally dissipated. "Thank you, principal. My sister and I will always remember your kindness. It's the least I can do." She settled back into her seat. "As for the paper, it's decided. My office is always open to you." "Thank you, principal. Let me know if you need anything." As I stood to leave, she suddenly asked, I've heard Daijia rented an apartment off campus recently. She's not living with you, is she? Of course not. I feigned ignorance. I had no idea about that. Admitting it would make me a complete fool. Mu Fanxin walked me to the end of the hallway. The door to my office is always open for you. I thanked her humbly and left. 100 meters away, I smirked coldly to myself. Without that paper, Chi Man's situation would have been a serious problem. Indeed, it's only when you bring value to others that you hold real leverage. I called Chi Man downstairs, cutting straight to the point. It's taken care of. The principal has personally assured me that you won't be expelled. Really? Chi Man's eyes widened. That's impossible. Last night, he said I'd be packing up today. It's settled now. I tousled her hair. As long as I'm around, no one can expel you. Don't hurt yourself with all that bragging. Duan Shirley sneered as she walked over. Her expulsion is guaranteed. It's practically written in stone. Nothing you say can change that. If she were going to be expelled, the notice would have been out by now, I said with a smile. It's nearly noon. Have you seen any announcements? Duan Shirley froze, frowning at me. At that moment, Zhouwan approached. Chi Man, the counselor said both sides share responsibility here. You won't be expelled or penalized. What? No way. Duan Shirley reeled in shock. It's true, Guan Fei chimed in. The counselor said this was mostly your fault in the first place. You're lucky not to be punished yourself, let alone getting someone else expelled. Duan Shirley shot me a suspicious look. What did you do? None of your business, I said coldly. But let me warn you, stop troubling Zhou Wan and Chi Man. They're under my protection, and messing with them is messing with me. Zhou Wan blushed and hurried away. And what if I don't stop? Duan Shirley scoffed. What are you going to do, hit a girl? Consider this your only warning, I replied in a low voice. She snorted dismissively and stalked off to find Zhou He. Later that evening, I'd just returned to the small villa and was sitting down for dinner after washing my hands. Where were you earlier? Daijia asked. Just out for a walk, I said with a smile. On the way, I ran into a big rat and couldn't resist smashing it with a brick. The group exchanged puzzled looks, thinking I was talking about an actual rodent. The next day, word spread across campus. Zhou He, the department head, had been ambushed and hit with a brick on his way home. When they remembered I had referred to a big rat the night before, Daijia was stunned. Chi Man was stunned. Everyone was stunned. At lunch in the cafeteria, no one mentioned the rat incident, as if by unspoken agreement. That afternoon, I was summoned to the principal's office. Did you hear about Zhou He being attacked last night? Mu Fanxin asked, her gaze heavy with implication. I heard. I replied nonchalantly while sipping tea. Sounds like he got on the wrong side of someone. You had nothing to do with it? Are you suspecting me, principal? I put on a facade of surprise. You can ask Daijia. We spent last night having dinner together. Seeing my calm demeanor and my solid alibi, Mu Fanxin dismissed any doubts. Well, all right then. Building connections is essential. The paper will be published in the next few days. If I have other good papers in the future, I'll bring them to you for revisions. Revisions? After a couple of edits, the first author's name might just change to yours. Of course, I replied respectfully. Having the principal revise my work is my honor. Save the flattery. Mu Fanxin waved her hand. Next time you publish, you're the first author, I'll be the second. I looked surprised but humbly responded. Being the second author will suffice for me. With the task complete, I lost interest in the paper. But networking? That still needed attention. Pretending was necessary for maintaining connections. Mu Fanxin casually changed the topic. What do your parents do? My father sells sugar figurines, and my mother's a factory worker. Her expression subtly shifted, and a trace of disdain flickered across her eyes. I noticed it, but didn't care. Classism has always existed. My only solution is to change my fate. She switched topics again, probing. How's Daijia doing? I heard she's dating someone. She's doing well, I replied calmly. It's that age. It's good for someone to care for her. She stared into my eyes, as if searching for something, but ultimately realized my sincerity. You don't like her? We're just friends. As I was leaving the office, my pager buzzed. It was from the cheat software company. I've tracked it down. Chu Fei's excited voice rang out. The person who posted lives in the Hanqing era residential community, 2 kilometers from the school. Any names yet? Not for now. No problem. I've got an idea who it is. I mused, thinking, if Xingzhe lives there, it's highly likely him. We've hacked the school forum multiple times, Chu Fei suggested. Why don't we make our own forum? Not only can we strike back at them, but we could also sell our software there. Brilliant idea, let's do it. I nodded. How long until the software update is ready? 3 days, Chu Fei sounded confident. No matter how Wu Fu managed to circumvent single account limitations, our new version will crush him. Do you know anyone who's done arcade game cheats? Arcade cheats. Chu Fei was puzzled. Never heard of anyone doing that. If you can develop games, you can crack them, I said firmly. In the next decade, computer games and arcade games will dominate. That's a golden business opportunity we have to seize. I set my teacup down. The development team will split into 2 groups, one for arcade cheats, the other for computer cheats. Within 2 months, we need to overcome the technical obstacles for arcade cheats. 2 months is too short. If we lack the tech, then find it. If necessary, pay for it. My voice was resolute. What? We're just going to give up because it's hard. I was sure about one thing. If even mahjong machines can be rigged, arcade systems could certainly be hacked too. The key is to capitalize on the popularity of arcade gaming while it lasts. Also, I realized this entire cheat software market had its prime, no more than 12 years. By 2003, the first major crackdowns will hit the industry. I still remember someone I knew in my past life who got caught for developing cheats for Penguin Games. Even more ridiculous, people were arrested merely for farming virtual currency, accused of disrupting game balance. Of course, besides cheat software, another money train exists: private servers. When large-scale online games arise, I'll create private servers for them. Xia Kuxing, swordsman,